person right
No,
here.
you mean Lamar? No, you can't mention Lamar. I want to talk about
Why
Lamar.
not?
So call on that person.
So, but definitely Lamar. Carla over there. Marie, what's up?
Say hi, Marie. You know what I want to do? I want to go into the audience. I want to ask a few of these people who they've met. Why don't you do that? Wait, which side do you want to take? We'll just pick one
I'll
person.
go this side.
Okay, let me take on this side. Let's see.
I know
There's
you
this
met a
young
lot
man
of
sitting in
people,
front
so
of
I'm
his
gonna skip you.
laptop. It's you. Don't worry. Hi. I want you to tell us your name and someone you've met at this conference so far and how the person has impacted you. Cool? Or you've not met anybody?
Everyone's saying.
You've met? Awesome.
Hello everyone, my name is Al Hassan.
Are you ready?
My name is Al Hassan. I've actually met a colleague called Leonel. He's from Togo, and he inspires me a lot about his microfinance startup that he's bringing up.
You said you met your colleague, Paul. Leonel. Oh, that said you met me. Mary, anybody from your side?
I have someone here, so tell us your name and who have you met that impacted you during the conference?
Okay, my name is Miracle Friday. I'm a Bitcoin fellow. Meeting Jack Dorsey especially was really, really impactful. We got to ask him questions and he gave us some insights and advice and words of wisdom. So that has been really impactful, as well as meeting some developers that I follow on Twitter. Seeing them face to face has really, really, really been impactful. So, thank you.
That's awesome.
That is cool. Let's see. I see someone I've noticed. Ahmed Ganache, right? Hi. Tell us who you met at the conference.
I've met my new good friend Martez here, who runs a big Bitcoin community in Sudan.
Runs a Bitcoin community in Sudan. Nice to meet you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have met different people and we are happy that this conference actually happened. So I'll be passing off the mic to Mary. You have somebody there?
Yep. I have one of the people from Legends of Lightning, the guy behind Bit Payroll. So who have you met that has impacted you during this conference?
If you ask me, I'll say you. Yes, we've been having conversations around how to put yourself out there and, speak about tell your story. And that's one of the important things developers should have, not just being silo, doing things themselves. So that's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
So nobody has been happy they met me.
Yeah, you're not that impactful.
Wow. Mary, please book my flight. I'm going back. I don't. After all I've done for you people. It's okay. So I want you to introduce the next person and we'll get the show on the road.
All right. So our first keynote speaker is ready and hold on. So first of all, before we go into that, let's do some quick announcement. If anyone needs to see a doctor, the doctor is stationed at the business center. So feel free to reach out to the ladies at the doors. They're the ones who help open and close the doors. So reach out to them and they'll direct you where to see the doctor. And if you want to have access to all the talks that will take place at the conference, just download the Shed app. Shed is SCHED. And then just type Africa Bitcoin Conference, and then you'll see a whole list of all the itineraries scheduled for today. And so without further ado, I want to call up our first keynote speaker, Adam Jonas. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. All right, so thank you for the few and the brave that made it out this morning. We are going to be talking about developing the Bitcoin developer pipeline, and I have a request right out of the gate. If you're sitting in the back, you're behind the cameras, you need to come forward because there's jokes and text and all things you need to see on the slide. So there's no way you can see it back there, I promise. So please come forward. That would be helpful. So my name is Adam Jonas, and I work at Chaincode Labs. And Chaincode is a research and development shop in New York City. We're a very small team. We're 12 people. and we have no product, we have no revenue. We work on the things that we think need to be done. And so it's an absolute privilege to be there. We've had the opportunity and to do that since 2014. So I spend most of my time on education, and I will tell you, as someone who does a lot of recruiting on behalf of Bitcoin, that it's pretty rough out there. So very few university students are particularly interested. A lot of senior developers avoid us like the plague. And of course, we have other competing projects that own the narrative in terms of what's fun and what's interesting to pursue. So this all adds up to a pretty grim picture. Now, we've combated this in a few different ways, but particularly in open source, I think the way I think about this is that it's a funnel. And we have things that are pretty infinitely scalable at the top, things like books. Those really are sort of the gateway for a lot of people. I worked on a couple of programs. So Summer of Bitcoin was started in 2021. This is a program that matches university students with open source projects and gets them from zero to contributor. They get paid to go through this experience. It's very similar to Google Summer of Code. I've worked on the Chaincode seminars. So this Chaincode seminars are online programs where people can study the best technical material on the planet in the comfort of their own homes and link up with other technical contributors that are going down the rabbit hole at the same time. And then we have the Chaincode Residency. The Chaincode Residency is a program that's in person. We haven't run one since 2019, but it is a very effective on-ramp for contributors who want to contribute to open source. And then we have sort of the suite of funders that allow people to do this professionally, Spiral being sort of the elite among them. But all of these things don't expand the pool by that much, because you sort of have to know and care about Bitcoin before you get into this funnel. And so thinking about the onboarding path for a lot of Bitcoiners, I think it has to be done through industry. I think it has to be done through actually working in the industry. And especially in a bear market, it's been really hard to pull people in and get them excited to contribute. So when we think about the pathing, it's pretty unclear. We have, again, books. We have maybe a seminar or something online, and then what? And so when Carla Kirk Cohen reached out about a group in Africa that was putting together a job training program, I got really excited, because figuring this out, I think, is going to change things. And of course, that turned into Kala. So Kala is about a year old at this point, and I think you've heard bits and pieces about it over the last couple days. It is a Zulu word, Kala, and it means start or beginning, and we hope that this is the start or beginning of scalable job training in Bitcoin. So we graduated our first cohort in July, and I'm happy to say they all got jobs. Now, that was no small feat, because when we started the program, Bitcoin was at 47,000, and 3 months later, it was under 20. And so the market, it was a real lesson in terms of market conditions and placing people in jobs, and the link between the two. And shout out to Galoy, and Bitnob, and Stackwork, which were the smartest folks in the room, and grabbed a bunch for themselves. So I think in Bitcoin, we send some mixed messaging, and we need to sort that out. We have, when we do education, we not just teach the nuts and bolts of what Bitcoin is, the technical foundations. You need to know what SegWit is. You need to know what XPubs are. But we need to help people fall in love with Bitcoin and connect it to their real lives and understand the impact that it can have. And so this is possibly apocryphal quote: "If you want to build a ship, don't drum up the men and gather wood, divide the work and give orders. Instead, teach them to yearn for the vast an endless sea. And that is our job, to help people fall in love with this technology and understand what impact it can have for the people they care about most, their friends and their family. Because we need people that don't just talk about things, but do things. We care about, if we care about privacy, we need to do something about privacy. And we need to care about privacy in a very real way and not sort of this abstract way. So I've been running these programs now for a few years and been working in the education space longer than that. And I think it's become pretty clear that most people want this. Most people want structure. They want to sit in rows and be told what to do and to follow directions. And that might be really good for where we came from. There's no way we would have the manufacturing power that the world has without obedient workers. But if that's your mindset, then maybe this open source self-sovereignty thing is going to come as a shock. Because if you come from that kind of being told what to do all the time mindset, then we need signs like this. You need to be told how to go to the bathroom. The guy at the bottom certainly needs instructions. And this is a cross-cultural thing. The guy on the right is particularly creative. I don't think you can even get mad about that. That's just incredible. And so, this is not just a student problem. This is a teacher problem as well. And we need teachers that aren't just about transferring knowledge. I think a lot of teachers, their mindset is, I take the knowledge from a textbook or from my own mind, and I transfer it to the students that are sitting in rows in front of me. And not necessarily teaching students how to learn for themselves, how to think for themselves. Not only is there, a teacher shortage generally, but we don't have a lot of teachers that are enabling their learners to learn how to learn. And so we live in a world that have boxes like this, and maybe more dangerously, signs like this. So, I don't want to be overly negative. We are, there are some things that we are not looking for, but there are definitely things we are looking for. And the major thing that we're looking for are people that are willing to do the work. Not just show up, but show up for others. And, I think that we are sort of used to this passive education. We're being told what to do often. But I believe that the only scalable education that exists in the world is peer-to-peer. Because we live in an increasingly convenient world. And there's no way that we would be so productive without all this technology around us. But I think it's atrophied our ability to do the hardest things. And doing the hardest things, that's learning. There's no way around it. Learning is a dance with your demons. It is overcoming self-doubt. It is tuning out the noise to focus. So I want to introduce you to someone who has danced with her demons. She couldn't make it this week, but this is Eni. And Eni is a trained mechanical engineer who fell in love with programming and then found her way to Bitcoin. And she started out in some of the study groups while she still had her job. And then we got to talking, and she decided to go all in. So before Kala started, she quit her job, and she not just did the work of learning the stuff, but she did the emotional labor of explaining this and justifying this to her friends and family, which is often the hardest job. So happy to say she was accepted to Kala, and 6 months later, she landed a job at Galoy as an engineer, and her life will never be the same. So the second thing we're looking for is generosity. And, generosity might feel counterintuitive for an education program because we're often taught that learning is a solo sport. But that's not quite how life works. life that's collaborative. And just because we take multiple choice tests by ourselves or write reports in school by ourselves doesn't mean that we're actually like strengthening the muscles of working with others. And so we need people in our community that are willing to go out there and make the people around them better. We need people like Lamar. So I had to put in these slides last week, and I'd never met Lamar in person, and so I took a little bit of a chance here. But after spending the last couple days with him, I think we can all say that he not just pulls together huge online communities that make each other better, but he makes the people around him happy. And this is what we need. We need people that are drawn in. Yes, Bitcoin is a powerful concept, but we need gateways. We need people who will make people happy and want to spend time around this technology. So there's a book from the 1980s called Finite and Infinite Games. And in it, James Carse defines finite games as ones that are zero-sum, where you are chasing scarcity, with defined rules. And so these are things we're pretty familiar with. Sports, climbing the corporate ladder, playing the stock market, etc. And these things are integral to how Bitcoin works. And they're all games that we have signed up to play. But they're also games where we can be deceived. And if we're chasing things like status all the time, then we might not feel all that much fulfillment, and it might not be enriching our lives. And so I would argue for us to ultimately win, for us to ultimately push this movement forward, we need to be focusing our energy on the infinite game. And in contrast, the infinite game is not about winning, it is about keeping the game going. It's like playing ball with your nephew. You pass the ball back and forth. Now, you can throw the ball as hard as you possibly can at their face, and you will win that game. But that's not really the point, is it? The point is to share something with someone else and to keep the game going. And so this talk ends with a request. And I understand it comes from someone who's pretty unqualified. I'm clearly not African. I have a cushy job in New York City. I am not a particularly strong programmer. I'm not a trained educator, and yet I'm going to ask anyway. I'm going to ask you to start something new and be the change that you want to see. Now, that could be pulling together a group of people that otherwise didn't know each other. That could be passing the torch to someone new, or creating a local movement. Because the way to move the needle in the infinite game is to just start. And small contributions are totally acceptable, and big ones are too. So I came to Africa after working on Kala for a year now. I came here because I believe that Bitcoin was made for Africa. The financial system actually works pretty well for me. And, I work on this project because of the impact it can have elsewhere. Now, it's not particularly convenient for all of us to get into big metal tubes in the sky and risk our OPSEC to be here. But I believe that the ingredients for something new are all here. Supercomputers in all of our pockets, and an optimistic enthusiasm to break from the financial exclusion of the Western world. We already have the best job training program for Bitcoin on the planet here, as well as a desire for something better, something logical in an increasingly illogical world. So I hope you'll join us. And my wish for you when you return home is that you have planted seeds of change in dozens of other people's heads, and that they will have left their mark on you. I'm really grateful to be here. It's been a year now working with Africans without being here. I'm really grateful that you all had the courage to come in at 9 o'clock to be here. But I'm mostly grateful that you're all here to invest in something that I care so deeply about. So my hope is that we are a room full of doers. And I believe that a room full of doers in the depths of a bear market here in Africa is a really nice place to start a movement. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep up with a round of applause. What a wonderful presentation. From all the slides, the one that ministered, or should I say, got to me was the magician part. I was like, yeah. My little magician self was connecting with that slide. Don't worry, I'll have a magic trick for everyone. So I just wanted to be sure. Are your slides ready? No slides for you. Oh, awesome. That's cool. So the next person we're bringing up on stage is a personal friend of mine. When we asked, I was asking who we've met in this conference. Someone I have also met, and someone I've also come to love. And I want you guys to love him also. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Lamar Wilson.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you all doing? My name is Lamar Wilson, and listen, I'm going to tell you what. Anybody who knows me knows I was beat red. I might not look it, but I was blushing so red on the front row. You just couldn't see it. It probably looked a little bit purple. No, but seriously, man, thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Lamar Wilson. I have been in Bitcoin for, almost 10 years. And the way I got into Bitcoin, I went out to California to go pitch this failed game platform I was building. And the VC said, have you heard of Bitcoin? And I said, Bitcoin? I was like, I thought he said big coin. Of course, I might have a bias, but I thought he said big. So I go outside with my business partner, and he's like, no, I think he said Bitcoin. And so we look at his phone, we see bitcoin.org, and we're like, that has nothing to do with our startup. Let's keep it moving. Well, a little bit later, I see the price goes up, and as everyone, and I said, wait, well, maybe Bitcoin is real. The price is high. It's the all-time high. It was like $200 or something crazy. And I was like, maybe it's something real. So I went back to bitcoin.org and downloaded the white paper. Now, I have a degree in finance, and I am a software developer by trade. And there is no greater marriage of those two disciplines than Bitcoin. But it wasn't that really got me intrigued. What got me really intrigued about Bitcoin is what I saw was freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom. So my talk today, what I'm going to say is that Bitcoin is the path to freedom, and it is the path to a real network, which is the human network. Because when I saw that freedom, what I realized that freedom was from an oppressive system. See, I'm an African American, right? And in my country, things have happened to us, and listen, I can't even compete with Africa, but things have happened to us that I understood and noticed that a lot of it came because of the financial system that we had. Things that we had, wealth that we were able to build was taken from us, even after Reconstruction. So in Reconstruction, what that means is after slavery, the slaves got together and were able to build things with nothing, from scratch. And those things they were able to build, guess what happened? They still got taken from them. Still got blown up. Still, if you've ever heard of the Tulsa massacres, right? So even if you go in my mind, I'm like, even if you go in and build from nothing and people didn't want to have access to you and didn't want to work with you, but you were able to still build wealth, you could still get it taken from you. So there had to be a better way. There had to be a better system. So when I saw Bitcoin, what I noticed is that I had the freedom not only to program my own money, to send my own money wherever I wanted to send it, hold my money, and no one could take it from me. No one could take my wealth. That freedom, right, is being seen so prevalent right now here in Africa. You don't understand how happy I am to be here. I have had great conversations with amazing people showing me how Bitcoin is providing more and more freedom to them in real time. In the United States, in the Western world, Bitcoin for a lot of people is just a way to diversify their portfolio. That's not interesting to me. Bitcoin's another line on a balance sheet. It's not that interesting to me because Bitcoin was made for freedom. The peer-to-peer currency that it was talking about. See, if anybody understands currency, I call currency the current that connects each and every one of us. Because we've all agreed that this thing is allowed to move from person to person to person to person to person. But the crazy thing about this currency is that nobody controls it. So if no one controls it, if no one can tell you what to do with it, then what does that do? It makes you move one more step towards freedom, towards independence, towards sovereignty. See, the most important network in Bitcoin is not necessarily the nodes that are set up, that are connected to one another. The most important network is you. It's me, Felix, a friend I met a very long time ago from Berlin. Adam, who just put my picture up on the screen. Right? Paul, the amazing magician. The reason why I have no slides is because I wanted to connect with the community of people and talk about the people here. Talk about who I have met here because this is the most important part. People from Ghana, from Cameroon, from the United States of America, from Kentucky. We're Kentucky Fried Chicken. We're all connected. Every last one of us are connected on this earth. And all Bitcoin is a tool to represent that connection. It is a tool that allows us to now have free trade amongst different countries without having to worry about sanctions. Many of these sanctions are put on countries, and individuals in the countries have done nothing to receive those sanctions. I had a buddy who was selling, y'all see I love flip-flops. He was selling shoes and sandals in Pakistan. You know how hard it would be for me to send money to Pakistan from the United States? Just me getting sandals would probably put me on some OFAC list. Am I right? You know how ridiculous that is? But this guy makes amazing sandals. So how would I get sandals from him without Bitcoin? We have to remember that everything that we are doing here, every single step along the way is really about us talking about a new tool for humanity. During the time of colonialism, things were kept away from certain people, right? Information. There was asymmetric information. What does that allow? Control. People who have the information control those that do not. Get the printing press, people can read books, helps out a lot. Communication. Same thing. Whenever you have asymmetric situations, the people that have more wind up controlling it. In this system, we know, I have heard every story about how governments here in Africa and our government in the United States, let's not get it twisted, are manipulating the money supply, much to the chagrin of the individuals who do the most to work for it. That in and of itself is a connector that lets all of us know that we all have the same types of hardships. We all are dealing with the same types of situations. They might be a little bit greater in some places, a little bit less, but we all can understand. And that understanding allows us to connect one to each other, and Bitcoin helps to solve some of those issues. But it doesn't solve all of our issues. Because what good is Bitcoin if we still hate each other? What good is Bitcoin if we can't get to the United States of Africa, as my man said yesterday? If you can't start to move Bitcoin from Ghana to the Congo, to South Africa. There was a brother I was talking to, I don't even see him here today, but he was talking about the United States of Africa, and he's really pushing for that because he says that the borders were completely created by colonialism. It's like Africa was a complete, entire continent of tribes, and somebody came in and put in false borders and had people start fighting with one another. What happens when the whole world gets rid of all borders and we are in a position where we can all be connected, not by political thoughts, but by the fact that we all can connect through Bitcoin? How many people in here feel like you're more free because you have Bitcoin? No, really raise your hand. I want to see. Anybody who's not raising their hand and has Bitcoin, you're not understanding Bitcoin's whole idea of freedom. Because that's what it is, you guys. Every Satoshi you buy moves you one more step towards freedom. But I have a question. You all know Harriet Tubman? You ever heard of Harriet Tubman? I know we're in Africa, so thank you. Harriet Tubman, she was an abolitionist. Her and Frederick Douglass are my biggest heroes. Harriet Tubman helped free a lot of slaves. The reason why they're my heroes is because imagine what it takes for a person who gets themselves to freedom to turn around and go try to get more people free. All of you have to start thinking like Harriet Tubman. The only way this Bitcoin adoption is going to work is that all of you feel free. That's why I told you to raise your hand. Everybody's like, I'm more free because of Bitcoin. But how many other people have you went to go get free? What type of person does it take to become free and care enough about the people on the left and on the right of them to help them also become more free? That's what this is about. That's what my talk is about. We have got to continue to spread Bitcoin. We have got to show people how Bitcoin makes them more free. All of us together are responsible for that message. Because if you really love your friends and your family and you have something good and you do not tell them about it, is that love? Now, I understand that Thanksgiving in the United States, I don't know what's the equivalent here, people going to give you crap. They're going, I don't know about this Bitcoin stuff. This is so stupid. Your Uncle Earl's going to come in. He's going to tell you he got some dog coin or something. But you have to fight through all of that because we have to teach people about the freedom that Bitcoin builds, not the speculative nature, not the up and down, not the balance sheet inquiry, right? Or entry, I should say. We have to teach them about the freedom. And so all of us in here, this human network that we have created with Bitcoin, all of us in here have a responsibility to help get more people free. The thing I love about Africa is that you guys have embraced Bitcoin from a tangible nature because it actually solves problems. And whenever I say this stuff all the time, but nobody listens to me because they have not been here. I talk to, what's Heritage? Is Heritage here? My man Heritage. Heritage is Black Bitcoin Billionaire. He's a member. I met him almost 2 years ago. Heritage has been telling me about the issues in Africa. I try to tell other people about it. They don't listen. They don't realize that this is real. For you all here, Bitcoin is real. For people other places, Bitcoin is just some plaything or just a way for them to make a little bit more fiat, cash out, and get a yacht or a Lamborghini. Bitcoin is about complete, utter freedom. And the only way that we can all be free is that we all have to start moving toward a place of hyper-Bitcoinization outside of these tyrannical governments that basically create money to hold the people down. Martin Luther King said it. I don't know. It's attributed to Martin Luther King. I've heard Maya Angelou say it, and she said this: no one is free until we're all free. We got a lot of work to do. We all have a lot of work to do. We're not really free until everyone's free. And the moment we get to a system like Bitcoin that allows equal access, right, equal opportunity, Out of the box. It's just out of the box. You can make your own node, make your own wallet. I built a wallet in the hood. We didn't have books or anything. No books on how to build the wallet. I love Chain Code, and I want to work with Chain Code to try to bring some of that kind of education to the hood. We didn't have any of that. There were no books. The people who wrote the books, I met those people before they wrote the books. We didn't have anything about it. I was reading freaking academic papers trying to figure out what cryptography was. Right? Because nobody is going to bring the information to the places that you are in except for you. Because nobody's intentional about the people around you except you. You know who you love. You know who you want to be free. So whose responsibility is it to tell those people? How many people talk to their family about Bitcoin? How many of your family members talk crazy to you back about Bitcoin? But that doesn't mean to stop. Because the same anti-fragility that we have in the Bitcoin network is the same anti-fragility we have in the human network. Every time Miles talks to somebody and they don't get it, here comes my man Paul. He's like, well, Miles didn't do it right. Let me come and tell him. And then when Adam says it, or when LeJean says it, every single one of us continues to keep hitting the node with that information, and until one point they understand how this is going to change their life. And not only their lives, because once we all become free, just like with education, just like with communication, just like with information, you see what happens to the world at that point. The moment we have access, the moment everyone has the same access, equal access, things begin to move. Places begin to change. People like Chain Code come around and get people jobs that are going to change their lives forever. This is not just about money. This is about humanity. No one is free. No one is free. I got 33 seconds until we're all free. Let me say it one more time. No one is free until we're all free. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Lamar. Thank you, Mark.
One more round of applause. That was amazing. Oh my gosh, it was so good. So we have another keynote speaker coming up right now, and I want to call up on stage Alex Gladstein. Let's give him another round of applause.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I have some images that I want to show you today. I recently published an essay about the World Bank and the IMF, and I know there's a very long history in this country, in Ghana, of loans that were given by these two institutions, and I think there's kind of a deeper story here. So I'm going to work through some images, but before I do that, I wanted just to tell a little story about something that you can actually see as a result of the World Bank and IMF policy from outer space. When you look at your country, when you look at Ghana, you see an enormous lake, right? You see Lake Volta. It's the largest man-made lake in the world. And it was created by the Aksumbo Dam in the 1960s. And obviously, I think the popular conception of this project was that it was like a very exciting project for the independent nation of Ghana after colonialism, and that the president, Nkrumah, he loved this project. It was a project of national pride, right? But when you actually dig into what happened around the dam, you start to learn some kind of worrying things. What I learned when I was doing research about the dam and the lake is that, first of all, the dam was not built for the people of Ghana. It was paid for by the people of Ghana. They paid back the loan plus the interest over time. So, the World Bank made money off your country for this loan. And the dam was built to finance an American aluminum smelter, basically. So for the first 2 decades of its operation, the dam was creating aluminum ingots to be sold on the international market. There's a mineral called bauxite, which your country has quite a bit of, and that's how you kind of make aluminum, is with bauxite. The thing is, the operation wasn't using local bauxite, it wasn't employing local people, and it wasn't creating local activity in the economy. The bauxite was coming from Jamaica. So foreigners were importing bauxite from a different country and then turning it into aluminum here with basically free to extremely cheap electricity from this dam, and then they were selling it to the international markets. And the whole thing was paid for by the Ghanaian taxpayer. It wasn't until the 1980s that when Jerry Rawlings nationalized the project that you actually started seeing people locally getting benefit from the dam. And there was an enormous amount of collateral damage. 80,000 people were displaced, and 150,000 people contracted river blindness and other kinds of parasites from the lake that was an artificial lake, and new things happened that were unpredictable. So there was like a lot of human kind of toll from this project that doesn't really go spoken about. Again, the project is considered something of national pride today, but the story is much more deep than that. And I thought that the story of Lake Volta is extremely kind of symbolic of what the World Bank and IMF do. These are the most important financial institutions in the global economy. The IMF is the international lender of last resort. When countries run out of money, they go to the IMF for a bailout, right? The World Bank's the largest development bank. Just to give you an idea of their size, the IMF has a lending capacity of $1 trillion, and the World Bank has about $350 million or so of loans that are scattered around the world in more than 150 countries. These are enormously important institutions. And the point of this image that I'm showing you now is that they're popularly perceived in the West, like in my country, as assistance institutions. Like people think of them as like a help, right? I think that people here probably know they're not helping, but that's not something that Americans know too much about. So we have this like perception that when the American taxpayer or the British taxpayer or the Japanese taxpayer, when their government gives money to the IMF or World Bank, when they are creditors, when they deposit money at the World Bank or IMF, I think we have this general idea that this is to help, this is to develop, this is to aid. But in reality, that's not really what's happening. What's happening is that the money goes in and then it comes back. One other thing that's really important to note about projects like the Exombo Dam is that even though the Ghanaian taxpayer ends up paying for the whole thing, the company that builds the project and gets paid by the loan is a Western company, not a Ghanaian company. So basically, when you have World Bank and IMF funded projects historically, there would essentially be something called a double loan. So, the West makes the loan, but out of one hand, and then on the other hand, they pay themselves back because the Western company gets all the money to make the dam. Now, you can argue that this is good if it's a project that's immediately deriving benefit to the local society. But in the case of a lot of projects like the dam, they weren't. They were benefiting Western countries who were coming in and basically taking resources out for international markets. So there's a long history of this, and this is a short keynote. So I wanted to just focus on a couple big sort of data points. So first of all, let's see, just bear with me a second here. Yeah, okay, so this one is kind of a big picture. So this is the change in external debt in all developing countries from 1980 to, around 2012 is this particular data set. And what you can see here is obviously an exponential increase in debt, right? So the World Bank and IMF claim to be helping countries. Again, the IMF is supposed to be bailing out a country if it cannot meet its balance of payments. If it cannot import what it needs to import, then the World Bank would, or rather the IMF would lend it money to help, right? That's the idea. The World Bank is supposed to be developing agricultural and industrial projects to help advance a country. So they're supposed to be making countries more productive and prosperous. But what's actually been happening is that they fall deeper and deeper and deeper into debt bondage. What you have historically is a lot of countries like Ghana end up spending when the country sits down to pay its bill at the end of the year, let's say. You end up having a lot of countries that have to spend 40 to 50% of the national income of the country on paying debt back. Okay, that's what you end up seeing happen here. So this next image I think is really important. It's actually from an older book 30, 40 years ago, but it's very helpful because it shows you what actually happens with like a traditional, like a World Bank loan. Now, these loans last a really, really long time. IMF loans are very short and very high interest. They're usually 2 to 3 years historically, but World Bank loans are like kind of meant to be multi-decade. And they often get rescheduled and rescheduled and rescheduled. So this is sort of like a typical World Bank loan that might have been issued in the 1960s, 70s, or 80s, right? The most important line here is the black line. That's the net capital flow. So as you can see, for the first 10 years or so, there's these countries that are borrowing are in the black. Like they're gaining money. They're receiving a disbursement from the World Bank. They're like positive cash flow. But then as you start to go past 10 years, it starts to go the other way, and then 20, 30 years later, it's deeply, deeply, deeply negative. So this is what happens when you have a long-term debt that has, a sizable interest rate. Like, people often forget in development economics the very simple thing that every credit card holder knows. Like if you borrow, you have to pay back more than what you borrowed to the creditor. But if for some reason in development economics, people forget this. This is a super, super important concept. The other problem, for me as a human rights advocate when I'm looking at these institutions is that they have a predilection or affinity for working with dictators. Because the policies that they impose are not popular with people, they prefer to work with undemocratic, unaccountable leaders. If you're a democracy and the IMF comes to impose structural adjustment, which means they give your country a loan that requires the country to reduce consumption in favor of exports, what this literally means is things like currency devaluation, raising taxes, shrinking bank credit, reducing any sort of subsidy on food or energy, putting a ceiling on wages. I mean, it's basically making life miserable for lower and middle class people. And people know that. They're not stupid. Like, people know that these programs are going to be harsh. That's why they're called austerity programs. So they prefer to work with leaders that are undemocratic. So this is Mobutu from Zaire, of course, really famous dictator who ruled for 32 years. Now, I have this picture because Richard Nixon said something very interesting. He said once that, people shouldn't misunderstand aid. He said aid is not to help others. Aid is to help ourselves. This is something he actually said. I think it's interesting to contextualize that with this image of him sitting down with Mobutu in Washington. I mean, the World Bank and IMF gave Mobutu billions of dollars. He would take 20% off the top. The rest he would give to his cronies. Very, very little went to actually help the people of his country. And then guess who has to pay back the loans? Of course, the people, not him. So by the time he left office or was ousted in the 90s, he was worth about $5 billion personally, and there had been about $12 billion of capital flight from his country, Swiss bank accounts, castles in France, whatever. So if you actually added up the capital flight plus his net worth, it would have totally balanced out the country's debt. The country would have had no debt. So basically, he stole all that money, and he left the bill with the taxpayers. And this is just such a typical thing that dictators would do. Here in West Africa, there's a lot of examples of the World Bank and IMF working with dictators. Some of you know that I wrote quite a bit about the CIFA zone, and I talked a lot about how, the French in particular have been oppressing the CIFA zone countries through the colonial franc. This is the former leader of Burkina Faso, Compaoré, and he's having a nice little moment with Dominique Strauss-Kahn, the former head of the IMF. So what's really important is that the previous leader of Burkina Faso was Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara was certainly not perfect. I'm not going to defend his record, but the point is that Sankara went to Ethiopia in the late 80s and made a speech where he said that he wasn't going to accept any structural adjustment loans and that his country would not be undergoing those programs. And he gave a big speech about why countries like his shouldn't have to pay back the debt that they incurred under colonialism because they didn't actually take the loan out. So regardless of what you think about Sankara, I thought that the speech was very powerful and important. 3 or 4 months later, he was assassinated by this guy, Compaoré. This is not a conspiracy. He's actually been indicted for this. There's all kinds of trials that happened, and he apologized to the people of Burkina Faso. So he actually killed Sankara. And Sankara didn't want to take any money from these institutions, but he was replaced by this guy who ended up taking billions of dollars from the IMF and World Bank. So we don't have to have any conspiracy theories. We just have to look at outcomes. So sometimes there's not people in a room getting together to say, look, we're going to screw over poor countries. That's not how it works. But the outcome is the outcome, and we have to just be aware of that. Like, the outcome is that leaders who took a lot of money from the World Bank and IMF tended to last longer and tended to do better than leaders that resisted the system. There's also the matter of what I would call resource drain. So again, I don't think there were people getting together in the 1960s and saying, hey, let's use the IMF and World Bank to steal resources from the developing world. I don't think that that's what happened. But it really doesn't matter what their objective was, because the outcome is the same as if they had done that, right? So what you're looking at here is net resource transfers from the global south to the global north. Something very interesting happened in 1982. That flow went permanently negative. So in the 60s and 70s, you had a lot of loans going to the global south from the north. You had investments, you had lots of flow going. And this is what people believe to be a natural thing. A lot of money going from the north to the south, right? But as we know, as we covered, those loans were not gifts, and interest has to be paid back, and that interest is very expensive. And that's one of the reasons why you have this permanent flow going the other way. So ever since 1982, poor countries have subsidized the way of life of people in rich countries to the tune today of trillions of dollars. So this is like, so let's say in 2013, 14, what you're seeing there is that, let's say that in an average year, $1 trillion goes from the north to the south, like aid, investment, income, remittances, everything. In a year like that, which is actually the number for 2012, it was about 1.2 trillion. 3.3 trillion comes out, okay? So this is like what used to be accomplished literally with like gunships and slavery was resource drain. That's been replaced with debt. So there's less obvious violence, but they use debt. This is just the reality. I mean, I think all of us in this room could interpret this chart in a lot of different ways, but it is sort of what it is. And this is hidden from, by the way, this is hidden from students in my country. No one knows this. I'm like a pretty reasonably informed person who took a lot of classes in higher academia. I never knew this until recently. This was never something that was told to us. Very few Americans actually know this. And this is another way of looking at the drain. So this is a different kind of chart. But as you can see, it's not something that like happened a long time ago. It's, oh, it happened in the 70s. No, it's actually gotten way worse. There's a famous website called whatthefuckhappenedin1971.com, and this is a symptom of the fiat global system. The amount of drain coming from the south has been exacerbated by the fiat system, in my opinion. And yet, this is what the World Bank and IMF headquarters looks like. They're telling you that they're trying to end poverty, but in reality, that's not really what they're doing. So look, I don't have a solution to this. There's no short-term solution, okay? But it's important that we reflect on this and have discussions around it, because it's not really discussed much anymore. It was very popular for people to talk about the World Bank and IMF in the 90s, but that conversation kind of died out, and I just don't think that's sort of appropriate. One of the reasons it died out is because the countries that get screwed over have no voice. So this is the population versus IMF voting rights. As you can see, countries like, they're not on this one, but like Britain, for example, has more votes at both institutions than India. Even though India both has, obviously, way more people, 20 times more people, and a bigger economy. So you have the voting rights in these institutions stuck in the post-World War II kind of frame, and yet, the people are growing and growing and growing in other places. I mean, if you add up little countries, like, well, comparatively little countries, Switzerland, for example, has more votes at these institutions than the populations of Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and Indonesia combined. I mean, that's the kind of like inequality kind of we're looking at today. And when it comes to this country in Ghana, the one thing about the IMF is they're not very transparent when it comes to what actually goes on behind the scenes, like the meetings, things like that. But they do tell you how much money they gave. So you can go back and look. So currently Ghana, as you all know, is having a crisis. And the currency is the fourth worst performing currency in the world. It's lost almost 60% of its value since January. So as they always do, the IMF comes in with a bailout. This is going to be the 17th structural adjustment for Ghana. So every time that happens, again, basically the economy is forced to shrink to create more exports so the government can buy more things abroad and attempt to address their balance of payments crisis. But what ends up happening again is that like people suffer from like really rigid policies that of course have never been imposed on European countries or America. The IMF has never imposed austerity on the United States, which is the largest debtor country in the world, or on any European country. It's all double standards. I mean, I'm kind of a free market guy. I love capitalism. The problem is this isn't capitalism. This is a rigged game where rich countries use protectionist measures on their agriculture and on their industries that are considered essentially, these are socialist or centrally planned features. Like when the US government protects its steel industry, this is not capitalism. This is like a coercion which protects it. And yet when they go to these poorer countries, they're not allowed to do the same thing. So a classic example would be Britain. Britain gives away free healthcare to its people, correct? Well, when it went to Sri Lanka in the 70s, Sri Lanka was giving free rice to its people. Now, was that a good economic decision? I'm not sure. But what's for sure is that when you have free rice, then all of a sudden you have really expensive rice, people starve. And I just think it's like very much a double standard. And that's really at the heart of a lot of this stuff when you look at the bank and the fund. So to kind of get to a conclusion, it's a grim subject. It really deserves a lot of reflection. And again, there's never going to be any accountability. The long list of dictators who stole money will never be accountable, and the people always have to pay the debt back. The people have to pay the debt back. There's a concept that my country invented called odious debt. More than 100 years ago, my country fought Spain in Cuba, and we defeated the Spanish Empire. And an American court said that the Cuban people wouldn't have to pay back the loan to Spain because the Spanish had subjugated them. So this is called odious debt, and this is a really important legal precedent, and I actually think it's very moral. I don't think people should have to pay debt back that their dictators borrowed, right? But the IMF and World Bank have never used this legal precedent. So there's no such thing as debt forgiveness in a true sense over the years, and that's why you saw those charts going up and up and up and up. The thing is that's very interesting. When you look at, this is like the latest data on ownership of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency worldwide, the countries that have gotten like sort of most structurally adjusted are the ones with the highest percentage of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency usage because people are fighting back. You look at Thailand, Nigeria, the Philippines, South Africa, Turkey, Argentina. I mean, those are the top 5 countries in the world according to this data set. I mean, those are some of the countries in the world that have the highest, number one, highest amount of structural adjustments, but also highest percentage of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin usage. I just think that's very, very interesting. In general, like, how do you get out of this system, right? How do you get out of the fact that the debt percentage of GDP of developing economies is skyrocketing since 1971? The only way to get out is to change the paradigm. Debt is kind of like a drug. So the drug dealer is the IMF or World Bank, and debt is the drug, and dictators and different kinds of governments in the developing world are addicts because they're addicted. There's nothing they can do. It's very hard to go to rehab when the whole system is encouraging you to buy more and more drugs, right? It's very, very, very hard. You need like therapy. You need like an intervention. So currently the system is set up in a way where no party is willing to stop taking the debt. It doesn't make any sense. Like if you're a dictator, an unaccountable leader, why would you stop taking the money? It's like free money for you and you don't have to pay it back. The only possible way this can change is with a paradigm shift. And, we don't know what's going to happen with Bitcoin, but if it continues to spread and grow, we could be looking at a world where this structural adjustment thing might just not be possible. Like the only reason it's possible is because of something called an IMF put. So private companies know that the money they loan to poor countries, they'll always get their money back because the IMF will always do a bailout. This has been the case ever since the 1960s. The biggest IMF loans have happened most recently. The largest one was $57 billion to Argentina just a couple years ago. And what the international private markets know is that when they invest in a country, they're always going to get bailed out. So they continue to lend, even if it's not economically savvy, right? So if you don't have a money printer with the world reserve currency like you do today, if we're on a Bitcoin standard, then these loans are going to have to be a lot more careful. Like all of a sudden, these institutions are going to start losing money. Like these countries are going to start defaulting and maybe shifting over to something like a Bitcoin standard. At that point, they're going to have to actually change the way they do things. Maybe they'll do co-investment. Maybe they'll focus more on equity. I don't really know. But they won't be able to like infinitely bail out countries which have no possible way of paying back the debt. That's how the IMF and World Bank have made the impossible possible. They've made it so poor countries have so much debt they could never pay it back. I mean, that's some real magic. And I just think, just to conclude, what we're all here doing is focusing on sort of micro stuff, and that's so important. Like, honestly, right now, I think the most important thing is that you just educate other people about Bitcoin, how to use it, how to incorporate it into their lives, businesses, movements, and just focus on helping people be their own bank and be sovereign. But the meta impact of that could be pretty large. I mean, we could be talking about maybe in 10, 20 years coming back here to Ghana, and maybe this continent is running on one currency, and maybe that really disrupts this whole thing. I mean, the last thing I'll say is just, this whole thing is possible because of currency segregation, right? You have some countries that can print money and do paperwork to buy things, and you have other countries that can't. That's the simple way of the world. So my country can do paperwork to buy whatever it wants. Ghana can't. To get tractors or fertilizer or whatever it needs for its economy, Ghana has to sell exports to get hard currency then to buy that stuff. So that changes your society in a particular way. My society doesn't have to do that, and that changes my society in a particular way. But if in the future everybody's on the same currency, we don't have that inequity. It doesn't mean that people will loan or invest in Ghana just as much as Georgia or Texas, but it means that there's like a base level corruption that is removed from the system. And I really, really think that'll make the world a better place. So I want to thank you all for being here and believing in this movement. There's really very little else out there to be optimistic about when you look at it from this point of view. But when you understand what Bitcoin is and what Lamar was just saying up here, it's pretty exciting. I mean, we really have a chance to strike back against the system where there was really no other option for many, many, many decades. I mean, look, you either agreed with the World Bank and IMF policies and complied and allowed your resources to be harvested by foreign corporations, or you supported a socialist dictator who wasn't any better. I mean, there was no real third way, and that continues to be the case today. So maybe in the future, things can be different, and that alone is worth fighting for. So I really appreciate your time today. Thank you for being here at the Africa Bitcoin Conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Alex. Thank you. We're moving on rapidly into the other session. We have a fireside chat while the stage is being set. I saw Ibrahim. Ibrahim, where are you? Yes, Ibrahim is over here. Ibrahim, you have 1 minute. Ibrahim was one of the people I met in this conference, and he spoke to me about what he's doing in his country, Somalia. Ibrahim, you have 1 minute to share your story now.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim from Somalia. I'm happy to be here. As we all know, I am the CTO of a company that deals with, that basically offers a brokerage in Bitcoin. And we have the country has 75%, 60% or 75% of the population is under the age of 30. And as we all know, Somalia is under high risk zone. As Alex was saying, so 15 million people who have no idea why we are in the high risk zone. We want to do business with the world, and there is no way to move money in and out of Somalia. So Somalia is a dollarized economy where everything is dollar, and we have one of the cheapest internet. We have free mobile money, and yet we cannot do business with the world. So what we did is we did a business where we help our users use Bitcoin to transfer money in and out of the country. So we have huge hawalas, mobile money transfers. So what we do is they want money from West Africa or South Africa or China. So we have other correspondents there who basically take our Bitcoin and then make the money, transfer the money to that account. So for us, we believe Bitcoin is survival, and we are surviving because of Bitcoin in Somalia. Otherwise, we would not be able to do business smoothly, and we are helping businesses actually move a large amount of money. And other than that, I'm really glad to be here. I've enjoyed, I've learned so much, and I see everyone is basically in Bitcoin from different perspectives, and that is what I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, without more further talk, I'd like to invite on stage for their fireside chats, Mari Berry and Leopoldo Lopez. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them.
Thank you so much, Paul, Mary. It's been such a pleasure to be part of this conference for the past few days, and I'm really happy to have a chance to sit up here with an incredible person, Leopoldo Lopez. Let me just introduce myself briefly. My name is Marie Berry. I'm a professor and a researcher. My research focus is on social movements, and I direct a Center for International Security and Diplomacy at the University of Denver with a strong focus on advancing research on prosperity, security, and social justice. And so a lot of the work that I do and that my researchers do and my team of other scholars and postdocs and students are doing is really thinking at the intersection of how we actually support movements for social change, what types of research is needed to really support the work that activists are doing at the front lines. And so it's just a privilege to be able to be here today with Leopoldo. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So I want to get us started actually by asking you, Leopoldo, to tell us a bit about your journey to this point. You have an incredibly prominent and difficult career as a politician in Venezuela, and I'd love to hear about those early days and what really kind of got you invested and interested in the work that you were doing.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the conference, to Farida, and to all of you for this. It's been very exciting to share with a lot of the people who are doing things to change the world. And the way to change the world is to do it from the bottom up, and that's what's happening here. So to tell very briefly my story, I am from Venezuela. I was born in the 1970s during a time when Venezuela was the most prosperous economy in Latin America, and it was a very strong democracy. Unfortunately, things changed for us. In my case, I had the opportunity to go abroad to study in the United States. I came back to Venezuela. I worked in the National Oil Company at the Office for Strategic Planning, and then I decided to run for office. This is when Chavez came to power in the end of the 1990s. I resigned from that job, ran for office, and lost. And then we started a movement to change politics in Venezuela. So I ran for the mayorship of the city of Caracas, and in the year 2000 I won. I was 27 by the time, and we had a very young, committed group of people that we wanted to change our municipality, and we actually did. We did many things when I was mayor. We built schools, we built healthcare centers, we changed the landscape, we changed the taxing format of the municipality, and it became a showcase of the things that could happen in the city. So in the year 2008, I was running for governorship of Caracas, and I was disqualified because we were going to win. No reasons to be disqualified, just because of political reasons. So at that time, I decided to put together a civil resistance, nonviolent movement all over Venezuela. And I went around all over my country talking to young people, talking to community leaders, talking to union leaders to put together a movement that will confront the dictatorship. So making a long story short, of course, in the year 2014, we called for street protest against the dictator Nicolás Maduro. It was the first time that we were calling to people to the streets to present the dictator as a problem of the real suffering of the Venezuelan people. Up until that point, the Venezuelan people didn't think of what was happening in our country as a dictatorship, much less the international community. It was a bad democracy, a weak democracy, competitive autocracy, like many names given to what was happening, but it was not clear that we were living a dictatorship. So we called for the streets, and tens of thousands of people came out to the streets. The 12th of February, there was a young person, Basil da Costa, 20 years old, that was killed right next to me, and they charged the violence that was happening there, that was promoted by the regime, on us, the people that were organizing the protest. So that day, a warrant for my arrest came out. I went into hiding for some days, and then I took the decision to present myself voluntarily, because the spirit of nonviolence is to show the scars of the system in order for people to be ready to change the system. And these are not my words. This is Martin Luther King talking from the prison of Birmingham in the 1960s. So showing the scars of the system was to present to the Venezuelan people and to the world that they were political prisoners and that they were willing to repress and to take people to prison. So in February 18th of 2014, I presented myself voluntarily. Tens of thousands of people were in the streets, everybody wearing white, everybody very committed to nonviolence, and I was taken to prison. So I spent the next 4 years in a military prison in solitary confinement, and I was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
Leopoldo, can you tell us, I mean, that sounds, I heard you tell us about this yesterday in the panel you were on, and 4 years in solitary confinement. I mean, can you walk us through that a little bit? What was that like for you? How did that change you, and how did that kind of shape the work that you're doing today?
Well, I think that prison can either make you stronger or can make you weaker. And in our political party, we had like 500 people that went to prison. Many of my very close friends also went to prison. And I have seen kind of the human spectrum of how people can be affected. And I saw a lot of people becoming stronger. But I also saw how other people broke. I also saw how other people decided not to continue to fight for freedom. So prison is very difficult. But I had the opportunity to prepare myself because there was a warrant for my arrest 6 months before I was taken to prison. And that took me to read the experiences of people that had gone to prison. So I read a lot about Mandela, Long Walk to Freedom, incredible book, incredible journey, incredible story. I read about Martin Luther King, about Gandhi, about the Venezuelan political prisoners, about a Catholic priest that was taken to prison in Vietnam by the communists. And all of their stories were very different, but all of them had something that was always present. If you're in prison, and particularly in solitary confinement, which is a condition that most political prisoners go to, you need to have a routine. So the key was to have a routine. So I thought a lot about this, and the night, I remember this night, kind of minute by minute, that I was taken to prison, when the locks were shut, when the lights were shut, when I was there after being, for months with hundreds of people in the streets, organizing people, protesting against the dictatorship. That all ended, and then I was in a cell by myself, thinking about this new reality that I was facing. And I knew that the entire realm of my fight was in my head. And it was the capacity to keep myself aligned with the purpose of fighting for freedom. So I started thinking about that routine, and I decided that I was going to do 3 things. Very simple. I was going to pray every day. I'm a Catholic, but like many Catholics, get baptized, we do First Communion, and you have that, but not very devoted to the day-to-day religion issues. But I had that in my background, so I knew that this was something that would give me a lot of strength. So I would do that. I would pray every day. Second, I would try to exercise my mind, reading, writing, drawing, trying to do something to exercise my mind. And I would do physical exercise. So I would do those 3 things with sport and discipline every single day while I was in solitary confinement. And for me, what was key was never to think about the day that I was going to be freed, because that can be your real prison in terms of time. So you are prison in terms of space, but you can be also in prison in terms of time if you think that the next week or the next month you're going to be freed. And if the next week and the next month comes and you're still in prison, that takes you to a situation of being depressed.
So I want to hear about how you ultimately got out of prison and are with us today, but I'm wondering if you can paint us a picture a little bit about what was happening for Venezuelans during that period of time.
Well,
there was a lot of shifts, right, between early movements in 2014 and then throughout the duration. As I said before,
Venezuela was the most prosperous economy, and it was a very strong democracy in terms of Latin American standards. Of course, with a lot of problems, with a lot of inequality, with a lot of poverty, with a lot of dysfunctional institutions. But it was a democracy, much better than the rest of Latin America. Unfortunately, the killing of the democracy in Venezuela, as is happening in many other places, it didn't happen from one day to another. I mean, it wasn't the traditional coup d'etat where, the military take the presidential palace and you see people with guns in the streets and then things change from one day to another. No, that's not the way it happened in Venezuela. It happened in a in a period of time where Chavez was voted in. He had support of the people, but then immediately all of the institutional framework was abolished. It became more and more autocratic. They first went against the free press, then they went against the union leaders, then they went against the business community, then they went against the students, then they went against the politicians, and then when it was too late, it was already a dictatorship. So the consequences for the Venezuelan people were not only political. Unfortunately, that took us from being a prosperous country to becoming the poorest country in the region. So today, Venezuela, in terms of poverty, GDP per capita, humanitarian situation, it's only comparable to Haiti in the continent. So we went from being the most prosperous country to being the poorest country in a period of 20 years, having the largest reserves of oil in the planet. So Venezuela is a country that lives with a great potential of prosperity because of our natural resources, but because of mismanagement, as has happened here in Africa in many countries, it hasn't happened. So the country now is the country in the planet that has the highest level of migrants in the world. So Venezuela today has a migrant crisis that is above Ukraine, above Syria, without having a war. Unlike Ukraine, unlike Syria, where there is a war, in Venezuela, it was the war of the people in power against the people. It was a war of controlling the economy, destroying the economy, to a level where 2 years ago we had 25,000% of inflation. So that completely crumbled the national currency, and now the economy is dollarized, but we are living a humanitarian crisis where the Venezuelan people either have the choice of staying and remaining poor or looking to go outside our country and finding opportunities.
Yeah, I teach a class every year on gender, security, and human rights. And every year I update. I have a whole unit on refugee and migration flows. And every year I update it with kind of the new, the new lists. How many people are outside of their country of origin or of nationality. And it was jaw-dropping when I saw Venezuela actually surge to the top of that list. Because, again, most of the countries on that list are ones that have experienced active political conflict and crisis. Ukraine, Syria, and so forth. And yet Venezuela, I believe, has about 7 million refugees.
7.1 officially,
go.
But that number should, I'm sure it's 7.5, 8 million.
Without a war, which is incredible and very worrisome. And we know that food insecurity and inflation is really directly affecting so many people's lives in the country. I'm wondering if you could kind of place Venezuela into a broader global context right now, where we see this really, really repressive, authoritarian state, and the reverberations of that for ordinary Venezuelans. And of course, Venezuela is not the only country in the world, right, that is experiencing such kind of a swing to a decline of democracy.
Yeah, so as I was telling you, I spent 4 years in a military prison. Then they sent me to house arrest. Then I called for protest while being in house arrest. They sent me back to military prison. Then they sent me back to house arrest. In the year 2019, I was able to escape house arrest. And I spent the next year and a half at the Spanish embassy. And then I left Venezuela 2 years ago, and I started a different approach to the fight for freedom, because it became very clear to me that the struggle that we are facing in Venezuela is not just against Maduro. It's against a network of autocrats that have decided to promote and to sustain autocratic regimes all over the world. So for Venezuelans, it's very, very clear that the stronghold that Maduro has today on power is because of the support he has from China, from Russia, from Iran, from Belarus, from Cuba. And it's very, very clear to the regular Venezuelan citizen to talk about this, because they've seen the way in which the China, Russia, Iran, they condition different areas of the state in Venezuela. It's either energy or finance or military or social control, but it's all linked to this international autocratic network. So I came out of Venezuela and started talking to my colleagues from Cuba and Nicaragua, that surprisingly, we're fighting the same fight, exactly the same. And we all know that if Cuba falls, Venezuela will be next, and Nicaragua will be next. We all have this idea very clearly but we were completely disjointed. We were completely separated from each other. So we started talking to each other, and then I had the opportunity, because of the Oslo Freedom Forum and other forums, to meet other freedom fighters from Asia, from Africa, and it became very clear that it was the same struggle. So over the past year and a half, I've been meeting people from all over the world, talking about our struggle for freedom in our own countries. And what really struck me is that it was the same story. Right. I hear the story from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America, from Eastern Europe, of how people confront power, how they go to prison, how they face the attacks on their family, on their movements, how they become targets of smear campaigns, how they become completely isolated from the financial system, and on and on and on. So it's the same story. So we decided, a group of freedom fighters and pro-democracy leaders from different parts of the world, to take on the challenge to build our own network of pro-democracy, pro-freedom movements. So that's what that's one of the things that I've been doing over the past year and a half, is to organize and to work with other people from Africa, from Latin America, Eastern Europe. And that's what brings me here. I mean, it's not just Bitcoin. It's talking to people who love freedom, people who want to fight for freedom, people who want to promote freedom in many different ways. So this is a global struggle. And it's very clear that the autocrats are working together. And now, for us, it's a challenge to bring together pro-democracy, pro-freedom movements to work together as well.
Exactly. Yeah, it is a global struggle. Freedom House, which documents the state of democracy in the world, has now measured a decline in democracy for each of the past 15 years, right? So this is an alarming trend, and the research and the scholarship is very, very convinced that there's no end in sight to this sort of democratic backsliding. And so I think what you're talking about in terms of corralling a counterforce, a counterweight to that of the autocratic bloc, is something that's incredibly powerful and important. My question is, how do we do this? How do we actually organize this counterweight, and what do we need for that fight?
Well, the first thing that we need is the will to fight. So I met an Iranian leader recently, and he was the world champ of wrestling. And he said something that struck very close to the attitude that we need to have. He said, I've been to many matches, and I've been many times to the wrestling mat, and I have won and I have lost. But what I can tell you is that I've never gone to the wrestling mat thinking that I was going to lose. I always went to the wrestling mat wanting to win. So that's the first thing, is wanting freedom. I mean, the most important thing is to have the attitude, to have the commitment that this is something worth doing. Because the conversation sometimes is very negative, as it is around Bitcoin, and we can talk about that, around democracy. So many times you hear what you just said, there is a democratic backsliding, there is a regression in democracy, autocrats are winning, the bad guys are winning, all of this negative framework of the problem. And we need to not talk as victims, but yes, we have been victims. My human rights have been violated, like many of my fellow citizens. I have been, and this is a case that we presented in the UNs, tortured by my regime. So I could sit here and talk about what we went through as victims, but that's not the conversation that we need to promote. We need to promote the conversation and the attitude of those who want to actually win the fight for freedom. So if you allow me, I have a video that is only two minutes. So Derek, if we can put the video, it's only 2 minutes, and this is a video about the World Liberty Congress, which is an initiative that we are putting together that started 3 weeks ago in Lithuania. We gathered 180 leaders from 44 countries with a commitment to bring ourselves together to promote freedom with very concrete, action-oriented initiatives. So I don't know if we have the video. There we go.
All over the world, there has been struggles for freedom. Massive protests. Tens of thousands of people. Today, we want that fight to be the fight of all.
Freedom fighters from every quarter of the world are now gathering in the capital of Lithuania.
The World Liberty Congress is about bringing together like-minded people that are very different, but we have the heart and our commitment in one word: freedom.
Tyrants are afraid of us. That's why they put us in prison or put us in exile. And we know for certain that together we are stronger.
It's very important to understand that violation of human rights anywhere is violation of human rights everywhere.
We are very happy to be here today to say never give up.
Let's fight for the people and especially the women in our region.
We have to destroy this friendship between dictatorship.
And that's why we are here. This is your conference and this is your Congress. The World Liberty Congress is all about you.
All these things will be useful in the years to come as we fight really what's a common enemy, which is the autocracies who've learned to work together, who share tools, who share information, who share tactics, and now we need to share things to fight back against them.
And now, having here activists from more than 40 countries, we are sending our message loud and clear to every dictator on the planet. Our time has come.
Never give up.
Unity will become a very important factor that will make us win.
We, the freedom fighters, are more united than dictators.
We need to have the attitude of those who have the eye of the tiger for freedom.
Dictators are fighting for power, but we are fighting for freedom, dignity, and democracy.
We are
fighters
for freedom.
Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom. Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
You know, I want to shout out to Lamar because you ended your presentation this morning, your keynote, with this really strong call that nobody is free until everybody is free. I am not free until everyone is free, right? And this recognition of the interconnectedness of our struggles, I think, is really powerful in what you're doing. And I want to connect it, right, to the conversations we've been having in this conference about Bitcoin. You and I have talked about how the same underlying structures that are fostering democratic decline and a rise in authoritarianism are very much linked to the same financial systems that have created kind of the reliance on a particular type of financial system and markets in the fiat, right? What I want to know is how we can use kind of the conversations in this room and that we've been having over the past 2.5 days to support this work of building a coalition of people standing on the side of freedom.
So yesterday we were talking about, where is the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency adoption happening at a fastest rate in the world. And this is very important that we all understand that it's happening in countries where there are high levels of inflation that happen to be countries that are autocratic. So there is a very clear correlation between inflation and autocracy. And those are the countries where there is the highest adoption of cryptocurrency. And why is that? Well, because people want to shield themselves from inflation and because people want to find ways to do transactions without the oversight and the control of the regimes. And it's very clear that these are tools for not millions, for billions of people in the world that today are either unbanked or if they are banked under autocratic regimes, like China, for example, and many other countries that people can be part of a financial system, but they are part of a system that has the continuous oversight and control and domination of the autocratic regimes. So all of this conversation that we've been having over the past 2 days, it's about freedom. So it's about the possibility of people to act freely. So what's the most massive mechanism of social control in autocratic regimes. It's economic dependence. That's the most important way in which autocrats have control of millions of people in their countries. They make them dependent. And the way they make them dependent many times is because of the currency. So if we are about financial freedom, it's kind of going around that dependency, but it's also about going to a higher stage, which is political freedom as well. So I think that if we think about freedom and financial freedom, that's one part of the conversation. But then we need to include the political freedom aspect. And if we understand the convergence between financial and political freedom, then we can start talking about a free society, about a freedom society. Because yes, you can have financial freedom, but if you don't have all of your rights respected, and if you don't have political freedom, you will be limited in the type of freedom that you are having. So that's why we need to converge those who are in this financial freedom movement, giving people opportunities with those who are fighting for human rights, political freedoms. And that's how this is brought together. And it's very, very clear that it's part of the same conversation. It's our pieces of the same conversation that need to be locked in and understood as one single fight.
I love that. Yeah. I think that's really powerful. And you know, one thing that gives me a lot of hope is that we know and we've documented that in 2019, more countries and more people took to the streets than ever before in modern history, all around the world. More than 130 countries experienced protests against government. I mean, that is a massive, you know, the United States had some of its biggest protests ever in history after the murder of George Floyd. There's been so many other examples of people who are fed up with the status quo and who are taking to the streets. That energy is something to build on, and the more we can connect these conversations, I think the more promising both of the priorities, but you know, more promising all of the work will be. So Leopoldo, I want to ask you, like, what are the concrete next steps? And if you could, for those activists and others that perhaps are a bit like Bitcoin skeptical or nervous about what that would mean for their movements, what would you tell them in terms of why this is important?
Well, let me just give you an example of what we did. Yeah. It's not only about what can be done, it's what we've already done. We heard from Somalia, and we've heard many stories in the past couple of days of things that are happening. So in the case of Venezuela, 2020, COVID was happening, of course, we all know that, and we wanted to figure out ways in which to support medical doctors and nurses. And there were some funds that were seized from the dictatorship, and we were able to put together a program to send direct transfers to medical doctors and nurses. So we organized the verification of more than 70,000 medical doctors and nurses. We guaranteed that they were actually nurses, and we put together a mechanism with a stable coin to give them direct cash transfers. And what's important about this project is that it was approved by Treasury and OFAC. And also, it was very, very effective. It was super transparent, and it was directly to the people that needed the support. So we have that experience, and I've been finding in other countries that there are different ways in which people are organizing in order to promote financial freedom, to fight for political freedom. So in all countries that are autocratic, we need to figure out ways in which to build the internal capacity to face autocrats. So you asked me for next steps. So one of the things that we are doing is organizing what we are calling the Global Freedom Academy. And we want to train, hopefully, or moonshot, or view to where we want to get is train at least 1 million activists in 2 years' time with the tools, the content, the methodology of being effective community organizers and to being effective, nonviolent, civil resistance organizers. And that can be done. But that will need some technology to support these people, to support these pro-democracy movements. So how do you give direct transfers to people that are in this struggle, that have to dedicate their time day in, day out to the struggle for freedom. Well, this is a way that it can be done without the surveillance, without the blocking of the autocratic regimes. So this is a project that we are going to launch in Zambia in April of 2023. We will do the training of the first 200 trainers of trainers. So that's one project. The other project is to support political prisoners and their families. And one of the ways, one of the struggles that the families of political prisoners have is how can we support them from many people would like to help them from the US, from Europe, but they don't know how. So this is a way in which they can give them direct support to them, to their families, and to the struggle they're going through. Another project that we have is to do global advocacy together. It's not the same thing that I go to Europe, to the US, to different countries to talk about our struggle, than if we do it together. If we go, somebody from Latin America, somebody from Asia, somebody from Africa, somebody from Eastern Europe, and we say, this is what we're facing, this is what we need, it becomes a much stronger narrative, more compelling, and I think that we can get things done if we work together. So that's what we have in mind. And I would like to invite all of you to be part of this. This is, as Masih from Iran was saying in the video you just saw, the World Liberty Congress is about you. It's about people who want freedom. It's about people who are willing to take the step forward and say, I want to work together with other people from other countries to support them and to become one common struggle.
That's right. Yeah. We are almost out of time, but I just want you to end, I want to give you a chance to end by telling people what you think the stakes are.
Well, the stakes are very clear. It's either freedom or autocracy. It's either being free or being oppressed. And the stakes are very clear. And I think it's very clear that this continent today has a very large and deep presence of China, of Russia, in the ways in which they relate to many governments here in Africa. The same is happening in Latin America. So, or what's at stake is freedom, it's democracy. And we cannot only look for external help. I mean, it's not about, talking to other countries to say, hey, come and support us. We do need the support, but most importantly, we need the people who will have the capacity and the will to organize and to promote freedom and democracy. And I think that we have the tools to do that. And of course, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is one of those tools. And I want to tell you an anecdote. This morning, I went surfing to a beach very close by. And after we went surfing, there were several people that were selling necklaces and elephants. And I said, we don't have cash. I said, can you pay with Bitcoin? And one guy said that he had Bitcoin, so we paid him. And the rest of the people that were there, they didn't have the wallet, and I am sure we're going to go this afternoon to surf again. And I am sure that this evening, when we go there, the 4 guys that will meet us in the beach, they will all have downloaded their app, and they will have become part of this new ecosystem because they have seen it directly. And this is the way, things spread. It's creating networks. It's people seeing the magic that this is a way out of financial dependency. And that's what we want to promote. We want to promote the struggle for financial freedom, for political freedom, but my last message to you is for freedom at large. Don't only think about financial freedom. That is only part of the equation. We need political freedom. We need respect for human rights. We need free and fair elections. We need a free press. We need people that have the ownership of their rights. And the fight and the struggle for human rights in any corner of the world is the fight of all. As you said, Lamar, in your speech, we will not be free until everybody's free. That we might not see that in our lives, but we need to feel that committed and have the purpose that we are getting closer and closer to having a free humanity. And that's our struggle.
Cheers to that. Yeah. Straight Audre Lorde. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Leopoldo, thanks so much for this wonderful chat.
We shouldn't keep our hands. Let's keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen. An activist right in our midst. Thank you very much for that, Marie and Leopoldo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting warmed up. Are we all warmed up or should we keep on going? Don't worry, we'll soon hit the break. And I know all of you are about to leave, but remember, we still have 2 more panel sessions to go. That is my own panel session, and the next one that we are about to call on stage. While it's been set, we're talking about people who've met in the conference, and I want to hand over the mic to Bitcoin Cowries. Oh, please, you have just 1 minute. Please tell us about what you do so we can continue.
Thank you very much. My name is Kumin Kansa. I'm the lead for Bitcoin Cowries. It's basically a simple, small educational community in Ghana here. We're educating people on the adoption of Bitcoin and helping them onboard onto wallets and other stuff. But basically what we're doing is we make it mandatory for all the people that want to join us to sign up to the 21 days of Bitcoin. So by the time you finish from lesson 1 to lesson 21, you earn some stats. So we demonstrate how you can buy, you can make purchases with your Bitcoin, and then you get happy with it. So even though we are learning, anybody that joins us, we call it day 1. So almost every day is day 1. We are for beginners, and then we're trying to make it very easy and accessible for people to learn. Doing that, we discovered, all right, I've learned how to use Bitcoin. I know about Bitcoin. How do I get to buy with Bitcoin in the society? So we are coming out with a project called the Bitcoin Street Store, basically coming out with free pop-up stores within the city of Accra and the whole of Ghana. So it will have Bitcoin accepted here, boldly on it, free pop-up stores. If you have something to sell, you're an entrepreneur, as long as you're willing to accept Bitcoin, we give you a free pop-up store you can go and use to sell. And then we are encouraging people. By that, we feel we are aiding adoption within Ghana, and we are going to spread across Africa and the world. Thank you. Anybody that's here that want to help us in educating people, we are here. We are a group of about 130, and we are growing. All we want to do is help educate people on the products and services in the Bitcoin community. Let's say your hands and educate people. Thank you.
Madase. Yes. Madase. I like your shirt, by the way. Hope you're giving me one. I can't even count how many shirts I've taken so far. If you see me putting on one, that's because I represent Paxful. So this one is going to be on me for a very long time. I can't wear any other one on stage. While we're getting set, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel session is one. When I saw it the first time, I was like, are we going to really discuss about this? Because I really want you guys to be a part of this one. And I would also like to ask that those at the back, please, just for production's sake, we'd like for you guys to please come forward a bit. I'm talking about those at the back here. Touchy, raise your hand up. Yes, I see that lady. Yes, all of you on that line, please come forward. And everybody behind her, please come forward too, so that when the camera takes a shot from front, this place looks filled up and we can actually continue with the program. So, as I said, the next panel session in front of us is Bitcoin a threat to central banks? And to lead this panel session is Veronica Coet. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Veronica.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I quickly want to ask, it seems like for Paul it is absolutely clear already. Who of you thinks that Bitcoin is a threat to central banks? Please lift your hands. Okay, I see only like a third and somewhere like shaky. I'm looking forward to discuss this topic, and I welcome on stage Jude Ogeen. And Charles Okafomba, and Abdul Njai. Welcome everyone. Let us go through. I would like you to introduce yourselves first, and also please give us an insight on what you're working on, and also, because I think we have some very Bitcoin backgrounds here, please also give us an overview, a rough one, on what you stand towards Bitcoin, your connection so far.
Sure. Thank you for that. My name is Jude
Chidi Ogene, and I am the in-house counsel for Paxful, which is a sponsor of this wonderful event. Many of you, I believe, trade on Paxful, and if you aren't already trading on Paxful, you should, so quick shout out. Let's see, the work that I do, again, runs the gamut of legal affairs that you would expect someone to work on at a P2P cryptocurrency exchange. But pertinent to this discussion, we have been working with regulators in various countries, in the United States, in Nigeria, the Gambia, other countries, to educate, to inform, and to make the case for if there is to be regulation, it should not be proscriptive, it should not be necessarily prescriptive, it should be informed and nuanced, and understand crypto is not a catch-all. I actually hate that term. And we have to talk specifically in the context of who we are, which is a Bitcoin first, peer-to-peer cryptocurrency exchange.
I just wanted to ask, when you say peer-to-peer cryptocurrency exchange, what are the coins that you have listed, and why do you choose those?
Sure. So we have Bitcoin, again, first and foremost. We have some Ethereum, and then we have stable coins, Tether, and USDC that has just recently come on board. And a reason for that is very simple. There's two reasons for that. The first is, as I've said, we're Bitcoin first and foremost. The second is, as a practical matter, because we are a US-based company, even though a lot of our users, over 4 million of our 11 million users are here on the continent, we're a US based company, and therefore subject to the US laws and regulations, and there's a lot of uncertainty in the US regulatory space about what is and is not a security in terms of digital assets, and we just want to make sure we don't fall on the wrong side of that equation.
Okay, thank you. Charles.
All right, my name is Charles Okafumba. I'm actually the CTO at Conversity. I'm from Nigeria, by the way. And what we actually do, we are a blockchain solution and consulting firm. We helped the government in creating some policies regarding the blockchain framework in my country, Nigeria. And also we have an arm that does that trains regulators and the police and some other arms in government on how to make use of the system that is blockchain, and also track when it comes to criminalities and all that in the space. Then also we have a solution too that is geared towards the CBDC, that's the e-Naira in our country. We try to see how to improve the adoption of the government's CBDC. And then we also try to see how we can use the blockchain for aid distribution. For those of us that follow Nigeria very well, during the 2020 COVID period, there was this issue regarding palliatives and it's not getting to the beneficiaries. So we actually came up with a solution using the blockchain and also digital asset or cryptocurrencies that enables donors to easily track how they are donating aid to the beneficiaries, from the donor to the NGO to the vendors that are meant to execute that, down to the beneficiaries and all that. So generally that's what we do.
Abdul.
Hi everyone. My name is Abdoulaye Abdou Njai, and I'm an assistant professor of economics at New York University. I'm also from Senegal. I do research in economics, earlier on questions around public finance and growth and development, and also just over the last few years interested as well in Bitcoin adoption and also other questions around design of blockchains in general. So I'm very passionate about this topic, so that's the short for me.
I think we have a very interesting combination here of panelists, as the two of you are from Nigeria, and Nigeria is the first country in Africa, as far as I know, that issued a central bank digital currency. And on the other hand, we have Abdou, who's originally from Senegal, and Senegal is one of the countries that is living under the CFA. So we have two different structures of central banks here. Abdou, can you maybe, for those that are maybe not too familiar with the structure, give us an overview of what the CFA is, what the central banks, there is two central banks, no, the one for the central CFA, the one for the Western one. Can you walk us through this setup and the function of those central banks?
Yeah, Senegal is part of a group of 8 countries and other 6 countries in Central Africa, which use a currency called the CFA franc, which originally was, a colonial money. That was its name. It was the franc of the French colonies, African French colonies, and this was introduced, in the 20th century. And at the very beginning, this was what was used. It was really to compensate the French people who went in West Africa. Dakar was the capital of the former French colony, to compensate them for their work there. So the CFA franc was more valuable than the franc in France. So with one CFA franc, you had 1.7 French francs. So that was to compensate them so that they earned more because they left the metropole. And then over time, they changed the exchange rate in 1948 to be twice more valuable, so better for the French who left to do the colonial effort. And then in 1960, when the countries got their independence on paper, the exchange rate got changed. Now, the CFA franc you needed 50 CFA franc to have one French franc, which was the opposite. So complete change as soon as the people for whom this was created left. And then over time, there was the devaluation in 1994 with some issues around, many countries struggling in the zone at the same time. And when the euro got introduced, there was just an exchange rate that was in place, and now it's essentially as if we have a fixed peg with the euro. So over the years, there have been a lot of movements saying that we need to get rid of this currency, that it's like a colonial currency, and that some people argue that it gives some sort of stability, but there is a lot of argument to be made in the fact that when you have a fixed peg with the euro and that, your economy does not reflect what is happening in the European Union. So that's how this money works in terms of central banks there. They are not really central banks in the sense that there is not real monetary policy. It's more of an administrative role that they play. So I think there is there is question of also how can we make really economic policy happen in these places where it tends to be just mostly like administrative roles, whether it is, when you look at the Ministry of Economics, it's more about cooperation. How can we get more financing from the IMF or the World Bank rather than actual policy? So yeah, so that's overall the first thing I wanted to say.
The structure of, so you said that normally a function of the central bank is also to keep the rates at a steady level. How much influence do those central banks have, and how much are they actually bound to what the central bank in France is kind of dictating then, and how much does that limit the free, like the action of the central banks in Africa, and how much is that influencing the economic
Yeah, so with the fixed peg, with the euro, what the central banks essentially does is controlling reserves and buying and selling of those reserves to handle so that the private markets do not have a different price. Now, that's the main role that they do. Most of the other guarantees, France puts as a guarantee that they will be always able to convert the CFA to the exchange rate that was defined when the euro was introduced, which is still 655.957. Doesn't change. I think, there are many layers of questions around this. I think the question of sovereignty is the main issue. The economic question of whether we should have active monetary policy or not, I think people who believe in Bitcoin also tend to think that sometimes central banks have gone too far. So I think really in terms of thinking of central banks here in these zones, the angle where I see things going is looking at these reserves that they actually hold. And there is a case to be made because we have seen in places where there is sanction risk, and sanction risk is always a potential. When you have, we know and you hear it, the exorbitant privilege of the dollar being used in trade, you can be phased out. So many countries, in fact, that have had most sanction risk, you see the data that they have been holding more gold and also more Bitcoin and resilient cryptocurrency. So the idea of holding some fraction of reserves in alternative assets like that could be a good hedge against sanction risk and also contribute to adoption in general.
Jude, you're looking very thoughtful when Abdu is talking about these topics. What is your thought on how this structure influences the economic freedom and the sovereignty of those African countries living under the CFA?
Colonialism never really went away. It's still here. I won't even say neocolonialism, right? Because what good is it to have, in the abstract, one's political freedom, but your economic sovereignty is still tied to that of a foreign country? And the arguments, I think, started out, frankly, it started out as being punitive, right? So these foreign powers extracted a very huge cost from African countries to leave us to our own devices. And that cost was, in the form of the CFA, was every Francophone country had to deposit 100% of its reserves with the French central bank. How is it possible for you to have any kind of economic, or I was going to say economic independence, but any real kind of independence, actually, if that is the case? If 100% of your reserves have to be parked offshore with France. Now, in a show, I guess, of magnanimity, they've since reduced that to 50%. And they're talking about replacing that with a guarantee, although nobody's really given me, I haven't yet seen, an express timeline for the guarantee. And now the argument has sort of shifted a bit. Now it's no longer about, at least not expressly, being punitive. Now it is about, ostensibly, we are doing this to protect you. And it feels to me like the argument that a lot of museums in the West make about the return of looted artifacts, where they say, well, we would really, really love to return these bronze statues, these timeless pieces of art that we looted from African countries. We'd really love to return that to you, but we can't because it's unsafe, it's insecure. We just don't know what's going to happen when we return those timeless artifacts. So we'll continue to hold on to them for you, just for safekeeping, you understand. That is essentially the same argument that is going on today, and that is, in a nutshell, why I think these foreign powers are so afraid of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin gets out from under that whole argument and the dependence on foreign countries. Yes, it may be the case, as Abdul says, that you need some sort of a peg, or you need to have your local currency indexed to something. But shouldn't African countries have the choice of what they choose to index to? I think it's...
Absolutely. When I follow up to this one, were there attempts of those African countries that are living under the CFA to issue their own currency, and how easy or difficult is it to exit this system of monetary suppression that we're currently seeing?
There have been attempts here and there. When ECOWAS was formed, there was an attempt to replace that with something with a common unit of currency. But the fact is, whether it's de facto or de jure, most African countries are effectively dollarized. And when, I just saw something from the IMF where they put out a report warning, and specifically Nigeria, against the risk of dollarization, which I thought was quite rich of them to warn us about the risk of dollarization, because when the IMF was created at the Bretton Woods Conference, among other things, that's where they went on the gold standard. People talk about them going on the gold standard. That's a little bit of a misnomer. It was actually a gold standard which was priced in dollars. So it was effectively a dollar standard, because the US controlled at the time 2/3 of the gold supply and very much wanted to become the reserve currency of the world. And that has worked spectacularly for them. And so, and I say this as somebody who is Nigerian, I'm proud to be, but also American. And so I can speak, I think, to some of the shortcomings in the foreign and economic policy of the United States, and the ways in which those have undermined what would appear to be the express objectives of multilateral agencies like the IMF and the World Bank. But the IMF cannot, in good faith, be warning Nigeria and other African countries about the risk of dollarization when that was the whole point. The whole point was to dollarize African countries. And so it succeeded spectacularly. So there have been some half-hearted attempts, but in a situation which, and other people have spoken about it, I read Alex Gladstein's article in Bitcoin Magazine on the way over. I thought it was just a tour de force, and for anybody who has not read it, he did a brief presentation on it earlier today, but anyone who has not read it should please go out and read it. It's awesome. But in any event, the point is, you cannot decouple your economy essentially from the dollar and other foreign currencies when you are in debt. I was going to say to your eyeballs, but it's actually we're underwater. Yeah. Nigeria spends 102% of its revenue on debt service. And so when you do that, and your debt is denominated as it is in foreign currencies, there is no practical way to decouple yourself from. So these central banks are central banks, as far as I'm concerned, in name only.
Yeah, it is very interesting that you mentioned this, that even Nigeria has its own central bank, is issuing its own currency, but is actually not sovereign in its acting. Charles, can you, as said, Nigeria is the first country that is issuing a central bank digital currency, a CBDC, and you with your company, you are actually also looking into, or you already issued a wrapped version of that e-Naira. But before we dive into that, can you give us an overview of where we are standing, who is adopting this currency, what are the measures of the government to make people use this currency? Yeah.
What we are presently witnessing is the adoption has not been the way the government envisaged, right? It has been slow.
When has it been issued? Can you also?
Huh?
When has it been issued? Can you?
When it was issued? Okay. So since the beginning of this year. We've been hearing about it, and it was issued recently, right? And after the issuance, the download of even the wallet has been very low. So what the government did was they tried to use a different approach in issuing the CBDC. So they made use of the banks, right? Using the banks as a vehicle to push out the CBDC, and then using the banks to gain customers for the CBDC. Now, the banks are kind of like confused on how to make use of this currency, that is the e-naira. Now, the problem they are facing is somehow the central bank is serving as a bank, right? Is acting as a bank for the customers of the bank, right? So the bank is now like losing their reserve. So if I want to have an e-naira now, I'll need to move my money away from the bank into the e-naira system. So what that is doing is it's even moving money away from the reserve of the bank, right, with the central bank, and now the money is flowing from directly from the central bank to the users itself. And another question that the masses are asking is, how is it beneficial? What is the difference between the CBDC that has been issued with what the banks are already doing, that is the virtual currency that is just mirroring what you have in your bank and all that. So these questions have actually not been answered, and that is why we are seeing a low adoption of the e-naira. So what the government is currently doing, recently the central bank has limited withdrawal, right? That is, you can withdraw a certain amount of money weekly and all that. So what they are trying to do is to push or enforce transactions to go digital, right? So, and once that starts happening, then the e-naira, hopefully, they feel it's going to gain more adoption. Then also, if we're also looking at financial inclusion too, it's still far off, right? Agency banking is kind of like growing in the country. You have POS operators, even in the remote places and all that, kind of like helping out with transactions and co. So we are hoping, just looking out to see how that is going to change and also help people to come into the financial space.
I just want to read out briefly what you touched upon, because not everyone might have seen the news. So yesterday there was an announcement being made by the Central Bank of Nigeria that withdrawals at ATMs and point of sales are reduced to 20,000 naira a day, which is $27. For individuals and for organizations, so that is a weekly amount of 100,000 naira, which accounts to $135. For organizations, it lies around 500,000 naira, which they can withdraw in cash on a weekly basis. Everything above that has an additional tax of 5%. So this is one of the measures that the government is trying to, where the government is trying to push to an all digital, cashless society.
Yes.
Where do you see the threats in such a push? And is your impression that people living in Nigeria are aware of the threats that are coming with a fully cashless society? Because I can imagine in Nigeria, I don't know if there is advertisement from the government, but it will probably be very favorable towards a cashless society, being like, oh, this is seamless, and you don't have to file your taxes, they can right away be pulled from your account. Okay. How is the government framing a cashless society, and what do you see the threats in moving towards such a direction?
Okay, so before this present policy of limiting cash withdrawal remember the government recently issued a new Naira note of 500, some new Naira notes, 500, 1,000 and go. And they asked people to return back the old Naira note. So all this is systemic, right? Trying to see how the physical Naira is back into their fold, and then they issue out their digital currency. So the adoption is kind of like low. The threats are there, but still, it still follows that same pattern of what is already on ground, right? Currently, even with the new e-Naira, there is a USSD system in place, right, where you can even transfer using USSD and all that. So the government is trying in its own part. For us, we are still, because we play more of like in between. We converse with those that are in the crypto space or the digital asset space, and then we also talk with government. Now, there is this negative perception when it comes to anything government, right? So those in the digital space or those in the digital currency space, they don't want to have anything to do with the e-Naira, not until the government came up with a ban, so financial institutions can't deal with the crypto space and all that. And that really affected the adoption of cryptocurrency. Just now that the trust for P2P is now increasing, and you see a lot of P2P transactions going on, right, in the space. So that is now pushing back adoption. So what we are actually looking at is, okay, is there a way to bring a middle ground, right, between those in government and those in the space? And one thing we also need to give to the government is there are lots of scams happening in the space, and there are also lots of bad players in the space. And the government is trying to avoid that, and that is why they are being careful. So for the users, they've not really seen any need for it, and also no risks yet. The only risk that we can see is just the devalued Naira, which the e-Naira is the same thing with the Naira. So if the currency is losing value, you want a way to hedge against it, and that is where Bitcoin comes in and other cryptocurrencies.
So the main issue you see is that the e-Naira cannot solve the inflationary problem because still the monetary base can be influenced by central banks. Abdu, what would you say, which risks are coming with the issuance of a CBDC and moving towards a cashless society when we're thinking about topics like censorship, surveillance, financial privacy?
Yeah, great question. I think it's very important to preserve.
Move
it's
a bit
very important
closer.
to preserve the privacy that comes with cash, and any project that tries to digitize money should keep that as a principle. Now with the e-Naira, what happened was that in the papers describing it, they were promising that they would keep no need for KYC or for example,
No need for KYC?
for low
KYC.
amounts. But in the end, in practice, for people who tested it out, you need to give your ID even for low payments, right? And so that makes it so that it doesn't have the features anymore of cash, that privacy. So I think it's dangerous. I personally think even if we want to have a more efficient payment system and so on, because in countries where institutions are not as strong, it can be used very easily as a tool. I can imagine that, for example, a political opponent, or not even that, but just like private citizens, could be used against them down the line, and those are the dangers of having, in a sense, some sort of centralized entity in the background, having this link between your transactions and your identity. And I think what really I appreciated in reading the first time the Bitcoin white paper is that it changes the model we have, where your identity is known and the transactions are not. The transactions are known but identities are not. That can still allow for transparency and reputation but it the opposite way is what you have in many CBDC projects. You know, we have China as well. And so now in terms of like what should like other countries do, not, I think that's where, you know, Bitcoin comes in. We talked about earlier about the CFA. One of the things I wanted to add is that since 2019, they said they're just gonna change the name pretty much and get rid of some of the French involvement and change it into a name of ECHO. That project never started, you know, there are just conversations. Okay, so I feel like people already can start using it and using Bitcoin, and like you see, this was not the case like a year ago when we were talking from these topics, but I see that some of the adoption is happening through having these circular economies where like you heard people talk about Bitcoin Ekasi, Bitcoin Mountain. There's also the beach in Salvador as well that everyone knows. It's like people using it within them, not only just as a store of value, but also as means payment. That is the way in which I see also how people will get involved, and that will show a case to central bankers that this is an asset that deserves its place as a reserve asset.
Mm. Jude, what would you say are the threats, or when you hear about CBDC issuance in Nigeria, are there like red flags popping up for you? If so, which are those? And maybe you can already move to which of those issues could be circumvented with people in Nigeria using Bitcoin? Yeah, which advantages can Bitcoin bring here?
Sure, great question. So, you know, for me, I don't know that it's so much an issue of threat, although I'll speak to that briefly, as it is something that Charles just said on this just a few minutes ago. He said, you know, e-Naira is just Naira, right? I don't, so from that perspective, I find it hard to see what is particularly innovative about it. You know, we had the banks, as you said, had you know, digital Naira that, you know, we moved with some facility. You know, if you have an Access Bank account, you can, you know, do all of that. But here's the other part of it. When I move money from my Access Bank account, somebody gives me their Stanbic or, you know, other bank account in Nigeria, and I pull it up, it automatically populates with the person's name, right? And so you get a lot of information, more information than you really should have. Sometimes you want to know the person's name. Sometimes you already know the person's name. Sometimes it's a friend. But if it's just a vendor, right, or somebody else with whom you're just having just the one transaction, one-off transaction, you might not want to give that person that information, which would say, this is my account number, thus and such bank, and this is my name. So I think that from that perspective, there are some downsides to the current system. To the extent that the e-Naira is a way to solve for that, more power to them. But I rather suspect that it's going in the opposite direction, and that you will find more centralization with the e-Naira. And that is precisely, to Abdul's point, that is precisely where Bitcoin can come in. Now, having said that, I think it's important to separate what are legitimate risks and what are not legitimate risks. And even after you say that, then I think you've got to say, well, what is the appropriate response to said risk? Because I agree, central banks, the CBN, has a legitimate interest in deterring fraud and scams. But it would be like saying let's proscribe Bitcoin would be like saying all these Yahoo boys in Nigeria using email to perpetrate scams, we need to just eliminate the use of email. And nobody has proposed to do that. I mean, it's a ridiculous approach to regulation. And so we've got to tailor the solution to the risk. If the risk is on a KYC AML level, let's talk about measures that can address that, where you can preserve privacy and still have robust compliance in place. And I believe that system is possible to an even greater degree with Bitcoin than with things like the e-Naira.
When you're talking about regulation in general, I think I read something from you where you were saying Bitcoin is an opportunity for African countries to leapfrog. But you were also telling me that one has to differentiate. Where do you see the opportunities for countries to leapfrog using Bitcoin?
Very good question, and please bear with me if I nerd out a little bit. So my point is that the thing that I've been spending a lot of time thinking and writing about for the past couple of years is this. I remember growing up in Nigeria, and every time we had to make an international call, in my case, I was making calls to family in the United States, you'd have to go to the local NITEL office. And you'd stand in a line, and you'd wait until it was your turn to make the call, and you'd get on the call, and maybe the call was supposed to be for 5 minutes. It would take so long to connect, and then you might have like 15 to 30 seconds to say what you needed to say before the line disconnected again. And then, of course, you have to troop to the back of the line and start the process all over again. You remember that, right? So that was analog telephony. We leapfrogged that to mobile telephony. Now, there are many things that are not optimal about mobile telephony. Everybody in Nigeria, I don't know if it's the same situation in Ghana, but it feels like everybody in Nigeria has 3 phones. When you sit down to do a meeting, phones start appearing from every place because somebody has a Glo thing, the other person has the MTN, I have, 9 Mobile, but somewhere, among those 3 phones, we managed to get some semblance of coverage, and it's much better than trying to fix analog telephony. So we leapfrogged all of that in favor of mobile telephony. My argument is this: we have the same opportunity to do that in the regulatory sphere in African countries as it pertains to digital assets and things like Bitcoin, precisely because, unlike the US and other countries in the West, we haven't built up this elaborate Rube Goldbergian kind of system that over the past 100 years that are legacy systems that these regulators keep trying to force digital assets into. So, everybody in the US, the whole question is about, is a particular digital asset a security or not? And the reason they ask that question is because if it is a security, certain consequences follow. You are subject to the anti-fraud, anti-manipulation rules that are deeply embedded in the securities laws. Okay. They get there through the term investment contract, which is a term of art that was written into the 1933 Securities Act. Nigeria takes the position, NSEC takes the position that every digital asset is presumptively a security. But when I go to the Investment and Securities Act of 2007 in Nigeria, there is no term of art called an investment contract. It only references what you would understand to be your plain vanilla definition, securities, bonds, etc. So I think, frankly, to use an American expression, that NSEC is all wet when it comes to saying that digital assets are presumptively securities, because under their explicit laws, that's not the case. And I further make the argument that it should not be the case. If the reason a definition of what is or is not a security matters for purposes of anti-fraud and anti-manipulation rules, just simply say that every digital asset is subject to anti-fraud and anti-manipulation rules. Stop trying to force digital assets into a construct for traditional finance. And so we have the opportunity to leapfrog these outmoded, antiquated regulatory systems in favor of something that's much more nimble and much more attuned to what is happening in the world of digital assets today. That's my thesis.
Yeah, so there is basically a much more clean slate here,
Clean slate.
where you can set up new regulation, whereas like in Western countries, it's already over-regulated and they're trying to squeeze in this new asset, this new currency, Bitcoin, into old structures. So.
And if I may, just very quickly, it's not just that they're just trying to fit it into old structures. There's also fights, jurisdictional fights between regulators. The commodities regulator says one thing, the securities regulator says another thing. We can avoid that.
Yeah. Charles, there is the saying of Mahatma Gandhi. I think pretty much everyone here knows it. I read it out. It's like, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. And when I look at the Bitcoin community, most people would say we're currently getting to the point where they start fighting you. Charles, do you think that central banks, especially the Nigerian central bank, is perceiving Bitcoin as a threat? And if so, which measures do you think they could take to fight the adoption of Bitcoin?
Okay, I'll start with that by just giving you a personal experience. So this happened to my mom, right? So during the COVID period, she was actually laid off and then given her gratuity. Now, she was like, okay, where do I put this money? Okay, the bank has advised her to put it in her T-bills at Treasury with the Nigerian Treasury. Then the first month, she had it reduced from double digit to single digit. Then from there, almost 1% and all that. So, okay, remove this money, put it in Bitcoin. And that was the period Bitcoin actually shot up because we're in the pandemic and all that. Now, for somebody like my mom, right, she's already a believer. There's nothing you would tell her about investing in a government bond or any government security that she will want to believe that will earn her what Bitcoin has given her, right? So she is already a believer. Now, copy that and put it in the lives of the ordinary Nigerians or people that they want financial freedom, right? So Bitcoin, in a way, is already doing that. So there's nothing the government will say or there's nothing the government will do that will make people change their mind about investing or putting their money in Bitcoin. Now, we know the whole history is supposed to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash and order, but it has gone beyond that. Now, the government, not just the Nigerian government, just most of the governments that are working around CBDC. So they are forming like an easy way to exchange the digital government currency between themselves. So you have a decentralized digital exchange of CBDCs and all that. So that is one way the government is trying to see how to curtail the spread of digital assets, especially Bitcoin, right? Nigeria, there was this report that came out. The inflow, that's remittance, dropped drastically when the adoption of digital assets and Bitcoin was increasing. And the government was, okay, there's something happening where money is coming in, but we are not seeing this money, right? So for that, they are losing revenue. So all these are like ways of controlling the adoption, but people are already sold into the idea of digital asset and Bitcoin, so they are not moving. So the government will continue to find ways to tax it, right? Either maybe at the point of inflow or outflow, right? Then, but still, we'll all come to a meeting point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will, especially regulating inflows, outflows. It will be interesting to see what they're doing.
Exactly.
Abdu, on a personal note, what would you say is Bitcoin a threat to central banks?
The question we are discussing. So I think it's both a threat and an opportunity. You see, different central banks and different governments have tried different things. So China went all the way and said they're going to ban Bitcoin, realized that, in fact, you cannot ban Bitcoin. There are no more China validators, miners, but around the world people are using it and people can still use it. For many countries, I would say, will not relinquish their money printing capabilities. So in that regard, it's a threat for those. But I think for many countries, especially countries in Africa, it's an opportunity in the sense that, we already know we are in a globalized world, that the dollar is what we use for trade. And instead of just being a follower, there is, an opportunity here to say, okay, we talked about exit earlier. What is the exit? Is it trying to, every small country on their own, getting their own currency and, playing the roulette of, short-term monetary policy? That could be dangerous. We have seen cases of many countries, Zimbabwe, hyperinflation, even from my co-panelists here from Nigeria, such a big country, an important country, in terms of economically in Africa, struggling, right, to deal with the monetary policy issues as well. Ghana, we see Ghana de facto is defaulting on their loans. They just announced that yesterday, and we have very high inflation. So I think for smaller countries like that, the solution is not to go this route, but rather think of more how can I embrace and be a leader in this, use Bitcoin as reserves. And to conclude, because I think we are at time, what I want to say also is that with this configuration where central banks will most likely play less of an important role, in my opinion, I think there will be also another form of decision-making, which is technology playing the forefront and having different technological platforms playing the role of central banks. And I think it's very important also, we can ask ourselves those questions of how we can avoid it to be just a new form of colonization as well, since we're talking about money as colonization. For example, it's very important within the Bitcoin ecosystem to have different people not just extracting or having bags, as we say, and hoping that adoption just makes prices higher, but think of how we can resolve the infrastructure issues, because in a sense, Bitcoin is a public good, adoption is a public good. There are still challenges. You don't have internet when in the farmer, how can they use Lightning? So I think the actors, the operators as well, the centralized exchanges, Lightning operators can also be part of the people funding this. And also within the developer community, having people from here, voices from Africa be heard as well. And I think it's a great example. We have met over the last few days Kalilu, who is part of the core contributors as well, to have many voices here heard, so that the new technological revolution that we have are not just extractive reconfigurations of the same centralizing forces. That was my last point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. As we actually already ran out of time, very, very brief one, Jude, is Bitcoin a threat to central banks?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Short, brief.
Okay. Do you want me to amplify? Okay. So really quickly.
Very brief.
Very, very, very briefly. The argument about is it a threat is predicated on we want to be able to control our monetary policy. My point is you don't control it now. Effectively, other states control it. If you moved towards greater Bitcoin adoption and had maybe a peg to Bitcoin or adopted it as maybe as part of a basket of currencies, then at least you know that you're doing it with something that is stateless, that is designed to be decentralized and not so that you're not at the behest of a foreign country. Again, Bretton Woods is instructive. The US only agreed to a gold peg when they controlled 2/3 of the world's gold. And at that moment, you lost control of your monetary policy as an African country. So if you need to peg it to something or it needs to be indexed to something, might as well be Bitcoin.
Hello. Okay.
Great. Last one.
Quickly. So for me, I actually see it as the Bitcoin system is just a parallel monetary system for the masses, right? So the government wants control, and the role of a central bank is beyond just issuing money, right? It goes beyond that. So for that role that they cannot control, they are scared, right? That is why they are bringing up all these other measures. But still, it doesn't affect the role or the main functions of central banks, which is causing inflation and all that. However, they want to manage the economy, that will cause that. But for the masses itself, they want a separate monetary system that they can easily use to do what they want to do. So it's kind of like not a big threat, though the threat is there, just like he said, but still, it's not that huge.
Okay, thanks for your words and time.
Thank you.
Let's give them another round of applause. That was great. So our second panel for day 3 is on women in Bitcoin, tackling gender inequality in the ecosystem. And I want to call the moderator, who is my co-host, Eke Paul Oluchi. Let's give him a round of applause.
Oh, awesome, awesome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are we all doing? Fine, awesome. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, please. We'll soon go on break. I know I'm the MC, but in this situation, I am your moderator for this next panel session. And I want to start with a story. How many of us remember Merlin? Remember Merlin? The season film? How does it start? Huh? In the land of myths and a time of magic. But this is not a land of myths, this is a time of, another time for magic. We are in a land of oppression and a time for courage. The destiny of a young nation rests on the shoulders of a young coin. Its name? Bitcoin. A round of applause for Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen. You see, in oppression, what it does is tear people apart, causes a form of division, and if not checked at some point, is strong enough to tear a society apart. Sorry, if you think I'm tearing the newspaper, let me see your hands up. Oh, beautiful. Everybody's happening. That means it's working. But here's what you need to know. Where there is oppression, courage rises. Courageous people, such as my CEO, Ray Yusuf, met with other courageous people, such as Farida, to organize this particular conference we are currently on at the moment. Why? To set other courageous people such as ourselves in motion and get things working for us. Why? Because the moment you put courageous people together, things begin to work for your good. Not just Farida, we're here to talk about inequality in the system with other great Amazons, such as Charlene Faderepo. A round of applause for Charlene, ladies and gentlemen. She'll be joining us on stage soon. Amy Carr, a round of applause for Amy. She will be joining us on stage soon. And Ojoma Ochai, a round of applause for Ojoma, ladies and gentlemen. And you realize that a situation that was probably felt lost, scattered, not together, and with the right set of people at the helm of affairs, things actually begin to look a whole lot better. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, as you're clapping, I would like to invite my colleagues on stage, Charlene, Amy, and Ojoma. So, the topic before us today is women in Bitcoin, tackling gender inequality in the ecosystem. And no one will introduce yourself better than yourself, actually. So, starting from my immediate left, and we'll go walk all the way down. Please tell us your name, what you do, and give us one fun fact about yourself.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Charlene Faderepo. I'm a Bitcoin activist and educator based in the United States. I have a banking background, so before I went into Bitcoin, I spent about 15 years in the traditional banking sector. I, like many Bitcoiners, wear a lot of different hats. I run a company called Mango Digital Strategies in the United States, and we help small businesses and banks future-proof their growth through Bitcoin. I have a couple of Bitcoin books out. I'm a mom of 2, and so I wrote a Bitcoin book called Sade Satoshis, which features a young girl based in Balogun Market in Nigeria, and she sees the value of Satoshis as opposed to Naira. And then the other thing that I do in Bitcoin, I am the founder and the host of the Bitcoin in Africa show. And that's a Bitcoin-only educational podcast where we are committed to telling the story of the amazing Bitcoin revolution that's happening across Africa. And I'm super excited to be here today.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Amy Carr. My background started in mobile money, working in East Africa. So really working with refugees that were being onboarded into this new system of cashless payments. From there, I worked in executive management, and then through politics, and most recently in humanitarian aid, working in Afghanistan during that central bank collapse and Ukraine. So really this year was able to see the impact Bitcoin has, which really inspired me to start looking at how it can close the gaps and where mobile money hasn't been able to fully penetrate and help women in the same way that it's had that scale with men. So that's kind of the part of the space that interests me the most is how we evolve from mobile money into Bitcoin so that we can continue to onboard women into it and provide them access in a different way that mobile money possibly couldn't.
Awesome. You were supposed to add one fun thing about yourself. Amy, you're supposed to tell us something fun about yourself. Are you a ballerina?
Something fun about myself. I came to Uganda. It was the first real country I visited, and I came at 21 on a one-way ticket and decided to live there indefinitely.
Wow.
Yeah, it lasted years. So it was sort of a plan that once I came, you know, I think as everyone hopefully is experiencing on this continent, you really see the magic and the innovation and the inspiration. And so
awesome.
That's the fun fact, a little wild too.
Awesome.
It says too much.
Hi everyone, my name is Ojama Ochai. I've spent the last, 17 years working to support entrepreneurs that work in music or film, fashion, and the creative industries generally by designing and delivering projects across Africa and a little bit in the Caribbean. In the last 5 years or so, I've been really interested in the ways that different technologies affect creative expression and these sectors like music and film and fashion. And in that journey, I really came to understand Bitcoin and what it can do for the economic outcomes for people living in places like the countries of Africa. And so I started to do quite a bit of work in that and got involved with BTrust. So I also sit on the board of BTrust, which is an organization that seeks to locate, educate, and remunerate African and Global South developers working on open source Bitcoin projects. One fun thing about myself, contrary to the popular myth that all Africans can dance, I cannot dance to save my life, but it does not stop me.
It doesn't stop you from dancing. Well, I actually don't believe you, Ojama, but we'll definitely get there soon. So the topic before us, like we said, is tackling gender inequality in the ecosystem, in the tech system, in the finance system. Starting with the finance system, worldwide women's access to finance is on a low. So I'd like to hear from you guys. What do you think are the influencing factors that cause this particular situation? Charlene?
So there are a plethora of reasons why there's a lack of access to finance for women. I think initially it kind of starts in the home. We have a messaging and exposure problem. Unfortunately, and this is a phenomenon that exists around the world, women aren't socialized to go, in some cases aren't socialized to go for the more quantitative careers. They're not socialized to to focus on math and science. And in some cases, that results in kind of lower confidence and lower levels of literacy, where you see boys and young men are always socialized to either study engineering or study harder sciences. The other thing, when you see in Africa, there's an actual former sector where you see really harsh discriminatory laws barring women from ownership in building wealth. So if you look at Equatorial Guinea and Niger, married women can't even own a bank account, and that is today. And there are other countries where you actually need to have a man beside you before a woman can sign a contract. But I think the number one thing that I see that keeps women from kind of assessing their full financial power, particularly when it comes to Bitcoin, is fear and doubt. And surprisingly, it's not about fear and doubt about Bitcoin as a monetary technology or Bitcoin as a complex concept. It's fear and doubt about themselves. Fear and doubt about their confidence in their own abilities to understand the technology and to execute on the technology. And one last point I'll say, I was talking to my friend Marcelle Lorraine, who is here. She runs Bitcoin Data, which is a women-only education group in Kenya, and we compared notes, and we're seeing these same phenomenons of fear and doubt and lower confidence in women, both in the United States. I see it when I meet women from all over Africa that I'm connected with in my podcast, and she sees it in some of the women that she's teaching. So when you're a woman in Bitcoin, yes, you're absolutely teaching Bitcoin, but you're also teaching a class in financial empowerment and independence and self-sovereignty. And just knowing that and owning that is just really, really important.
Awesome. Amy?
Yeah, I mean, I think the system that's been put forward is also still not equal. You're looking at exactly what Charlene said. You have countries where women can't even have bank accounts, but even in mobile money, you're seeing that based on these fee structures that have been set up, women are still paying almost twice as much in fees just to send shillings in Kenya. And that's because they're sending lower amounts, they're sending them more frequently, and because they don't have the economic incentive to send higher transaction costs, what you're seeing is women are losing their disposable income through just sending peer-to-peer payments, and that's through that peer-to-peer system of M-Pesa. So this system is inherently designed to keep them suppressed, even when we're saying, oh, we've made a new cashless system. And so what Bitcoin does is it comes in and actually changes some of these things that since 2007, yes, there's been a banking system available for them, but has it been equal? Not really. And we really have an opportunity to close that gap and change some of these things that women have experienced that maybe have stopped them from using banking in that way, or have prevented them from trusting that. And when you look at what women want, they really want privacy. They really do, because some women, maybe they're earning money and they don't want their partner to know about that. And so when you can put privacy into these things, you create a system that's more inherently designed for the safety and the education of women, and that's going to bring more people in.
Awesome. Awesome.
So, three things that align with what both Charlene and Amy have said. I think there's a fundamental cultural reason. It's called the patriarchy. The world is designed to take away the agency and independence of women in many societies, including here in Ghana, in Nigeria, where I'm from, around the world. So I think that fundamentally the systems of the world are designed to take away women's independence, and that includes financial independence, which can only be entrenched by limiting their access to finance. So I feel like there's a fundamental, foundational inequality, as you were saying. If you look at conventional wisdom and research, it talks about low financial literacy of women. With all due respect, that is bullshit, because in many of our countries, women run the homes, right? They're the ones that are budgeting. They're the ones that are managing cash flow in their families. Yeah. They're the ones that are saving. They're the ones that are figuring out how to stretch the money the family has as far as it can go.
Yes.
The last I checked, that was financial literacy.
True.
So when people say to us lack of financial literacy, I think what it is lack of literacy of the financial systems that have been designed by the patriarchy to keep women out of the global financial system. I don't think it's lack of financial literacy. Charlene, you talk about fear of failure. I completely agree. Where does that fear of failure come from? Again, we're socialized by the norms and the culture that has been embedded by the patriarchy to make us believe that somehow you're less, somehow you're not good enough because you've got a vagina, right? And so I think another reason why women have low access to finance is because the patriarchal system that we live in has messed up with our brains to create this fear where we're limited by our own selves and aiding the systems that have been put in place to limit us. So those are the three.
Awesome, awesome. I connect with what you said with women inherently having the financial understanding on how to manage money. In my home, my mom was the chief accountant of the house. Like, if you wanted your 1,000 naira to stretch across 1 day, she would do it. 2 days, she's down for it. So now that you said, it's actually quite clear that why are we saying women are not financial literate when in African homes, well, I can speak for Nigeria, and I don't know how it is in Ghana, but in our African homes, women sort of take charge. So if we give women this opportunity to come, let's bring it down now to the Bitcoin space. I'm starting this question with Ojoma now. If we give women this opportunity to come down to this Bitcoin space, how can they catalyze how are they catalysts for greater Bitcoin adoption?
So, not to put you on the spot, but I have a problem with putting the onus on women to catalyze, right?
Okay.
We didn't create the problem. Why are you calling us to solve
Okay.
it? I'm not saying we haven't got a role, but this is so typical, right? Men mess things up, and then they find a woman, and then they're asking her, how can you catalyze this situation? No. But to answer what I think your question is, which is what is the role of women in supporting Bitcoin adoption, I can answer that. I think there are a number of things. I think one is, it starts in the head, right? Like, women have to believe that they can.
Awesome.
And I feel like the way that we can believe that we can is through a number of things. One is demonstration that it is possible, right? And so whether it's about women taking space and not waiting for somebody to give them the space, or whether it's about people that are influential in the space making space for women's voices to be heard, so that other women can be inspired and stimulated to, first of all, in their heads, know that it is possible. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think initiatives need to be intentional about inclusion. In the way that the patriarchy has been intentional about locking women out, if we want to reverse that, it cannot be a byproduct. It has to be something that we sit and decide every day, that if I'm giving grants to developers to work on open source Bitcoin projects, I need to find the women. No matter how hard it is to find them, I need to find them. If I have to go a step back and support them to be educated or trained, I have to do that. So I think the onus is on all of us to be intentional. I think another thing that we never talk about is another tool of the patriarchy is harassment and abuse. In many male-dominated industries, it is so hard to be a woman because you don't know what inappropriate comments you're going to hear. You don't know what, stupid treatments from the other gender,
My gender.
you're going to encounter. And so I think another way that we can catalyze women's participation in Bitcoin is that you people need to stop harassing and abusing women that are working in Bitcoin. We don't talk about it, but it's true. Developers report all kinds of horrific things that they have to go through because they're working with male developers. Inappropriate comments, being left out of things, being excluded. So I think a third thing is we have to have, one, men just need to stop abusing and harassing. Two, we need legislation, policies, regulation that make it impossible or at least more difficult for men to get away with that.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Amy?
I mean, I don't know how I could possibly add any more to that because it was an incredible answer of I'm like, yes, 100%. But what I will add is, you know, when we come to Africa, you're on a continent that revolutionized cashless payments. You're in a place where 87% of the GDP in Kenya is via mobile wallet. I think it's 84 in Ghana. That's the second highest outside of China with a way lower smartphone penetration. So you also need to look at all of the women that you encounter as experts. They put in their 10,000 hours in mobile payments. The lens that they have on is so much more inherent and intuitive for what we're doing because it's the life they lead. They're also experiencing the pain points every day. And when you look in a place like Kenya that has such a robust startup scene, there's so much talent on this continent that isn't being accessed. You know, you have women that were engineers on mobile money that have scaled a system worldwide that really haven't been brought into this space. You have strategists, you have people who went into the villages and made sure that adoption happened. And I don't see them represented in this space yet, but I would go ahead and call them the experts. They're the women that really built, you know, I think what inspired a lot of what we're doing today. And so if I look around, I really want to encourage people to look at the talent here because everyone is an expert. And I think continue to ask questions, continue to just know that what you're going to hear is a way different lens than you're going to get anywhere else in the world because it's so part of, number one, the way that payments have been done, but part of like the most innovative part of everything incredible that I've seen across this continent comes from the spirit of saying, like, we changed the way that mobile payments were done. And I think that's something that only this continent can be credited for right now.
Awesome. Thank you. Charlene?
And the only thing I'll add to that is that, you know, I really love that point about being intentional because I definitely believe that patriarchy is a system that was intentionally put in place to keep certain people over here and other folks up there. And I think Bitcoin is an opportunity to redesign a bad system. And so when we say intentional, I think it's important to put women in positions, but they have to be in positions of power. So what does that look like? So it would be great if if this woman works in your Bitcoin company. It's even better if she's in the C-suite, right? In addition to the C-suite, it's even better if she's on the board of directors. So if these folks, everyone in the audience, if you're building a Bitcoin company, make sure there are a couple of women in your C-suite and on your board of directors. If you're educating in Bitcoin, what does that mean? Make sure that at least half of the people that you're educating are women, and make sure you have women educators, right? Because women need to see themselves in the space in order to believe that they can do it. And I think we just have to really focus. And every time we're in this space, we have to say, okay, am I operating from a space that includes everybody? And the last thing, and I think this point about developers are so important because there's so many wonderful development grants. But how many of those development grants are going to women? A woman cannot develop in Bitcoin without being trained and without the support. So we've got to start from the beginning to make sure that we have that group of talented developers, and they need to be grown over time. So I just think in general, we just need to focus and be intentional. There are other industries that have done this. It's not hard, but we have to focus. And I think this idea of putting women in power is the key to success.
Thank you very much. I think we could take note from that if the patriarchy has been intentional in keeping women out, then the change has to come from intentional actions to bring women back into the system. Charlene, you've been named one of the 5 women to watch in crypto, and you've had at least 15 years experience. Please, a round of applause for that. One of the 5 women to watch in crypto. If you're not watching her show, I think you should go on YouTube and search for her. And subscribe, right? We do that? Subscribe, yes. We're sneaking in one cheap promotion there. So, you're 15 years in a traditional finance background. What do you think are the shortcomings from that aspect of finance?
Yeah, so if you look at the banking industry, well, in general, you see 56% of the professionals in the banking industry in the United States are women. However, those women are paid 30% less than their male counterparts. You know, one of the biggest things that we see in the banking industry is that there's a significant gender pay gap. So that is in the United States, and that's all around the world. But it's important to understand why we might have that gender pay gap. When it comes to in certain areas, women, of course, in terms of they're going to be head of household, they're going to be spending more time out of the hole, taking care of their children, probably one of the most important, if this is your choice, probably one of the most important jobs in the world, yet there's no monetary upgrade for that additional work. So if we look at the traditional banking system, we can see companies being intentional about a couple of different areas. They're looking at recruitment, making sure that women are in the door as analysts. They're looking at retention, making sure women stay in the company, and they're looking at advancement, making sure that if you're bringing in a woman as an analyst, she has the support, she has the nurturing, she has the sponsors and the information to be able to assume her position, hopefully a position of power in that particular Bitcoin company. So we have a blueprint of what works. And if we're really thinking that Bitcoin is a brand new financial ecosystem that we can build that includes everybody in the entire world, we have to be thoughtful about how we're building that ecosystem when it comes to the companies, when it comes to development communities, and even when it comes to the communities of people that come to this conference. There should be more women here in the conference. So if you're going to a Bitcoin conference, the next time you sign up for an event or a meetup, bring your sister, bring your mother, bring your cousin. Because as we heard, you know, the beauty of this Bitcoin space is the interconnectedness of our community, and that's a human interconnectedness. We cannot do this alone, and we can't do this without women.
Oh, thank you very much, Charlene. Please, if you're here with any of your siblings, can you raise your hand up? Nobody.
Did anyone bring family members?
Did you bring any family member here?
So that's your homework for the day.
That's a homework. Next time we're having a conference, make sure you're coming with a sibling or somebody. So one more question, Charlene. You said one of the things that was done, or that could be done in the new ecosystem of Bitcoin is being able to bring in women, retain them, and give them supporting tools that could keep them in the system. In the traditional system per se, has this been a thing, or?
I think it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge. I mean, I think it's worked in some cases and it hasn't worked in others. I'll give you an example. So I used to work in management consulting in a Big Four company in the bank regulation space, and I was on the partner track, and I remember being really excited about being a partner, and I looked around the firm and I was trying to find that woman partner that I wanted to be, and I couldn't find her. And at that moment, it clicked to me that this was not the place for me. So women will be what they see. So we need to see other women in positions of power, in positions of leadership, so that the women, the younger women that are trying to figure out where they want to be in this space can know that there's a place for them. It's a signal to, Ojoma said, this agency. You know, when you see women in Bitcoin panel, that's a signal to other women that they have agency in the space and they can be successful in the space.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Amy, you have a background in humanitarian aids. You've developed a long span of career in doing things in Eastern Africa. What are the things you've learned from women on the ground in relation to finance?
Yeah, I think, you know, the biggest thing is how so much of finance starts in community. And that's one of the biggest components of adoption is that community base. When you look at village savings and loan programs and the way that women save money together to make big purchases or support each other in times of emergencies, those groups and cooperatives were started in villages, and it was built on trust networks where people had to verify how much money was in the box, which sounds very familiar to a system I've been hearing about a lot this week. You know, but we don't credit them with that. We don't credit them with coming together and forming these coalitions and doing the analog version of a lot of what we're doing today. And so the more, you know, you can look at that, I think that was one of the big things, is continuing to learn from the behaviors of women, because women are the ones that are saying, okay, we actually need this to be more of a savings tool than a spending tool. We need it to be more private because maybe we don't want someone to understand how much money we have because we're saving to put a daughter in school. And those are the different things that a lot of this technology really lends itself to. And so when I look at it, I think we're, number one, solving for a lot of these things that you would see on the ground and not quite know how mobile money could fix that. Now, it can do a lot, and I think obviously it brought a lot of people into a banking system for them, but it's still not working in the way that it's needed. And so when you look at a refugee, for instance, or the way that Bitcoin can be used as a humanitarian tool, which Alex Gladstein is so good at describing, and Roya and everyone, is really like, how is this used as a humanitarian tool? Well, look at what refugees have to do. You know, they have to oftentimes give up so much of their financial income. They have to leave a country without anything. And when you can't take your money, that makes you more vulnerable. And so we've created a mobile money system that actually leaves people more vulnerable in their time of crisis. Now, yes, it helps them once they get to the camp and once they can get onboarded into that, but if you can't bring what you've earned from before, you start back at zero. And we can really prevent that. These are preventable crises, and more when you start listening to people on the ground, when you start listening to people who are actually needing this and experiencing different pain points that we would have never and hopefully will never experience, you're gonna learn how the technology serves us in so many ways that we can't even imagine yet, because that's not our life. And I think when we can start opening it up more as a humanitarian tool, more as a tool of impact, you're gonna see a lot of different things change. And that's, you know, by continuing to listen to communities, by continuing to go into regions where people need it critically, and learning from what behaviors do they need it to do, how do they need it to be shaped, and what is the adoption there, and how is that helpful. And I think that's a lot of like what working in it taught me was, you know, seeing entrepreneurs that were just starting their first businesses in a camp have to figure out how to accept money, how to figure out how to start up a company, and then use this as the backbone to accept it. That's a huge job to take on. But then, you know, once again, women are the ones paying the bills. They're the ones doing the spending. And we know the most important thing is when you give a woman more disposable income, she invests it in education, healthcare, and the welfare of her family. And so what more could we want as a long-term impact of this technology than to know that by dedicating our efforts and energy to this, by fixing some of the issues that mobile money could never solve for, we're actually able to put more women in school, create more generational wealth, and create more generations that are educated just by simply providing more disposable income. And remittances take a lot of that disposable income right now.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. I'm moving on to OJ. Can I call you OJ?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. So OJ, you have a vast knowledge and a vast experience in the tech space. And what do you have to say for women who are, what are the entry points for women who want to come into tech space? And while you're answering that, there's this feeling that there's a natural disposition for women to some roles, and they thrive better in some roles and they thrive better in other roles, and they do not. You know, so you feel this disposition actually exists, and what do you have to say about that?
Good question. So when we think about natural disposition, I've heard, and I'm sure, who here has heard that men are rational, analytical, logical, thank you, and women are irrational, emotional, and such nonsense. As far as I know, all the senseless wars that we've had are started by these rational, logical, analytical men that, with all their rationale and all their logical, they cannot figure out a way to settle disputes without going to fight like cavemen. So that thing about natural disposition, I don't know where it comes from, but I can guess that there's a system that has been designed to make us believe that there is a natural disposition that makes men somehow more reliable and more logical, which is evidently not the case.
Okay.
So as far as I'm concerned, thank you. As far as I'm concerned, unless Bitcoin mining requires that we go with pickaxes and hack with physical strength at rocks to bring out the Bitcoin. Unless Bitcoin development requires us to throw the scripts as far as we can with our strong arms, unless leadership of the Bitcoin community and the ecosystem requires us to physically go into battle, I do not believe that there's any such thing as a natural disposition. I do not believe, and I definitely do not agree, that women are better suited to any roles. And so I think the simple answer to your question about entry points for women is the entry point for any woman is whatever entry point she wants based on what she wants to do with her life.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you very much. I will also, in adding to that, part of what we do in the, let me start the story from another angle. Paxful has an educational center in Nigeria, in Abuja, called Pax Nigeria. And when it was being created, one of the core factors of building it was educating people, and not just anybody. The funny part was when it started, we realized that a lot of people coming into the space were just males, and nobody else wanted to learn. So we intentionally, like you said, decided to create a Women in Bitcoin club in Nigeria. It was, where's my friend? Tochi, where are you? Oh, so Tochi is over there. Tochi is the current educator for the Women in Bitcoin club in Pax Nigeria. She's also a colleague of mine. She will also be on the panel session here too. So I feel it's right because when you do it that way, you sort of level out the playing field and everybody gets an equal starting point. Moving, actually, that question leads to the next question where it says, so if we can clearly see that the impact in the industry is going to be massive. So I want to take the questions one by one. I want Charlene to tell us about how she sees this impact in the finance sector, how Amy sees this impact in the humanitarian sector, and how Ojoma sees the impact that is leveling out the playing field and allowing women and men start together at equal opportunities. I want to see you talk about it too in the employment sector. So, Charlene?
Well, I'll just start with a quote by Dr. James Aggrey. He's a Ghanaian sociologist. I think you've heard a lot of quotes by him. When you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So when you bring women into Bitcoin, you're able to kind of upgrade the whole world. I think that when you bring women into Bitcoin, just like we always, we talk about here that, Africa has very unique problems and Africans are very sensitive and they understand those unique problems because they've lived them. Well, in that same way, women understand the problems of women. And so if you have women creating companies that are going to solve the unique and difficult challenges of women, you get a better end result for everybody. And that also means that we're going to have Bitcoin companies that are going to resonate and speak to everybody. And so I think that in the long term, you have just a better system that finally includes everyone.
Awesome. Thank you. Amy?
I think, if by focusing on how we're making sure that women are protected in these crisis situations, I mean, when you think about a crisis, oftentimes the people that are impacted most are women and children. And so the more and more that we can continue to make sure that Bitcoin is a solution that works in a crisis, that works for women when they're in a time of need, and that addresses these issues that we know they're having and that they're telling us they're having around privacy and around banking, we're really creating a tool that will fundamentally change outcomes for their future and for their children's future. I think that's the biggest thing. And the thing I want everyone to just kind of be reminded of as we end here is women are still the largest majority of the unbanked. Mm-hmm. And that's our largest potential. We're not convincing them to use a new system. We're bringing them a system that's going to work better for them. And so, again, when we're thinking about where the opportunity is, women still need a solution, and we have one. So again, just continue to focus on women, and you're gonna see transformational growth, because when women bring a product into their home, they're loyal to it. And that's the number one thing you're hearing, is women are loyal to a product. When they're not gonna switch, if you've helped them save money, if you've helped them save and they're doing their banking with you, you're their provider. And again, continue to go into the communities, to know that everything has to start within the communities, from understanding them and from being able to support them in their biggest times of need. And we're going to experience a lot of that in the world, and so continue to always look at this as a humanitarian tool, because the outcomes it's providing really are changing futures in a way that hopefully we won't have as many crises, I would hope.
Thank you. OJ?
So I think two things. I think if we manage to achieve sort of equality and inclusion, two things. One is we reverse centuries, millenniums. Is it millenniums or millennia?
Well, are you talking of the generation?
Anyway, hundreds and thousands of years, we will manage to reverse social injustice that has essentially locked out half of the world from accessing services, accessing the financial system, and participating in a way that's comparable to their peers in the world. So I think the first benefit is that we reverse that injustice. And I believe that a lot of people that believe in Bitcoin believe in it because we see it as a tool for achieving social justice. We see it as a tool for achieving freedom. So I feel like if we're able to include more women and provide more access to women, then that's the first thing. As you were saying, Amy, I think the second thing is the multiplier effect, right? The benefit of inclusion of women is not just on the women themselves, it's on their children. It's on the outcomes in their children's education, their children's health, and society. And it may sound like an exaggeration, but I feel like if we include more women, we will have a better, safer world. Because, women are women.
And as you said, the evidence shows that men are the ones that are rational and go to war.
I was only pointing out the evidence before me.
All right, so we are about to round up, and like Charlene said, putting women out there so that younger ones can be able to look into the system and see that women are already far ahead of them and can actually attain what these ladies have done. I would like for you guys to leave one word of advice for the young girl out there, the young one in Kenya, the young one in Balogun, right? Balogun, yeah. Let them hear you say one word of advice to them, and we'll call it a wrap.
I would just say two things. I think I would encourage young women in Bitcoin to show up and take up space. Recognize the unique perspective that you have. Own the value that you bring to a company, a project, or even, a conversation. Make sure you're getting paid for that value that's commensurate with what you're bringing to the table. That's really important. Be confident in your ability to stand shoulders to shoulders to other folks that can talk about the protocol, because you can talk about it too. But you can probably talk about it in a way that resonates with people that other people can't reach, and that's valuable. You need to own that. The other thing I want to talk about is what Ajoma said, is this abuse. We don't talk a lot about the abuse. It is real. The disrespect is real. So you will need tough skin. But just know, we have to say it. It is constant. It is real. But Bitcoin gives women wings because they have the power to choose a better life for their family and for their communities and for their countries. So it's important for you to be in this space so you can help other women choose a better life. That's what I would say.
Awesome. The power to choose. Amy?
I'm soaking that in. I needed something.
You're still soaking that in. Should we move to OJ?
Yeah, I think it's, again, continue to ask questions. That's the main thing. Even myself in the space I've been doing here is try to learn new parts of it, try to get more comfortable with it, because we all know risk stops us from doing things that are good for us, and that fear. And so the more you can become comfortable with it and ask the questions and just feel comfortable knowing there's a lot to learn, I would just encourage people to keep doing that, because that's what I'm doing myself. So that's the best advice I can give.
Awesome. OJ?
Two things. I think the first thing is reject the label. To any young woman wanting to get into Bitcoin, reject any label that is put on you that you have not chosen for yourself. To the earlier question about what people think women can and can't do. So the first thing is reject that label. The second thing is, to what you were saying, Charlene, about excellence. I think there's an insidious narrative that is sold to many young women about being the best woman at the thing. And I think in line with rejecting the label, I think young women should aim to be the best person at the thing, period.
Awesome. So, just to sum it all up, from Charlene, you have the power to choose. Amy says, continue learning so you could put yourself in better positions. OJ, reject the label and be just the best. Not the best woman or whatever, just be the best in it all. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this panel session. A round of applause for our panelists, and we'll see you guys later. Thank you very much.
Here's another round of applause. That was awesome. I feel so inspired, and finding your footing in the Bitcoin space as a woman has been an interesting journey for me. So hearing those words of advice and their experience really gave me that boost to keep going. So we have come to that point in the conference where it's time to eat. So we have eating and workshops, so you can eat and attend workshops. We have 3 workshops lined up today. We have the Bitcoin Crash Course workshop by Paxful happening at the Balchan meeting room on the ground floor. That's right behind this place, so just walk straight down. Then we have another workshop on Bitcoin for nonprofit organizations, which is holding at Stafford Room on the 2nd floor, and Alex Gladstein will be there. So that's a really great workshop to be at if you have a nonprofit. And then the 3rd workshop is by Tether, and they're talking about a solution for weak currencies, and that's happening at the Siam Room, which is right behind here. So just walk straight down as well. You'll see the Siam Room. So if that is the workshop you want to go to, feel free to drop by there and take a plate. Bring your food, and you can go to the workshop and learn. So we'll see you guys here at 2 o'clock for our 5th keynote with Josiah E. Asen. I hope I didn't butcher your surname, but make sure you come back here at 2 o'clock. So see you guys again soon.
stay and learn.
Working with entrepreneurs, you tend to go through this situation where we trend a lot. So today is AI, tomorrow is, we learn in Python, or now that we're talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And when you trend a lot, what you tend to find is startups are very unstable because we're creating products and services that we don't naturally control how the market moves. And for me, I know this last 2 days has been talking about Bitcoin and how Africa can adopt that particular innovation. And it's an interesting part. And I want to look at 5 ways, or mainly 6 ways, that we can use that as a means to improve that. Now, if you work in Ghana or you work in Africa, we all know that infrastructure is a huge problem. When it rains, your data is problematic. So if you're a startup, and a digital startup at that, and you're creating products that people are supposed to access online and data is expensive, then what happens to your product? Because if I can't afford to use my data to go online to then either do creatives, the people that are doing videos, that's the reason why you see a lot of creatives are doing 30 seconds videos rather than 3 minutes, 4 minutes videos that you see. It's because of the cost of data. So what are we doing to ensure that things like cost of data can be something that is favorable for startups, for them to be able to create content for people to engage in? Then we look at one of the most important things, that if you don't have access to market, then it's problematic. Yes, we have the Africa Free Trade that we are embarking on at the moment, and Ghana is fortunate to be the headquarters for the Africa Free Trade, but access to market is very important, and we cannot just limit it to just our continent, but we also need access to the European markets so that it will be easier for me or my products to be able to be seen abroad. Have you ever been on Twitter or any of these platforms where you want to watch a video or want to access a particular advert for a product, but you can't get it because of the locality that you're in? So that means that your product is blocked somewhere else. So you don't have access to that digitally. Then we talk about the physical side of things, where if people that sell, and I'm using things like share butter and all of this as a common thing that we all do, you can access in other markets, but you want me to then accept Bitcoin, but yet the people that actually want to use Bitcoin are outside my market. So how do I then get access to such markets? Then we look in the knowledge gaps. Now, when you look at the room, I want to say that the people here are the experts, right? But you all exist outside our ecosystem. So what we tend to do is you hold meetings in your little pockets and exchange information amongst yourself, what Bitcoin can do, why this is so great. And you want startups and innovators to innovate using this particular platform, but we don't have that knowledge. So this is where mentorship is important. This is where a lot of you guys need to engage yourself in the ecosystem and talk to innovation hubs, and how you can then advise these innovators how to create products or services that is easy for Bitcoin users to be able to purchase. Then I think we had a panel that talked about gender and inclusion. Now, fintech is an amazing innovation that is taking over Africa, as we said. And financial inclusion is one of the ways to empower people. So how are we making sure that we're creating products that, caters into financial inclusion? In Ghana, when you look at the informal sector, in Makola, for example, majority of the people that control these markets are women. Are they financially included? Yes, we're doing Momo, but are we educating them? Are we ensuring that they get involved in the fintech space for them to be, I'll say, available to get loans and investment for them to expand and scale their businesses? Because without financial inclusion, there's no point in creating products that you tell me, okay, I need Bitcoin, or we think Bitcoin is the way forward, but yet I'm not included in the conversation. So for me to be able to use these amazing innovations, you have to think about people external of just Accra or Kumasi and all of these other great, I would say, capitals that we have. So financial inclusion is something that we definitely have to think about. Then one of the killers of our industry is access to funding, right? And again, investment, and most of you that are involved in what we do must know, the early stage investment is very, very difficult to come by. We generally don't have an angel investor or VC networks in Ghana, or mainly in Africa. You might find it in Kenya and South Africa because they have more of a matured market, so to speak. So if Bitcoin is something that can change the landscape, how are investors looking at African startups? Are we ready to look at Bitcoin as another way to invest in startups so that we can then bypass this Silicon Valley, I would say, strategy of you only invest in people that look like you, people that sound like you, people that go to the same school like you, in that sense. So would Bitcoin be one of the game changers when it comes to investing in startups? And what kind of investment would that look like, so that startups will be able to gain investment for them to create their products and services and get onto the market? And the last point that I want to make, and I know it sounds a bit uncomfortable, but regulations, right? Whether we like it or not, government, they are the biggest stakeholder in what we do. And they create policies that can literally shut down any innovation that you have planned. Fortunately, in the most advanced economies, they're able to bypass that because things like infrastructure and businesses understand, B2B interactions and all of those other stuff. But in our ecosystem, government is the key. So we cannot innovate without them. Now, we shouldn't look at government as these old dinosaurs that we need to talk at them and then let them move out of the way, because we've seen in many cases where, they've been able to shut down a lot of the innovations that have come out from what we've done. With fintech, you need a lot of money for you to be able to get the license, for you to even start your businesses. So we need to look at ways in talking to these regulators. We need to embrace them. We need to talk to them. We need to bring them to the table and educate them on what Bitcoin is. So for me, if we really want to engage the ecosystem, let's not just focus on teaching developers how to create products and services using Bitcoin. We also look at the business-minded individuals as well, for them to look at things like business development. What does that mean? I'm not just creating a business and then think, okay, I'm putting on Bitcoin. I'm going to get Bitcoin and then that's it. You have to talk to businesses. Businesses have to understand what it means. Customers also have to understand what it means. And just focusing on developers is not the key. You need to also focus on creatives. You need to focus on business developers and people that are actually creating intellectual property. All of these people need to understand what Bitcoin is. Let's not sit in our little silos and have these conversations amongst ourselves. We have to understand that we're privileged enough to be in this room, that we want to change a continent with this innovation. But it means nothing if we don't look at infrastructure, right? We don't look at access to market. We don't look at gaining access to funding. We don't look at talking to regulators. And the most important thing for me is the knowledge gaps, because that's the fundamental key. Mentorship is important. And so we need to continue having these conversations. And I don't want to take too much of your time. And like I said, for us in this innovations space, we welcome innovations such as Bitcoin and the fact that we are talking about Africa. But let's not think about the joy of leapfrogging without laying those foundations, because whatever happens, we can leapfrog, but they will always bring us back to the fundamentals, because any Ghanaian here knows when it rains, your internet goes down. So we can create all the platforms that we want. If infrastructure is not working, then it wouldn't work. So thank you very much for your time.
Awesome.
And have a great day.
Thank you very much, Josiah. I don't think it's only Ghanaians that know that. Even Nigerians too know that. When it rains, there's no internet. Just forget about it. Go and sleep. Read a book. I don't know, start a fire. Do something. But don't trust the internet. And it's like you said, no matter how much we want to leapfrog or create solutions, if we're not getting it fundamentally correct, they will always just bring us back down. A round of applause once again for Josiah. Thank you so much for sticking to time. If I can have you 10 times, we'll be closing a lot earlier nowadays. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing up my own personal friend. I remember when he came to Nigeria, and we heard his story of visiting different countries using just Bitcoin alone. And he came and he said he wants to go to, there was a part that was having some security issues, Kaduna. And we're like, does this guy know they're kidnapping people here? And they said he knows that he wants to go. How are we going to do it? What I said was, what we should do is we should write a letter and tell him that we are informing him that they're kidnapping people there, so that he signs it. So in case anything happens to him, we are clear. But still, he came, he went, he came back, and all was good. All to the testament of how much you can use Bitcoin to move around. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say his story. He's going to come up and do it himself. Put your hands together for Paco de la India.
Namaste, everyone. And I love you guys. Thank you. And to begin with, Agu Ghana, how are you guys? Yes, man. I'm really nervous, and I'm thankful to you all. I'm here because of Bitcoiners. I will go forward because of Bitcoiners. We all will move forward because of Bitcoin. So, thank you. All right, this was August 25th last year. I get a call from my friend. He says, Paco, do you want to travel the world? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you have to travel on Bitcoin. I'm like, I don't know what is Bitcoin. He says, I'm giving you a book called The Bitcoin Standard. I read the book in 3 days. 21 days later, started the journey called Run with Bitcoin. The purpose of the journey was, how does it work? All right. The purpose of the journey was to share adoption of Bitcoin around the world, Bitcoin awareness, so hosting Bitcoin meetups, and ultimately to show humans of Bitcoin are kind people. Because all we hear is toxicity and maximalism. And I started this journey, didn't know whom to look up to. There was one guy. His name is Felix Weiss. He traveled the world in 2016 on chain. He was traveling the world using Bitcoin, paying on chain. And I'm like, this is 2021. I will travel the world using Bitcoin on Lightning, guys. We move forward. This is me, mass awareness, adoption of Bitcoin, and move forward. Who am I? I've been traveling since 2014. I have couch surfed in over 450 houses. I have traveled to 250 cities, but this time it's with Bitcoin. The journey started on 17 September 2021, and I love running. Running is meditation for me. So either you run your body or you run your node. It's your choice. Or you can do both, you know. And there is Bitcoin adoption around the world. Here we go. India, Bitcoin running with Bitcoin, Bitcoin meetups. If you see the photo with the red background, it took me 2 hours to orange pill the guy and pay him with Bitcoin. Went to the Statue of Unity with Bitcoin. On the left, I was called anti-national in my meetup. In the center, I bought medicines with Bitcoin, dentist with Bitcoin, cup of tea with Bitcoin. On the left bottom is a 13-year-old icicle bought on Bitcoin, pizza with Bitcoin, and Bitcoin meetup. The Bitcoin meetup photo you see, the guy in the blue shirt, second from left, he can't speak, he can't hear. He found me on Telegram and he says, hey, let's hang out. We hung out the whole day chatting on the phone. And he says, English is freedom, Bitcoin is freedom. Welcome to Dubai. A Bitcoiner flew me out to Dubai. I met Didi, met Da Vinci, who said in 2011, Bitcoin is $1, please buy. Nobody bought. And I met all the traders. We move on. Thailand. The guy on the left is the one who made Umbrel Network, Barry. I was at a bar, the third photo. I was at a bar and I wanted to pay with Bitcoin. The lady's like, no, give me cash. And the guy heard me. He's like, hey, give me your Bitcoin. I'll take your Bitcoin. And he bought me drinks. Bitcoin hostel, Bitcoin meetups. Cambodia, the guy on the left, he is a Bitcoin Satoshi Vision guy. I paid him in Bitcoin for my stay. It's called Karma Traders. Bitcoin meetups, coffee for Bitcoin, biryani for Bitcoin, bikes for Bitcoin. Singapore was really important because in the Bitcoin meetup, I had Boston Consultancy Group, Standard Chartered Bank, and Bitcoin Maxis in the meetup. And the bankers were like, hey, what's going to happen? And the Bitcoiners were like, it's your end. And that was true. It was a good meetup. Sri Lanka, Bitcoin meetups. If you see the last photo on the right, I am 33 years old and I lost the room key. I go to the lady and I'm like, hey, I lost my key. She's like, give me $100. And I'm like, no, I'm not giving you $100. I'll make you a copy. I take the copy, I go to the next town. I'm like, hey, I want a copy of the key, but I will pay you in Bitcoin. Guess what? He says he has Binance wallet, and I paid him $4 on Bitcoin. So that's my Bitcoin key maker. Welcome to Qatar. That's me running a half marathon. Me taking off people away from Binance to Blue Wallet. You see this little kid? He's 13 years old. He got me my shoes on Bitcoin. He has Electrum wallet. Kenya, guys, welcome to Africa. And I was really scared. I did not know what's going to happen. But as you see, Kenya, there's a Bitcoin bus. You can have a massage with Bitcoin, restaurant with Bitcoin, a mobile phone with Bitcoin, and on the right, extreme left, you can play a game of snooker with Bitcoin. Uganda, do you see that billboard? Jebaleko, Uganda. Left, that's a big boarding from Yellow Card, says buy Bitcoin on the Central Bank of Uganda. And they got to take it down. You see the Southern Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere? I went there, gave the lady some Bitcoin on Wallet of Satoshi, and she asked me, is Bitcoin halal? And at that very moment, I was like, I am no one to comment on halal because halal and haram was told by the Prophet. I am merely here to give you some Bitcoin. We moved on. Bitcoin meetups, buying Bitcoin. Rwanda, getting a car wash with Bitcoin, buying these bracelets with Bitcoin. Moving forward, Tanzania, this is very important. I climbed the Kilimanjaro with the Bitcoin flag. And before climbing up, it's my duty to orange pill. Orange pilled my guide. Bitcoin price was $40,000. Came down after 5 days, Bitcoin price is $30,000. Oh yeah. We move on, Bitcoin. The lady on the left Dr. Sandra Chogo. She is teaching Bitcoin in Swahili. She has a book on Bitcoin and blockchain. She works with the government. We move forward to Malawi. They are running a Raspberry Pi down there in the Malawi lake, an NGO hosting Bitcoin meetups. Price is $28,000. Mozambique, the best place you can go surfing with Bitcoin, restaurant on Bitcoin. These are young kids you see on the bottom. They have Bitcoin wallets, 13-year-old. The oldest guy I orange pilled is the 67-year-old guy. It took me a whole day. But it was easy because he's a gambler. So it worked. Zimbabwe, guys. I reached Zimbabwe June 9th. Anybody asks me, how are you? And I say, I am alive. I met with an accident. And I am here. So thank the stars. I thank Satoshi. I thank you all. Bitcoin meetups. The guy in the center, he imports cars into Zimbabwe using Bitcoin. And Bitcoin meetups. These meetups are possible because of Anita Posh. Is she here? Yep, Anita Posh has done a great job down there. Zambia, Bitcoin meetups, tipping our waiters in Bitcoin. And the Jolly Boys on the right has a B. He's running a node right next to Victoria Falls. These are the use cases of Bitcoin where people aren't aware like Bitcoin is used as money in such countries. This is moving forward to Botswana, a Bitcoin ATM. Tip waiters with Bitcoin. Ala Kanani, a Bitcoin lady. You see the Bitcoin price now? $21,000. Oh yeah, it happens. In the center, the biggest thing for me is that guy in the center, Chris Ellis. He is a 2012 Bitcoiner. He's running a node in the desert and growing potatoes. That's what a Bitcoiner is doing in today's world. He's growing potatoes. He's done with the Twitter fighting. He's done with talking on Facebook. He's like, I'll grow potatoes. He was with the Bitcoin Foundation. He gave away a lot of Bitcoins away just to know that all Bitcoins were used for shit. And he eventually said, I will start my own NGO to see what a man goes through, what is the pain. And he's literally suffering. He married a Ugandan girl now. So the man has been hitched. Nigeria, how far? Lo, 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 lo. Lo, 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 lo. All right, I love you guys. I love you guys. Tipping the waiter with Bitcoin. Ayo is not there. He's a newborn baby. He's just become a father. Gave him some Bitcoin. The center photo is possible because of Machakura. Is Kogatsu here? KG. So KG launched Machakura so we could give teachers some Bitcoin using the old Nokia phone. Lagos meetup and 19,900 Bitcoin price. And Kaduna, guys, is the technology hub of Nigeria. All right, Kaduna is amazing. Had a great time there. People are kind. Hosted 6 Bitcoin meetups. But they don't have Bitcoin ATMs there. There are people sitting there to do a P2P trade. Cameroon hosted 3 Bitcoin meetups with Elvis. Elvis is here. Okay, hosted Bitcoin meetups and got a mobile cover with Bitcoin. Bangui, Central Africa Republic, they love Sango coin. The guy tried to buy Sango coin, Paco, please buy Sango coin. I said, okay, let's log in. He couldn't log in. Then he was like, but do you have any Bitcoin? I'm like, yes. He's like, I have wallet of Satoshi. Please give me some Bitcoin. So I gave him some Bitcoin. I gave him $3. You know, we are generous. It took me 2 hours to orange pill that person in the center, buy mango chips. Nobody uses Bitcoin. Nobody. And I don't speak French. The Bitcoin meetup, the smallest one is that. 4 people were there. We move forward. South Sudan, the best food in Africa, South Sudan. Best food. Best food. I'll stand for this. I'm not saying jollof rice. Anyways, the guy on the left, he's a Bitcoin Cash guy. And you know we love our enemies. Just kidding. Just kidding. Bitcoin meetups. I made my guide with Bitcoin and I moved forward. Ethiopia, they are vegan people. The people have the best injera. That part of the world knows what is food, I feel, you know. Good people. Nigerians know your food, I know that. Buying injera with Bitcoin. Bitcoin meetup in La Libela with Orthodox Christians who believe God is everything. And I said, inflation is happening. Who's going to save us? And they are like, God. So I did a Bitcoin meetup with them, set them up wallets. My hostel on Bitcoin, my bar on Bitcoin. El Salvador, guys, El Salvador is very necessary to all of us. The world is watching. El Salvador succeeds, the world succeeds. El Salvador means the savior, and Bitcoin is the savior for all of us. They are doing amazing job. You see on the left, they are teaching Bitcoin in school. That was a graduation with Me Premier Bitcoin. Uber rider accepting Bitcoin, Bitcoin coffee. Max Kaiser, do you know Max Kaiser? He's very spiritual. And Coffee with Bitcoin and Hope House. They have 2 Hope Houses now, built with Bitcoin. Senegal, you can do baguettes, no, what is that? Crepes with Bitcoin, bars with Bitcoin, surfing with Bitcoin, bracelets with Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin price is how much? $16,000. Yes, yes, it's possible. I am really thankful for listening to this. I move forward into phase 3, El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Peru, Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad. And this was my budgeting, which I did not get, but I got a lot of love. Everything started with BTC Pay Server. Everybody who's seeing this around me, that was my first crowdfund, starting with BTC Pay Server. And I copied everything from Bitcoin Beach. I took their photos, and I'm like, let's just go. And people are kind. My journey is Paco de la India on YouTube, Run with Bitcoin. I love running because I love eating. And Run with Bitcoin community, and I blog Substack. And that's my crowdfund page. I am here because of Bitcoiners, I started saying, and I will go forward because of Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners have shown that they are kind people. They only want is proof of work. Remember when you were a small little kid and your father used to give you pocket money? It was just because you used to listen to him. If you did not listen to your father, you had no pocket money. That is work. That's what our parents taught us. But as we grew forward, we moved towards POS. What's POS? Piece of shit. Yeah? You see, we have moved forward because of Bitcoin, and it has given me a lot, and I'm always grateful. I always end off by saying a lot of things. I've traveled to 24 countries, and I just wanted to do this on the stage. And it is for me like a joy. Thank you, Africa. All of these have come on Bitcoin. And it begins from Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Cameroon, South Sudan. All these come from here. And people are kind. People are really kind. And there are 2 quotes I will say, and I've got 50 seconds. Mark Twain has said, if you don't follow news, you are uninformed. But if you follow news, you are misinformed. There is a lot of noise. Zoom out. See where we are. Bitcoin was 0, and nobody controls Bitcoin. It's the belief that is getting stronger. And the last one I would say, a man who has no love talks about love. A man who has no money talks about. A man who has no Bitcoin talks about. Thank you so much, guys. I love you guys. Namaste.
Round of applause for Paco, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Paco, do you like people joining you on this journey? If any of us wants to join Paco, let's just join him, or we could do our own mini version. How many African countries you can go using Bitcoin alone? Let's see how far we can go. I'll ask if Abubakar Khalil is in the building. Sorry? Okay. So what do we do? DJ, I always run to you. Start running. I want us to play a little game here. So my DJ is going to play a song. We'll have 5 seconds to listen to that song, and I will ask you to tell me the name of the artist or the song. Does that work? Okay, you are laughing. Are you Nigerian? Eniola, you are Nigerian. You are very Nigerian. There's nothing more Nigerian than Eniola. Let's see. Try and play the popular ones, okay? The very popular ones, Nigerian, Ghanaian, any popular song you have. Just give me one. Let's say we can test it. Okay. Sorry? Michael Jackson, call. Let's just give me one song. Okay. Oh, stop. Who wants to answer this one now? Let me see. This man is smiling. Looks like he knows the song. Hi. You, yes, you. You want to Shazam me? Technology. No, he has to. So that's why I said 5 seconds. Somebody has to get this. You. Who sang it, Eniola? You don't know? We'll keep that on hold. Well, our guys are here. They are ready. I'll have to be on stage to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next panel session all set, talking on engineering solutions to improve Bitcoin adoption in Africa. It's a panel session that is going to be led by the none other, Abubakar Nur Khalil. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi guys, good evening. I hope everyone is filled. I'm happy we're having the panel after lunch. It would have been awkward talking about Bitcoin development on an empty stomach. So yeah, let me introduce the next few guests. They're really, really incredible. A lot of Bitcoin open source developers like to be, I guess, on the low, but I'm happy that you guys are gonna experience what it's like inside, I guess, the depth of Bitcoin development. So first person up is Okejedon. He's a contributor to Fedi. I'm sure you guys are aware of Fedi. They're working on joint custody. They're working on. And then we have Duncan, who's an open source developer focused on Lightning Network, as well as a teacher at Gala. So I'm really happy he's helping out. And then the last is Heritage. Heritage is CEO and founder of DigiOats, and he's a Bitcoin consultant for Dinar. So hey guys, how's it going? So yeah, we're getting in. I guess this panel is really to, I guess, demystify the Bitcoin development space for a lot of people. Not everyone knows exactly what's going on under the hood. So I want us to take this opportunity to really highlight and give a good overview of what exactly it entails in the space, how to do, what are the different ways to contribute, how everything is structured. So the first question I have for you guys is, can you just tell us a bit about the work you're doing and kind of the general, I guess, journey you've had into being a Bitcoin developer?
All right.
Go ahead.
Hello. So it's really, to start with, thanks. It's been a fantastic 3 days, and I've thoroughly enjoyed and learned a lot. I'm Okejedon, and I contribute to the Fedimin protocol. My journey into that has been being a general software engineer for the past 4 years, particularly thinking in the space of collaboration. And I have started my learning more intense in Bitcoin in the past 1.5 years and come across some interesting philosophies, for example, and lessons, particularly that Bitcoin is a technology, and the next one is that Bitcoin is a technology for collaboration. So middle of this year, I was going through my learning, like scratching the surface, and then I came across the Fedimin protocol. And so my next obvious step was to figure out a way of jumping on that, because it just aligned so much with my values from where I come from. I come from Kenya, and communities are a big, big thing about that. So we will dig more into that, but that's my journey into Fedimin protocol and Bitcoin development.
Amazing.
Cool. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Abubakar, for the question and for the introduction. I'd say also my experience getting into Bitcoin was maybe kind of non-standard as well. I have a background in physics and mathematics, And a little after that, I started doing my own thing, freelancing, startup, and I decided to try and expand back into Bitcoin. So I worked for 3 years at a cryptocurrency exchange called Luno that some of you might know about. But in my final year of working there, I was more interested in getting into open source Bitcoin development. So that's when I first started contributing to Bitcoin Core and LDK. Had a keen interest in LDK because I was from a Rust development background. And then at the beginning of this year or so, I came forward to be a teacher at Kala, and that's been a very rewarding experience. Yeah, and to see where some of the participants have come out of that program now and are actually doing open source Bitcoin development, working at Bitcoin companies, actually making a difference, within the continent as well, which is, I think, very important. Yeah, thank you.
Abubakar for the nice introduction. Actually, I have a technology background as a computer scientist by grade, and my getting myself acquainted with Bitcoin happens due to my curiosity into finance. And talking about my technical background, I am more of a mobile dev who write languages like Dart programming language using Flutter framework. But then, I was so keen about finance, and everything I'm doing in terms of technology, I also resonate with finance. So I get myself acquainted with cryptocurrency, but I learned through the hard way. And learning through the hard way, I was so pulled, and I sat down and decided to intensify my effort into studying the concept of what is behind cryptocurrency. So I found Bitcoin through the help of Black Bitcoin billionaires, and since then I've been trying to get myself acquainted with Bitcoin, only checking out core repository, GitHubs, and trying to see what I can lay my hands upon, not just on writing codes alone. Getting people acquainted with Bitcoin and not letting them go through the hard route the way I went through when I was getting myself acquainted with cryptocurrency. So that leads me up to my track with DJ Otan, being a consultant with Bitcoin focus firms like Dinar. So that's more like a brief elucidation about my journey into Bitcoin.
Nice. So I guess it would be good for us to give the audience a quick brief about the not really open source, but the whole Bitcoin development ecosystem. So just map it out for them, let them know the differences between, protocol level, application level. So take it on for guys.
Yeah, from where I am right now, I see certain things. There is Bitcoin Core itself, and in this room, probably one of the best people to talk to about that is right here, Abubakar. So there is Bitcoin Core, there is Lightning, and now there is a third pillar for Bitcoin, that is Fedimint. There is a ton of user-facing applications on top of that. You can look at things like BTC Pay Server and a few other things. So maybe, I don't know if we need to go into each of these things. But there is, I would let Dean also mention some.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Cool. So I think also Lightning has been mentioned, and if we look at first of all, there's a protocol spec level and a few implementations that have come out of that. So the space for becoming a developer and getting into Lightning development, it's quite wide, and I think you don't just need to be a spec developer.
Yeah.
You can work on an implementation. And you'll see I'm usually wearing the Fedimint merch and stuff, and it's because I'm a big fan of the project. I don't work on the project, but I think it's due to the crack marketing team of Fedi. Yeah, I think to understand like more of the ecosystem, there's a lot of things being built on Bitcoin and Lightning itself. So if you just don't look at the protocol implementation specifically, you know, there's a lot more out there, and I think it's just growing every day.
Yes, buttressing Duncan's point, I'm just going to like add into it saying, getting yourself acquainted with Bitcoin technicalities itself doesn't end in writing the codes and the implementation, only though we know there are development processes on the on-chain and the second layer, but if you tend to like get yourself acquainted with Bitcoin and really intensify efforts into contributing to it, I mean, it means contributing to humanity. The codes are fully open source, and it adds stages to it. So as a technical person, probably on the product level, on the UI level, and even the development point of things, Bitcoin is extremely inclusive for everyone to contribute. That's why it's known for its decentralized fixtures, and I mean, Bitcoin improvement proposals are open for contributions, and what we need to like intensify on, it's more like getting efforts to like see more developers keyed into building into the core repository and making more changes. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, I would like to just take 2 minutes and dig, because each one of these things we've mentioned are quite rich. But for the 2 minutes, if I was to just give a brief overview of what Fedimint is, we have the protocol itself, which is where I work. That is, and the protocol itself is composed of software to be run by Fedimint Guardians, if you dig more into the concept. And then there is a part of this which is integrating with Lightning, another rich field to look into if you're a developer, if you're a tester, if you're a user who is already running a Lightning node. And there is, you know, a user-facing application on top of that. That is the Fedi itself. So all of these things are areas of contribution, and they are all under development and needs your contribution.
For sure, for sure. I think what's also important from everything they've said is to try and help you guys get a bigger picture of what it really means when we say Bitcoin development, because a lot of people just think it's strictly on the code level. But like you mentioned, even on the code level, there are differences. So there are people that are working at the really, really low level, which is the protocol level. And then there are individuals that are working higher up there, who are the guys ensuring, you know, the APIs, the infrastructure that links that base protocol to user-facing apps. And at the top, which is where a lot of you have had experience with Bitcoin most likely, is the wallets. We have the wallets, we have all kinds of implementations that like are on the user side. So moving on, I think what would be really important for us in this discussion is for us to go through some of the challenges we see in the Bitcoin development ecosystem. I think it'll be worthwhile to go through some of the things that you guys think are most important that we need to address, and some of the challenges you think we've addressed good enough, and then kind of walk through how you think we could really help the space moving forward.
Yeah. One challenge I found, I am getting started actually. I am 4 months into the journey. One challenge that I found was just taking the leap to break in. It's a community, it's a technical stack to go through, it's all the lessons you have to learn, and you know, finding a path there. One of the ways I see this being addressed is through education programs such as yourself, at Kala, that is. Another way this is addressed, there's a ton of education programs out there, but also like in these projects themselves, people are quite inviting. You know, the people who are already contributors there, the people who are educators in there, they're quite inviting. So this is a way of addressing the gap from, you know, starting out, you're looking at it from, you know, you are a user or you are someone learning and you want to break in, you want to start contributing, you want to start running these things and deploying them yourself. So that is, the challenge is, you know, the challenge from my perspective was breaking in, and then there are all these channels for solving that.
Interesting. Yeah, Duncan?
Thanks. Yes, I totally agree with that. And before we start talking about anything around solutions around adoption, I think that one of the major issues that we're having is we don't have enough African open source developers and developers building on Bitcoin and Lightning. And I think to solve unique solutions of our continent, that's essential. And also, some of the things that these developers came up with, like 2 of our participants in the first cohorts have now opened up a PR on BIP39 for seed words for the first Swahili seed word set for storing your seeds. And that's like, that just breaks down another barrier to adoption. When you're on a continent where not everyone has English, as any of their languages. So I think, to have everything come from an external sphere where not all of the unique challenges are understood is pretty essential. So we need more African Bitcoin developers.
Yes, I mean, talking about building and understanding and as well contributing into Bitcoin, Dokan referenced the fact that we need more developers. I mean, everyone who is cognizant of the African continent, we know how intensive developers are, but then, I mean, when contributing to open source projects is extremely imperative, and if we be truthful to you, shortage of human capitals is actually affecting the Bitcoin core development community in Africa, and we feel to sort this problem, we need more developers to contribute to Bitcoin core, and by doing that, you just don't need to contribute only through the codes. There are different sections and aspects of it, and even contributing to open source on Bitcoin these days has been something which comes with incentives. We have platforms running it. I mean, other challenges can also come in regards to policy makings. I mean, the governments of Africans are extremely antagonistic about the context of Bitcoin and its decentralized features, but leveraging and sorting issues on the policy side of things, getting more hands into developing and building Bitcoin infrastructures that are going to enable seamless payment rails for Africa is extremely imperative, and I feel looking into that and bridging these challenges, we actually make the innovation itself scale across in Africa generally. Those are the factors I'm going to reference at this point in time.
Interesting, very interesting. I mean, a lot of people have a question around, but Duncan, you said all these things that we're facing and all some of these issues and some of the things we've already done to get individuals into Bitcoin development, but at the same time, what about some of the more peripheral issues, or should I say more general issues that are faced on the continent? Things around infrastructure. Not everyone has access to the internet, not everyone has access to a laptop, not everyone has access to a smartphone. So what are the things you think we need to focus on to address these sort of issues specifically?
Yeah, you raise a very important point. I mean, just a few hours ago, I saw back in my home country, South Africa, they moved to stage 6 load shedding, which basically means that they don't have 6 gigawatts of supply that they actually need to keep everyone, supplied with electricity. And that's a major problem when you're dealing with, an online system, and say for Lightning needs to be, it's like a more always online system. And beyond that, I think just the penetration of telecommunications and out in more rural areas, because Bitcoin adoption doesn't just mean cities within Africa, it means all of Africa. And I think that sort of discussing solutions around that, you see stuff like gridless and sort of these microgrids, villages that are basically starting up independent of grids, and producing their own power with Bitcoin mining as a first tenant for that, make it a viable business, basically. So yeah, but we can discuss many more solutions. The rest.
For sure. Yeah, I am quite hopeful looking at the space, like in terms of the general challenges we see with the infrastructure and the solutions that are coming up already to fill the gap. For example, shout out to Mashankura, bridging that last mile gap. Yeah, super excited. I do, whenever I see a Lightning node map, I'm concerned. I barely see any in Africa, but there is, Free Routing Africa coming up. Again, big shout out there. So, yeah, so generally, I think we do have infrastructure problems, but we do have, solutions are already out there. So it's a matter of adopting these already, scaling them, while we look for room to build new technologies. Shout out again to Fedimint and Fedi, because we got to shape this for communities as well.
Awesome. You guys touched up on very, very important points. I'd just like to ask each of you guys what you think would help in terms of trying to not necessarily tackle all these issues of building out the energy infrastructure and all that, but how do we work within the existing framework we have, which isn't so great from all the issues you've enumerated, and how do we try to incentivize people to get into Bitcoin development in general? What are the pathways you see, things you would recommend, and things you think we could do moving forward?
Starting with what you said, we've addressed all the issues around the problems and challenges we tend to face, and I noticed when Dokan referenced the fact that most devs doesn't even have shortage of electricity, internet access, and a lot of things ravaging in Africa. What we need to focus on, it's more of intensifying effort more on education and enabling cohesion. The population of Nigeria is about 200 million people. We reference the work done by Kala into educating people and getting them acquainted with Bitcoin development. When we have such initiative in numerous aspects, we have a lot of developers who are still not contributing to Bitcoin, who are not doing stuff in that regard. When they get access to platforms that onboard them into doing that, that's a part of the solution. And we can't just keep building stuff without also trying a way to incorporate into letting the elites and people who are making policies to the products and infrastructure we are building to understand what the context of Bitcoin entails as an innovation, not on the crypto level, So having understanding to demystify these processes and creating awareness and the right policy environment to enable products that gives easy access to Bitcoin innovations and applications in Africa is imperative. When we have this consistently, then education itself will skyrocket adoption, and when there is adoption, all Bitcoin products will be used. And when all Bitcoin products are being used, you see people being free financially, and that's the goal. Contributing to open source is contributing to humanity. People using Bitcoins means financial freedom. I'm always viewing from the technical perspective and the policy perspective, because you see different changes in terms of products. I was using BitNob, using a lot of other applications when, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm correct now, February 5th, 2021, the government of Nigeria restricted transactions between your traditional banks and making Bitcoin purchases. And we realized that applications that are profiling solution for Bitcoin transaction in Africa were able to adjust through what Bitcoin entails, through the P2P system. And that's why addressing things around the technical part into getting people acquainted, building for Bitcoin through education, and also creating enabling environments with policymakers to understand that Bitcoin itself is decentralized and they don't have a choice rather than to understand the innovation and enable its adoption for the masses, because when we speak about Bitcoin, it's just a matter of time. Everybody will become a Bitcoiner, and it's just a matter of time. I mean, so those are my contribution towards profounding solution to these challenges at this point in time. Abubakar Dokan, you can go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to add to what you said, Heritage, around Bitcoin adoption. Like, it's pretty clear that governments, I'm thinking of mostly African governments from experience, that they're not going to sort out our problems around Bitcoin adoption. I feel that a top-down approach isn't the best way either. I'm a big believer in the bottom-up approach, as you may have heard of creating these circular economies. You've got a sort of shared collective around the value of Bitcoin and what it brings within your community. Projects like Fediment, and which sort of fits in with that model. We need more projects such as Bitcoin Akasi and Bitcoin Mountain, and I think from those sort of grassroots projects, figuring out their own needs is probably a lot better than relying on a government to budget for certain communities and things. So I think adoption will come from, a decentralized set of circular economies. That's sort of the way I see it going. I don't believe that governments are going to just outright, help that happen. So it's definitely up to the people, and that's why we need developers within these regions.
You want to add as well?
Oh, yeah, lots of good points. Maybe just a quick add. I am a fan of modules that can move together to achieve a function. And developers, the way sometimes they tend to operate is they get in the silos. I know we are complicit of, being a bit too low-key and not showing up there. But in this conference, for example, I see a lot of communities, activists, people who are doing certain camps, educators, right? And developers also, I think, to increase adoption, particularly, while you're writing the tech, the best way to do that is to be plugged into these communities to understand their needs as well and evolve with them and move, either increase their velocity or increase your velocity to match theirs so that you can bring solution to these communities. So that's what I would add on to, all the points. But yeah.
That's a very interesting point, because not only are you guys mentioning the need for creating an enabling environment for developers to thrive, i.e. via through resources, matching them with more structured ways for them to be onboarded as Bitcoin developers, you actually touch upon a very interesting point, which is most often than not, we have a lot of Bitcoin developers kind of hidden and siloed away and building for the general public. And I'm sure the crowd is thinking, you're building for the public and you're not public. So I think, walk us through, or I guess the audience, walk us through how you think we could bridge the gap between the super shadowy coders like yourselves and a couple of them in the crowd as well, and the general public who more often than not are the ones who are going to end up using the majority of the software that they're building.
Yeah, it's hard to answer that question from this side, but to the developers, show up at least once. Put whatever you're building, put it out there. That's the best way to build. Quick iteration, build something, you're part of a project. And anyway, more important for me to say is, if you're thinking of getting started, I've talked to a bunch of developers here today, just get started. Like it's always talk to some people, but take the action beyond that. Get started. You probably, when you're getting started, you're more plugged in to the communities than after you've started and going on. So, when you're getting started, get started, but still maintain that, keep that connection, keep those links as you go forward. That's my thing.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to add is about developers showing up. is, going to these communities and actually seeing that your idea of how people use technology might be completely wrong. You might actually not, if you're that shadowy supercoder, and not actually engaging with communities where you think that maybe your solution is actually right for them and actually solves the problem. But there's so much friction that you're not aware of that is introduced because of the conditions that people are living under. And then also something else to add around, I think it was also around maybe you have a question around privacy, because a lot of Bitcoin developers are more frequently working under pseudonyms. They don't want to be known publicly, that kind of thing. But the one feature that we do have is we can selectively, reveal ourselves to people. We don't need to be on social media saying like, I'm visiting this community, I'm checking out. You probably don't want to be doing that. What you actually want to do is you want to talk to the community in person. So you want to be there, reveal as much as you're willing to reveal to them about yourself, but keep as much privacy as you need. So if that's the concern, I just say like keep it off social media.
Right. I mean, contributing to that, you just going to like pick up from all the speakers saying these processes can't happen in a day. I mean, when you're trying to like transition into a new stack or innovation and getting yourself into it, it has to be a procedural process. And a supercoder doesn't end up becoming a supercoder in a day. And what you need to do is to like get the available resources. When you get the available resources and making yourself available in a technical community, more like community that supports the kind of development and stacks you're trying to like engage, then you keep scaling and end up becoming what you really want to achieve in the field. And the process of achieving it should be procedural. We tend to like understand that even the name Satoshi Nakamoto itself is pseudonymous, and the set of developers who contribute to what Bitcoin needs today, or we know the cypherpunks and the processes behind it. You can stay anonymous and still remain productive. And when you remain productive and dedicated on a gradual process, you become what you really want to achieve in terms of contributing and making impact towards humanity, which is Bitcoin.
I think you guys brought up a lot of very interesting points that I'd like to at least form a general question from that, because one thing a lot of people tend to ask developers in general is, okay, you've built the tools, they work, they're amazing, but you're in the best position possible to help them, or at least guide them to try and use these tools as best that they can, especially on the privacy point that you bring up, Duncan, especially. Not everyone exactly knows steps in which you could take to help preserve your privacy, and just in general, using Bitcoin the quote-unquote correct way. So what are the ways you think that developers could really bridge that sort of outreach between, here are the tools we've built, do whatever you want, versus here are the tools we've built, these are some of the things that we recommend you do when you're using this. You could do anything else, but these are sort of the recommended ways that you could use it. That way we could have like a more healthy ecosystem where you don't have individuals unnecessarily using Bitcoin in a way that could actually have perverse effects on their lives. So.
Thanks, that's a very good question actually. And I think it doesn't just come from the Bitcoin developers side of things. Bitcoin developers need to partner with content creators, educators, people that are actually on the ground and that actually, understand what's going on, to reach people and, share the philosophy of Bitcoin, educate on how to remain private, how to secure your funds, And then it's sort of like a feedback loop. Like you'll find out the problems from these people through the educators and content creators, and that should feed back to the developers so that you're actually getting real world, use feedback that you can iterate on. And it's not just a whole bunch of technical people figuring out what's the best user experience, because they'll be like, oh, my derivation path, I'll just save that. And, so it's like, I feel like there needs to be that constant loop and working with content creators and educators. That's what I'd say would be the biggest thing.
Yeah. My perspective is the best privacy is one that works by default. If you think about this, developer, you need to think about privacy with every step of the build, just as you would think about accessibility with every step of the build and scalability and other things. So when you are building your next Bitcoin technology, whatever you're working on, think of how do you not compromise on privacy? Because if you compromise on privacy and then you want to slap that on later on, you're forcing every single user to think about this and to figure out their own ways, and they're going to do suboptimal things. They're not going to do good things. In fact, it's going to be painful for them. This is one thing I like about the Fedimint protocol itself, in that it starts off packaging strong privacy for people. And hopefully, at the end of the day, you build that, and you build that with a good user interface so that the communities who end up benefiting from this don't think about privacy. It comes as a default. On top of that, what they see is the value of using the Bitcoin on top of it. So this is my perspective on privacy.
Yeah, adding to what Okedom has just said, reviewing seems to be my own perspective and view about it, reviewing and also building infrastructures that enables privacy and utility. So when we're talking about reviewing, the African ecosystem leads an innovation that is going to profile solution to their problem in real time. And as a developer, you're going to be creating products leveraging decentralized innovation like Bitcoin into profiling solution for Africans in real time. And when we developers, we understand that the issues around Africa presently is huge in terms of payment infrastructures and cross-border remittances. When you think of building products and profiling solution, it should be in that perspective. For instance, we know how the Bitcoin ecosystem and the Bitcoin Twitter works. Review from people in terms of making transactions through USSD brings about merchant Kura. And presently, we also know that there are reviews from people into getting safe, easy and cheap self-custody solutions for Africa. And as a developer, when you're thinking about solutions to integrate, you definitely going to be leveraging on those reviews into building infrastructures that really affects people's life as what Bitcoin itself is in terms of enabling financial freedom. And when you're building this product, you have to have two things at the back of your mind, just the way Bitcoin is structured. Utility and privacy on the on-chain layer, it should be extremely private and decentralized. And on the second layer, you should be more keen about utility and instant transaction in terms of payment and meeting people need. I feel when all these are being considered during development of projects and infrastructures, then scaling is something that would be extremely possible and easy for us in the ecosystem.
That's definitely a lot of interesting solutions to the problem. I think one good takeaway is for individuals, specifically the Bitcoin developers, to build with the recommendations in mind, or at least to have the recommended best cases of using these technologies as the defaults, like you both have said. So I think what would be very, very interesting to kind of touch upon is we've heard a lot of people already building for Bitcoin, and we've seen some of these products and services, right? But one thing that some people might say or tend to say is, well, hold on a minute, these are basically just clones from solutions that are outside of the continent that don't necessarily translate on the continent. So how do you guys think the way forward would be in terms of trying to instead of translating solutions from outside, how do we provide and, I guess, build for Africa by Africa?
You start by training in Africa, right? And then you build in Africa. I have had an anecdote is an African developer saying they need to tune their solution to outside the continent so that it scales fast enough, so that it succeeds. But that is quite unfortunate. I think you build here, you are embedded here, you know the problem you're building for, and that's how you go and you get the right support system, you get the right sequence so that you can get this out to who needs it. You don't need to, and in cases where you need to bring a solution, the good solutions out there, so you don't, we always say use what is useful, don't reject the solutions out there. So there's also that aspect of customizing it for your community.
Very true, very true.
Yeah, I think also, like I mentioned before around external solutions, we're not ignoring best practices or, like innovative things that, like the Lightning Network and Bitcoin itself and, best practices for that. It's more around when we use these tools to build solutions within the continent, are they actually appropriate for where we are at this stage, in terms of development? And, Africa sometimes sees or always sees this kind of leapfrogging effect of, well, I can just say in South Africa as well around like this sort of cashless society and e-wallets and, well, yeah, so I feel like that sometimes I don't want to say market, but the society is just at a different level of development in terms of that we're not going to follow a normal glide slope through all of these technologies or something like that. And then also around the part of developers is that I think that's just an exponentially compounding effect. Training developers who can sort of proliferate throughout the continent, train other developers. Yeah, and that's starting, that's what we're seeing. And just within the Collar program, as we were nearing sort of the later stages of the Collar program, just seeing that interaction amongst the developers and, when they were actually building projects and coming up with solutions and some things that I would have never even thought about and, that I just thought was completely unique. And yeah, I think that's super important. But then for them to be out there, don't move away, stay, make sure that you make an impact on the continent. And, you're not just going down the hole of, being within your only technical realm, overseas or something like that. I think we need to, really put in the effort here and give back.
Yeah, for sure. I think
I'm actually going to add to that, saying it means we should actually focus on customer-centric solutions, customer-centric solution in the sense that you're going to see the perspective Africans have about Bitcoin and this particular innovation is different from what it is in the West. There was a time when you're just going to be walking on the street of Lagos or probably moving here in Accra, and you notice most people use Momo, right? And you tend to use so far you can use this mobile money payment system, then you should be able to use Bitcoin because it's seamless payment system as well. So having interfaces that looks like what people resonate with initially and transitioning into a decentralized innovation that makes them their own bank with the same user interface who scale things. And I mean, if a woman on street selling probably can use Momo, the same woman can use Bitcoin through a seamless interface. So customer-centric solutions are of extreme importance when you want to build for African by Africans. And I mean, you need to be present in Africa to witness the solution and view of people in order for you to have the real mindset and concept of building solution for this particular jurisdiction.
Very, very solid points. Very, very solid points. I think to wrap up kind of from all the points you guys have made, it seems what you're all essentially saying is we shouldn't really focus on development from the point of view of making Africans fit within Bitcoin. Instead, we should focus on ensuring that Bitcoin works for Africa, essentially, utility-based. Exactly. So I guess just to round up, I know we've spoken in depth about some of the issues we already see in the development space, and I'm sure people are like, well, with all these problems, why even bother? So just to kind of lighten up the mood, I'd ask you guys just briefly to quickly go over some of the exciting things you're seeing solution-wise, which you think are really positive developments in the space.
Fedimint and Fedi.
Actually, back home, I'd say Bitcoin Ekasi and Machankura, and basically seeing the circular economy evolving. That's very exciting.
Yes, I mean, I'm from Nigeria, and I'm cognizant of innovations and products working perfectly in Nigeria. I would like to reference the likes of BitNob in terms of transaction processes. I would also like to reference the likes of DigiOT in terms of education and getting people acquainted with different Bitcoin products. And in terms of huge transaction, OTC, and other payment rates, I mean, I've used platforms like Paxful into getting transactions across. So collectively, I feel when we have more products like this, and when we have more education platforms to onboard people into these products, we keep scaling as an ecosystem.
Amazing, amazing. I think just to wrap up, I hope everyone at least has gone home with some more insight into not only how the Bitcoin development ecosystem really works, but some of the challenges we're facing. And hopefully you've learned how we could potentially move forward together, both the developers as well as the users. So a round of applause to all the guys. I really hope you guys had an amazing time.
Thank you.
Let's give them another round of applause. So many amazing projects in Africa. Love it. So the next item we have right here is a fireside chat. And I would like to call on stage Femi Longe, who will be moderating the fireside chat with Elizabeth Stark. Round of applause, everyone. Yeah, please come in. Let's give them a round of applause as they're coming on stage. All right, let's give them a few minutes because we have to clear the stage. But what do you think about the conference so far? This is day 3. Do you love it? Let's hear. Yeah? Who wants to come again next year? Who wants to come again next year? Let's see your hands up. I'm going to put both hands up because I want to come next year. This is great. I had so much fun. But who feels like it's kind of bittersweet, right? The last day. I feel really sad because I'm going to miss everyone here. I feel like I was talking to someone and I said, my whole Twitter feed is in this hall. I used to DM some of you, retweet, reply your tweets, and now I'm seeing you guys here in the hall, and it's so surreal. Sometimes I have to pinch myself. But yeah, so yeah, our fireside chat is ready. So Femi Longe and Elizabeth Stark, everyone. Round of applause.
Aha. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good. We have the unenviable task of keeping you guys engaged after lunch, 3 days in the conference. But I'm hoping that our conversation this afternoon is going to be very rich. I have with me Elizabeth Stark, the co-founder and CEO of Lightning Labs. I'll have her do a quick introduction. And how many people before 2 days ago had never heard about the word lightning? Can I see your hands? Before 2 days ago, I had never heard about lightning. Okay, so very few people. Okay. Elizabeth has a tweet where she said she believes LND and Layer 2 will be the HTTP of Bitcoin. Liz, can you quickly just introduce yourself? Tell us a bit about that tweet, what you meant, and what Lightning is.
First of all, so excited to be here. My first time in the region, and just want to shout out to Farida, Prince, all of the organizers. You guys have done an incredible job, so thank you. This is, like, the number of people I've met in the last 48 hours is overwhelming, in a good way. And just to see all the energy here in the room, in this community, to meet the makers, the builders, it's been amazing. So really excited to be here. Okay, so in 2014, actually, before I started my company, Lightning Labs, I did tweet, Bitcoin is like the TCP/IP of money, but nobody has built the HTTP yet, meaning the application layer. And it's funny because I kind of I knew about that tweet, but maybe hadn't thought about it in a while, and then somebody found it one day on Twitter. And I was like, whoa, this is actually what I'm doing now, a couple years later. But as mentioned, I'm the CEO and co-founder of a startup, a company called Lightning Labs, and we're building technology for the Lightning Network. Really cool that lots of people here know about Lightning, but for those that may not be familiar, Lightning is an open protocol, a technology for Bitcoin that sits on top of it, a layer 2, that enables instant high-volume transactions with low fees. So you can think of it as like a payment network, a Visa, decentralized for Bitcoin, but much more scalable. It can do many thousands, hundreds of thousands of transactions per second, very low fees, fees that are a tiny fraction of the existing solutions today, and then instant or near instant transactions. And to be honest, the progress we've seen in this community and building out this technology, this protocol, I know we have so many people here in the room today that are actively building either on the protocol level, developer, tool level, or the end user level on Lightning. So it's really been incredible to build out this monetary network for Bitcoin. Because in the early days of Bitcoin, many people think of Bitcoin as Bitcoin, the asset. I buy Bitcoin, I hodl, I get involved in that way. But what Lightning enables is Bitcoin as a monetary network to enable transactions. So we've heard from folks like Bitnob, Matrankura, Strike, Galoy, and many others here that are using Lightning as a monetary network and a transaction network. And it's pretty incredible that it's only been about 4 years. 2018 was the year where we had the first mainnet users on Lightning. And the kind of progress we've seen since then in terms of number of builders, number of companies adopting it, number of community projects that have evolved around this has really been, in a way, almost like I wouldn't have even thought we'd be where we are today, but here we are.
Great. Thank you. A key theme that's run across this conference has been, at least, and one that I'm also very passionate about, has been around utility of Bitcoin as currency. And I like that you said, there's all that focus on speculation and saving, but Lightning actually now enables that people can actually transact with Bitcoin because it's real time. I can't imagine being at the checkout counter and having to wait 10 minutes for them to confirm the transaction, but you now make it possible. how do we get this technology in the hands of the people that can actually build those last mile solutions that fit into the average man's day?
An average woman's day.
And an average woman's day.
At Lightning Labs, we have a global team. We have developers around the world. By the way, we are hiring. We don't care where you are. We want to hire the best talent in the world. And we have a developer from South Africa. Her name is El Mouton. Check her out on Twitter. And one thing that I think is super cool, so Africa is ahead of the curve, as you guys often are. And so in South Africa, there's Pick n Pay, which is a quite large grocery store, major chain throughout the country. They now accept Bitcoin and Lightning payments. So Elle went, and this is only a couple weeks ago, to her local Pick n Pay, and she posted a video on Twitter with her mobile app. She was using the app Zeus by a great developer named Evan Kalutis, and paid for her groceries over Lightning, right, at her local grocery store. And I thought, okay, how cool is this? That this is a developer who's building Lightning technology, the protocol, and now she's going to her local grocery store and she's able to use the technology that she's actively building, right? That is the power of Bitcoin and Lightning. Anybody can build on it, anybody can participate, and anyone can adopt it. So what I see is so much promise here in this region, but also results, right? One of the things I'm really passionate about is the evolution of Bitcoin and Lightning communities. People are familiar with Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador. They're pioneers. I know there are folks involved with that here. We, here in Africa, have Bitcoin Mountain. Shout out to Chio, who I was really excited to meet here. Bitcoin Akasi. Yeah, in South Africa. Shout out to you guys as well. And there's so much power in organizing grassroots communities. And one of the things I love about Bitcoin is people are so passionate about Bitcoin, they spend their nights and weekends on it because they love it. Nobody's forcing them to do this. Nobody's telling them this is their job, although there are many jobs available in this community. So as mentioned, we're hiring and many other companies are hiring. And to me, the way that this spreads across these communities is by the people that are passionate, by the people that are training, by the people that are teaching, right? Bitcoin and Lightning is not just a technology, it is a movement, and it's a movement that we're seeing spread across this region and across the world. And one of the things that I'm really passionate about with regard to Lightning is the power of emerging markets. Because a lot of people say, I'm from the US. They say, oh, why do we need Bitcoin? We already have a functioning monetary system, a functioning banking system. By the way, there are many reasons why in my country, you can send a transaction, it can take days. Africa is actually ahead of the curve when it comes to even transacting. But what Bitcoin and Lightning enable is this global monetary network that anybody can build upon. People don't actually need permission from banks, from intermediaries, from some particular company in order to do so. And that unlocks so much power for this community. So I've already learned a lot in the last couple days about what everyone's building, but I can't wait to learn more because I'm sure there's so much more out here about this community and what people are building.
Thank you. And I like the fact that you say we need passionate people. Unfortunately, I know as a continent, we have challenges with the education system, and particularly when it comes to building and technology, that then creates, you need intermediaries getting in, you need companies getting into the space to supplement knowledge. Are you guys doing anything specific around spreading knowledge and education about Lightning to developer community specifically?
That's one of the areas that I personally am super passionate about, and I know the whole team at Lightning Labs is really excited about. So my co-founder and our CTO of Lightning Labs was actually born in Nigeria. His name is Lalu Oshuntokan. Grew up in US, goes back, visits family. Follow him on Twitter. It's roast beef, no T, ROASBEEF. He also writes really technical things, so all you folks interested in the technology will read his tweets. And I think that that's really significant because you have somebody who's the technical architect of a lot of what's going on here, who is, from this region. And there's such an important power of community. So for example, I actually first met Lalu at a Bitcoin developer meetup in San Francisco. And so many of the people that I've met in this community, and I have a lot of internet friends where I'm like, oh, I know you on the internet, but I haven't met you yet in person, right? And I've met a lot of people that I only knew on the internet here at this event. And there's such a power of community, but also the educational portion of community. The kind of knowledge you can get by attending a meetup, by watching, say, online videos or online talks, will not be something that you can find, say, in a traditional educational system or a university. So one of the things that is so powerful about this community is we're putting out a lot of educational materials, content. For example, at Lightning Labs, Hannah Rosenberg on our team is doing developer education videos. We recently released translations as well and subtitles in Spanish. I know there's a very cool Exonumia project here, KG, and you're somewhere here in the room. It would be really great to get subtitles and translations for these developer videos in a variety of African languages to educate people. Lalu, as well, is co-author of a book called Mastering the Lightning Network with Andreas Antonopoulos, Renee Pickart. That is available online on GitHub. You can access that for free. It is quite technical. I know you use it at Kala.
We use it at Kala, yes.
But you can start there and start learning more. We have resources at docs.lightning.engineering. Again, people that are interested in translation, I think there are really big opportunities to get the word out and to educate people. And one of the things that for me is so powerful about the Bitcoin and Lightning community is we don't care where you went to school or even if you went to school. We don't care if you worked at some fancy company or in this tech place previously. Even when we hire at Lightning Labs, we care about what you are capable of doing. Are you able to learn? Are you able to participate in this community? And that is really powerful because pedigree does not matter to us. We're about what can you do, how can you contribute, and what can you produce? And I think that really differentiates us. So as a result, there's so many opportunities, Kala being a great example. I remember chatting with Bernard when he was conceptualizing this in the early days. I know some other folks, Tim is involved as well. And these types of programs are so crucial to getting the word out, to educating people. Then folks participating in Kala that are learning about development will tell their friends, send out resources, get them to come to events, meetups. And that's how we're able to spread this knowledge that's available globally on the internet, where it does not matter if you went to some fancy school or had a fancy education, because everyone can access the same knowledge globally.
If I was thinking of building a product right now in Nigeria or in Accra, and I was interested in integrating Lightning, how would I start? Also, potentially considering that my developer isn't necessarily the most technical, / his knowledge of Bitcoin is also a bit just starting. How would I start, and what would you advise me as a founder?
Great question. So at Lightning Labs, we're building one of the implementations for Lightning called LND. Lightning is an open protocol. There are a number of other teams building implementations of Lightning. But for our LND implementation, we have a series of docs at docs.lightning.engineering. A number of people in the community have published guides for LND or for other Lightning implementations for people to get started. But there are various levels of building on Lightning. For example, there's a company out there called Voltage that enables, shout out to Voltage, a great part of the developer community that enables people to run nodes, kind of like an AWS for Lightning. There's River Financial that has what's called RLS, River Lightning Services, which is a developer API that enables devs to build. They actually have, it's custodial, and that River holds the custody, and developers can build on that API. So if people want that approach, they can use RLS. I was chatting with some folks here that are using OpenNode's API. Strike has an API. So there are a variety of ways. There's the option of, I know folks like Bitnob are running Lightning nodes. They're running LND. They're doing things like managing liquidity. In terms of, with Lightning, you need funds both enabled to send, and you need inbound liquidity, as we call it, to receive funds on Lightning. So there are a variety of approaches. And the goal is, you don't have to be a Bitcoin protocol expert to build on Lightning. We want to make it accessible. We want to enable makers, to make developers to develop, builders to build, and there's a spectrum upon which, if you have an app, so we heard earlier about ideas around, say, the creator economy, right? And if you're a developer building a website around the creator economy, you can tap into a number of APIs and a number of approaches to build on Lightning, depending upon your preferred approach, be it an API or running your own node. There's also a great community shout out. I know we have some people in the room of Lightning node operators.
Yeah.
Everyone from Start9 to Umbrel to Raspberry Blitz. There are communities called PlebNet. I know we have some folks involved in that. And these are people that are so passionate about Bitcoin and Lightning. They spend their free time running nodes, helping each other out. It's one of these really cool global online communities, people from all over the world that get involved, and they teach other people. So you have this peer-to-peer educational community of node operators. And shout out to all the node operators who are doing great work in the community.
But yesterday when we were doing the pitches, we saw a picture of the node landscape and Lightning node landscape.
Oh yeah, and shout out to Africa Free Routing, by the way. So I saw them in the hackathon.
How do we get more? How do we make the Africa map? And is it important for us to have more Lightning nodes? And why would you think?
Absolutely. So I was really excited about that project, and I messaged the team at Lightning Labs, and I was like, guys, get in touch. So then I got a message. We have a call set up for Monday, so I'm excited to be chatting with Africa Free Routing on Monday. So great question. I think one of the areas that is crucial is educational content and workshops.
Yes.
So for example, Southeast Asia is an area of expansion right now for Bitcoin and Lightning. Vietnam is one of potentially the largest country for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency adoption. Thailand, Philippines. There's actually a Southeast Asia Lightning conference happening in late March, which I'm planning on going to. So very cool, global connections. And in Thailand, there's a Bitcoin community where they're organizing Lightning node operator workshops. So people are coming in, they're learning about how to run a Lightning node, and you can use a Raspberry Pi in order to do so. You don't need super expensive hardware. A number of these projects use Raspberry Pis. So having things like developer workshops across Africa where people come in, you can buy the hardware for not very much money, and it's a maker kind of environment where people can learn. They can open channels. They can try different approaches to Lightning. They can send and receive payments. I think that's really crucial. And in chatting with Femi, Farid, and others, I had suggested, this event has been incredible thus far, but I think it would be really cool to have developer workshops and a developer track. So I propose that next year here at the Africa Bitcoin Conference, we could have developer sessions and a developer workshop. Bring in developers from across the continent. Get Lalu. I'm recruiting him to join next year. He really wanted to be here. I'm going to hold him to that. A number of incredible developers that we have here in the room and otherwise. And really focus on the educational component, training. There's a lot that you can learn by being hands-on and by being together in a community and building that community.
Brilliant. I love that. Though I have to say, I have a more urgent timeline. So
I love it. Let's be ambitious,
in my session 2 days ago, I said I'm confident this time next year we'll have more African Bitcoin developers. I'd love if this time next year we had more African Lightning developers and we had Lightning developer communities.
Let's commit that by this time next year, we will have substantially more Bitcoin and Lightning developers across all of Africa.
Okay.
And we need all of your help here.
Absolutely.
To make that happen. Yeah.
I'll follow up for sure. So we need to set my own call for Tuesday next week.
I like this. We're holding everyone accountable,
I want to talk about stablecoins. And I know a few weeks, months, about a month and a bit ago, you guys announced Taro and stablecoins on Bitcoin, on Lightning. Can you tell us a bit more about Taro?
Yes. So one of the things about Lightning and Bitcoin Lightning generally that I'm so passionate about is the focus on utility broadly. So folks might be familiar with the broader quote-unquote cryptosphere, where there's a lot of speculation, gambling, tokens. It's all about a get-rich-quick situation. As quickly as something goes up, it goes down, right? And that's not the case with Bitcoin. And as a community, we're very focused on building use cases with utility. And shout out to my friend Lynn Alden. She also wants to come next year, so we'll try to get her here. Be familiar with her work, but if you're not, she's talked a lot about Bitcoin and Lightning's utility to speculation ratio, right? Where you have high utility and relatively lower speculation, especially as compared to the broader crypto ecosystem. So, in talking to a number of people, and shout out to Alex Gladstein, who has been leading the charge in this for a long time, we understand that in emerging markets, because with Lightning, there are two major classes of use cases that we're focused on. The first is use cases that were not previously possible. You can think of things like the creator economy, machine-to-machine payments, micropayments, natively embedded payments on the internet. And the second is access for those that previously did not have it. So you look at the emerging market landscape, places like Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America. Those are all key. And we saw that there's a major demand for stablecoins. We absolutely love Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the focus of Lightning in the community, but people want the ability to have a stable asset globally, right? And as we've heard over the last few days, we have billions of people with smartphones, also feature phones, globally, but many of them don't have access to traditional financial services, and they don't even need access when we can provide them with a better alternative, when we can actually leapfrog. It's like the landline. We don't need landlines because we have something better, more accessible, more open and global. So people have said, we want access to US dollar. For example, something like, Tether, we've heard from them here. USDT is very popular across the region. So Lalu, being the kind of galaxy brain that he is, came up with a protocol called Taro. Like I know it's used in a variety of cuisines, the root vegetable, using Taproot, which is a recent upgrade to the Bitcoin protocol, which adds greater privacy. It adds more smart contract functionality to Bitcoin that enables assets on both the base layer of Bitcoin, so layer 1, and then you can move them into Lightning channels, much like you would move Bitcoin into Lightning channels. So Taro is a general assets protocol. You can think of it, so you can issue fungible assets like a stablecoin. You can do what we call unique assets. But our focus as Lightning Labs is on stablecoins because we see such major demand. And we're agnostic. We don't issue the stablecoins like $1 in Lightning. We just build the technology, and then the folks that are working on stablecoins will be able to issue them on Bitcoin. And not surprisingly, a lot of people are very interested in issuing stablecoins on Bitcoin because, as we know, Bitcoin is the most secure blockchain out there. It has the most hash power backing it up. It has by far the most users. It has the most utility. It has the most adoption globally. So people are really excited about this. And then once you're able to send stablecoins over Lightning, you get the high degree of scalability with Lightning, the low fees, and the instant nature of transactions. So we, in late September, released the initial code for Taro on Bitcoin testnet. Huge shout out to the folks in the Lightning Labs team who've been working tirelessly on it, and then the broader community of developers. Honestly, I don't think people sleep on our team, but they should sleep, and I want them to rest more. And there's been an incredible community kind of contribution and feedback. There are a series of BIPs, which are proposals for the Bitcoin protocol. People are giving feedback. We're actually doing next week our first Taro community call, so any developers that want to get involved should attend that. It's open, anyone can attend. And I can't promise exactly when the main netcode will ship because it's always a danger in Bitcoin when you promise a ship date. But I know it's definitely going to be next year. I hope in the earlier part of next year. And that'll be the ability to issue Taro assets on Bitcoin layer 1, with then the Lightning portion, the ability to send Taro assets on Lightning to follow, hopefully again, quite quickly. And one important point of Taro is this. We hear about dollarized economies, right? Economies where the dollar, even if it's not the official currency, is the main way that people transact. But why don't we hear about, Bitcoinized economies, right? Now that's happening with our local communities, with certain countries making Bitcoin legal tender. You had El Salvador, Central African Republic. With Taro, the goal is to Bitcoinize fiat and Bitcoinize the dollar. And what I mean by that is you're able to not only use the Bitcoin blockchain, the security of the Bitcoin network, the protocol and technology underlying Bitcoin to send and receive dollar assets, but over Lightning, the way that Taro works is you actually go from, say, a USD stablecoin, and then you route through Bitcoin over Lightning. So if I'm running a normal Lightning node with Bitcoin, I'm actually routing, without even necessarily realizing it, fiat payments. And then at the end, it actually does it transfer back to USD. So you could USD, Bitcoin, 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 a couple of nodes, back to dollars.
Okay.
So what that means is Bitcoin becomes a global routing currency with Taro. People, they might have SETI, Naira, dollar, euro, pound, yen, whatever. And then they're all transacting through Bitcoin, right? Which is incredibly powerful, which means Bitcoin's utility becomes far greater because people are routing fiat currencies through Bitcoin, and you're Bitcoinizing fiat currencies, which is the way it should be and the way that it will be in the future. So as a result, this is actually a way to get many more people globally who might initially want access to dollars or stable coins, but then they might get a little curious and they're using a wallet or an app, and they say, okay, maybe I want part stable coin, part Bitcoin. And then we get more and more people into Bitcoin, which becomes incredibly powerful for global adoption and providing people access and those that need it most.
Okay, will Taro be exclusive to stable coins, or is there possibility to create other tokens? And
Taro is a general protocol for assets, but our focus for Lightning Labs is to get stable coins on there because that's what we see the most demand for in terms of the developers we're working with, in terms of the community that we've talked to, et cetera.
How do we prevent possibility of negative use with all the things we're seeing in the shitcoin token space?
Well, at the end of the day, Bitcoin is a very different community. And look, anybody can build on Bitcoin. We can't stop them. Anybody can build on Taro. But from what we've seen and from what the demand is from the developer community, it's not for this kind of thing. I think there's something in the culture of communities that will lead them down the shitcoin rabbit hole, for lack of a better term. And we don't really see that in this community. So while we can't stop people from building on it, it's much more around the focus on, I think of it as, we want to solve real problems for real people in this community, and that's what I love about it. We have Bitcoiners that are so passionate about human rights. We heard yesterday on the panel with Alex Latsine and a number of activists. We have people that are going to their local communities, setting up circular economies, building out these networks of people using Bitcoin. That's very different from the idea that I'm just going to, get rich quick and have a token that is going to spike up and then, it's going to go way down and everyone's going to lose their money. So for me, it's a question of the culture of the community and what people actually want to build. And our community is focused on this type of utility in a way that many others are not.
And if a bad actor snuck into our community and created a token, can they rug pull everyone?
Look, like I said, we cannot stop people.
Yes.
But we can build the kind of culture that is conducive to utility, and I believe we are doing that, and we'll continue to do that.
So we have only a few minutes to go. A previous panel was around women in Bitcoin. And you're a woman running a Bitcoin, a very important part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, and a startup founder. What's the journey been like? Any advice, thoughts, reflections on that journey? And anyone that's thinking of following that path, whether it's a woman or someone thinking about creating a startup, what would you leave them with as?
Yeah, so I'll say this not as a woman in Bitcoin, but as a person in Bitcoin and a member of the community, because, I'm a founder, not a woman founder. But so I love working with startups. We've seen so many companies that have been built on Bitcoin and Lightning. A bunch of you guys are here in the room. And there's so many things that I have learned as a founder that I wish I had known back in the day. But one of the things that has always struck me is very early on, even before I officially incorporated Lightning Labs, had a number of meetings with people in the broader technology world of these big technology companies. And I'll never forget this, but what they told me was, everyone thinks what you guys are doing is crazy and it'll never work. And I sat there and I was basically like, this is a good thing. Because if these people that are so entrenched in the way that they think that what we're doing will not work, it means it will work, right? And I encourage everyone in the room not to let the naysayers, discourage you. Because there's this joke that Bitcoin has died hundreds of times. People love to declare Bitcoin dead, and yet it always rises from the dead. And as a founder, there are so many people that are going to tell you what you are doing will never work, and you need to persevere in spite of that. And everyone here in this room that's a part of this community is persevering, believes in this technology, believes in what we're doing, and that is so much of what it takes to build a project, to build a community, to build a startup, to build a company. It's about following through, persevering, and not letting people tell you what you can and cannot do, and doing it anyway. So I love chatting with founders. If you're a builder, founder, please come reach out. I have a lot of lessons learned, as mentioned, and it's because of you. And by the way, one thing that I'm super passionate about is I want people in their communities to solve problems from their communities. So I know we have Matcha and Kurt here, super excited about what they're doing. BitNob, Fedi, so many others here in the room that are building for their communities. So I encourage you all to solve real problems for real people, build for your communities, and build the future of Africa with Bitcoin and Lightning.
Thank you so much, Liz. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. I've learned a lot, and we've gotten some good commitments. We will grow the number of African Bitcoin and Lightning specific.
And also get involved in Kala.
And yes, we will have Lightning people in Kala as well, and Lightning as a core part of Kala. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. I think we give Elizabeth one last round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them once again. Thank you so, so much. I can't wait to get into Kala too. Maybe I could do some upscaling. So we're waiting for the next session to come on. Awesome. We have the fourth panel of the day. So I will do the same thing I did yesterday, just so that we know that we are on track and we are in this together. We have 1, 2, 3 more stages to go. We are at the quarterfinals of this. We'll have one panel session now. Then we qualify to the semifinal, where we have another panel session. Then we qualify to the final, where we have the Hackathon Award ceremony. And then we win the cup. And then we have our celebration. Kind of like how Morocco wants to do it, right? Right? Yeah. Are you going to Doha? Don't worry. Don't just tell them your country is winning and they'll just give you the visa. Right now, Morocco has the support of all African countries and all Arab countries, wherever they are, because everybody wants them to win. And I am rooting for them also. Awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next panel session, talking about African startups pushing for mass adoption. African startups pushing for mass adoption. If your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together as I bring on stage my friend and colleague, Tochi Onya.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? So my name is Tochi Onya, and I will be hosting this panel session. To join the panel session with me is Mr. Ola Atoshe from CoinCoin. Please come up. Yeah, we have Mr. Wale from BitNob. Yeah, coming up now. And Kathatso from Machankura. Yes, thank you very much. So there's something Elizabeth Stark said. She said, she see Bitcoin to be a movement, and I see Bitcoin to be a movement as well. And the world is experiencing this movement, a financial evolution through Bitcoin. So, Mr. Ola, in what way can we accelerate the mass adoption of Bitcoin in Africa, and how can we support this development?
Yeah, so CoinCoin, just very quickly, is an exchange which serves Africa majorly. Our focus over the last 18 months has been on the corporate world. So we're an exchange, but we serve large corporates across Africa. So one of the things I feel, to answer your question, is we have to talk to everyone. We can't leave anyone out in the discussion about Bitcoin or stable coins, what have you. And what I find is, obviously within our community, we talk to each other. You know, we have a lot of us. You know, we're doing a number of different things. But what we are finding is we're getting more people on board. You know, either holding stable coins on their balance sheets as companies, or you know, even adopting Bitcoin on the basis of the business we do, and sort of having that one-on-one, not just with company CFOs, you know, company owners, but we're able to, you know, get them to personally adopt Bitcoin purely by solving the problems they have as companies. So again, just to sort of answer your question, I think we should carry on speaking to every strata, you know, of our ecosystem, which I think isn't just about Bitcoiners and Bitcoin itself, but also the traditional world. And you'll be quite surprised the problems you solve. As you solve one problem for one company, they introduce other companies, right? So that's the way we've been doing it, and we've been very successful.
Beautiful, beautiful. Gathatsu, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so on my side, usually access, make it more.
I think you should put your mic closer, yeah.
So whatever we can do to allow people to use Bitcoin, understand Bitcoin, helps. Right? If there's a barrier we can help remove, we should remove that barrier. If some of the projects I work on next to Lumia was one of the first Bitcoin projects I did, dealing with the language barrier, and Machampuru is the second, where internet access is a barrier for the African continent, since we have the internet penetration levels of 30%. So as builders in the continent, we need to build, looking at what infrastructure we already have, and make this Bitcoin accessible to people across this country.
Awesome, awesome. Mr. Wale, could you please share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've had to the great talks already. One for me would be around also ensuring that we definitely influence policies, ensure that we engage regulators. I think it's an important step in ensuring that we can accelerate adoption. One of the things. So, for example, hello. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying, in addition to what they've earlier said, I think the key things for me will probably be one, engaging governments to drive policies and regulations. If you take Nigeria as a case study, for example, last year, February last year, you know, a regulation came out that says, oh, banks should not support, you know, crypto organizations, and that became the standard through which people look at this, and people say, oh, is Bitcoin not banned, right? And people want to step back because of those, you know, regulations that are put in place. So I believe that, of course, one of the key things for us in ensuring we accelerate this is being able to influence policies, influence regulations, to be able to, you know, help people see that this is in no way a scam. This is in no way something you want to stay away from. This is something that makes a difference in how we live every day. So for me, that's one. Two, definitely will also be in increasing the use cases for it. I think that's really important. If I have something and I don't know what to do with it, then it doesn't really make much sense at the end of the day, right? So if we're able to increase the use cases for it, so for example, 2 weeks ago I was in Kenya. and I could use my Bitcoin using BitNob to be able to pay for my boat fare. When I took a taxi, I went to a restaurant, I ate. I was able to use that as well to make my payments as well. So when we're able to increase the use cases of this, people see more value in interacting with this on a daily basis, right? So it doesn't become something I'm ordering just to be able to make a quick buck. It becomes a part of my everyday life. And I think the more we have these use cases, the more the adoption begins to also grow as the cases. So as businesses accept payments using Bitcoin, as people can also spend their Bitcoin to buy coffee, to pay for fares, to do all of these different things, I think it also ensures that we can continue to scale up our efforts in driving adoption for Bitcoin. Also, I mean, in doing this, we need to build products, right? Because products are probably what gives you access to these things. So what Machankura is doing, what BitNob is doing, and a lot of people in this room is in building those products. To build those products, we need an ecosystem in developing, for example, engineers. So shout out to what Kala is doing and as well. But even beyond just engineers, is a whole ecosystem. I mean, for you to have a functioning app, for example, you don't just need engineers. You need probably, product designers. You need product managers. You need it's a whole ecosystem, and ensuring that we can continue to nurture this ecosystem to deliver simple products that people can use and interact with on a day-to-day basis, and continue to ensure that we can continue to accelerate adoption for Bitcoin. Yeah.
Oh, wow, interesting. So this leads me to my second question. What do you think, Mr. Wale, what do you think are the hurdles or challenges hindering the mass adoption of Bitcoin in Africa?
I think there are a couple. Back to my earlier point, I think one is definitely regulation. If government comes out and says this is not accepted, take it or leave it, there's a large chunk of people who take that as gospel truth, right? These are people who just listen to the news and then they hear, oh, this is it, this is what government is saying, and they take that as the gold standard. So definitely that is definitely hindering things in that regard. So I would say one, regulation is a key thing that is hindering. Sorry, help me again. Sorry, take the question.
Oh yeah. Kathaksu, what are your thoughts on the challenges hindering the mass adoption of Bitcoin in Africa?
Well, I think one of the other things is that there's also not enough legitimate Bitcoin companies in Africa, If you're walking around the street and you talk to anyone about Bitcoin, they will say, isn't that not a scam? Because most likely the first way they've interacted with Bitcoin was through a scammer. And this is a shout out to all the Bitcoin scammers across the African continent. You guys are really doing a lot to push Bitcoin education, because how they usually scam people is they tell them all the right facts. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin blocks every 10 minutes and everything like that. The only thing that they do at the end is take all the people's money and not give them Bitcoin in return. So big shout out to the scammers. But yeah, so for me, I'd like to see more legitimate Bitcoin businesses operating across the continent and actually giving people access to Bitcoin. There's a huge hunger for Bitcoin across the African continent. Countries like Malawi, Tanzania, Mali, Benin, all have communities that are already waiting for the next Bitcoin on-ramp. And just look at companies like Binance and FTX and all the money that they are putting into the continent to get users on board. So yeah, they're a crypto company, so it would be interesting to see what it would happen if Bitcoin companies made similar efforts to actually unlock the African continent. And may the scammers keep doing a good job until the legitimate Bitcoin companies catch up.
Awesome. Yes, great one. Mr. Ola, as an individual and as a startup founder, what challenges or hurdles have you experienced, or do you think would hinder the mass adoption of Bitcoin in Africa?
Well, when we first started CoinCoin, it was back in 2017. The plan was to, create an exchange that will allow Africans, everyday Africans in the retail market, to come to the platform and buy crypto. But we ran into several stumbling blocks, and we didn't really fully launch with the product until 2021, which was last summer. And there are a number of reasons for that, and I'll follow on from what my brother here just said. Reputable companies. What makes a company reputable? Why should people come to CoinCoin and buy Bitcoin, right? It's a question I ask myself. And why didn't we go to market early enough? Well, we couldn't go to market because I didn't feel we were ready. I didn't feel that we had the backing, the representation of what a company should look like. So I took my time. And what I was doing in that time was I was engaging some of the central banks here in Africa. We had a lot of conversations with some of them. They are certainly open to the idea, and these conversations still continue to this day. And the reason why I had these conversations was I feel that there's a way to bring, these traditional central bankers on board. And we have to have the discussions. We have to help them influence policy. And we have to let them see that there's a way they can regulate our space, similar to the way they regulate banks, right? So it's a conversation we had over and over. But again, as of last year, we decided to sort of, go straight to market and, start making money, which is what companies are supposed to do. And once we began, because we made inroads with some of the central banks, and because of my background as a traditional investment banker, I was able to use an existing network of bankers to influence people in that traditional world to get them to see Bitcoin, stablecoin, as a viable option. And how were we able to do that? Well, we have all the standard bits we're supposed to have. We have a very robust AML policy, a robust CTF, counter-terrorist finance policy. We have a very, very robust KYC and KYB process. And when these companies started to see how we work, they got more interested and they started to ask more questions. So I think the onus is on us to make sure that we speak to everyone, every strata of society, no matter who they are, right? We got to speak to everyone. We have clients now, oil and gas clients, logistics companies, LNG companies, foods companies, textile companies. We even have some small banks as clients. So things are happening, and I think the onus is on us, everyone in this room, to speak to everyone. Bitcoin is for us all, and we need to hold hands, not just as a community, but we need to hold hands, with those who are skeptical of us. Not just through education, but by actually solving the problems they have. So I would challenge everyone, the next time you speak to someone about Bitcoin, even if they're negative about it, ask them what problems they have. And you'll be surprised that Bitcoin may present a solution.
Awesome. Absolutely, I agree.
Hello? Yeah, if I may just add one or two things to that. I think a key part of this ordeal as well is around trust. And I think the key things that influence trust, for one, you have, like I said, regulation. I think two is also around media narratives. I think today, a lot of, when you look at the media, the focus on Bitcoin many times is around the pricing narrative. Just 2 days ago, or yesterday morning, I was still watching a report from CNBC talking about this conference, and just right, at the back of the screen, while they were talking about this conference, was the graph showing the price of Bitcoin and all the different red bars, coming down. And I think the media narrative making, just almost emphasizing this conversation around this as a speculative tool, just focusing on the price versus the utility of it, is also one of those, key hurdles we need to step beyond, and ensuring that media can paint this as a tool for good, right, in the ultimate scheme of things. I think the other part as well, probably just, being just ease of understanding, right? I've spoken to a lot of people who will tell me, Wale, this Bitcoin thing, I just don't understand it, right? And I think being able to kind of like bring this knowledge, to in a way where people can understand, as simple as possible, interpreting it in different local languages to bring it home. Last 2 weeks, I was in Kenya in Machakos, and shout out to Ray of Paxful and what you guys are doing. We are the Built with Bitcoin school in Machakos, where we met with a number of women, about over 100 women in their 50s, in their 60s, trying to explain to them how Bitcoin works and what they can do. And I mean, just thank God for what KG has done with Machankura, because we can now use Machankura to kind of like explain to them how they can be onboarded using a feature phone, right? Because all these people don't have a smartphone, so you kind of like just already disconnect them from the whole ecosystem. So by being able to use their feature phones, do all of these things, then you can, of course, do that as well. So in terms of these hurdles, I think just the ease of access, right? Making it simple to access, making it simple to understand, ensuring the media narratives, are in favor of the utility of it versus just the speculative nature of it, with regulations. I think those are some of the hurdles we need to cross. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, yeah, totally. So, Kathatso, I know about Machankura, right? And I recall you mentioning Exonomia. So as an individual and as a startup, what challenges have you encountered, right?
As Exonomia?
As Exonomia and...
Oh yeah, so Exonomia is actually a non-profit organization. It's not much of a startup. We just get donations and we do translations of Bitcoin literature into African languages. The challenges we have faced, well, one, getting donations, getting funding for the translations, and then also getting good translators, because I could do this project using an AI, like automatically translate the content, but that doesn't build a community, and that is the thing that Exonomia is actually trying to do. Build a community of Bitcoiners, literature nerds, language experts, whatever, that have gone through Bitcoin content and who you can then go to whenever you need to reach out to a community like that. Like, as they were saying, when they went to Kenya, they worked with Lynn and Master Guntai. They are the Bitcoiners in Kenya. And so if you ever want to engage with the Swahili-speaking community, Lynn is already doing translations as well. And on Exonomia, you will literally see the translator at the bottom of every translation and the funder as well. So if you want to tap into that community in that country for people who speak that specific language, you just go to Exonomia and then engage with those people, build your community, engage with that community. And yeah, for me, that's a challenge where I'm like, okay, how would you then grow a community around Bitcoin?
Awesome, awesome. So this made me remember something that, very frequent in Nigeria. When you meet someone and you try to talk to them about Bitcoin, and, the first thing that they would ask you is, I hope it is not a scam, right? So these are some of the perspectives that people have about Bitcoin, right? Is there a way we can improve the perspective of people about Bitcoin for a more positive outcome, towards mass adoption of Bitcoin?
Oh yeah. For me, send them Bitcoin. Let's not talk too much. Let me send you Bitcoin. You then send the Bitcoin somewhere else. See that it actually works. Get used to transacting Bitcoin. And if they're interested, then they'll read about it. But Bitcoin is just a tool, So imagine you're introducing a person to a hammer and you want to talk about the science, fulcrum, leverage, all of these different things that the hammer allows you. You don't need to just, find a nail and show them. You put the nail here and then you bang it, and then the hammer works, right? And then if they want to go and study the science behind the hammer, they'll go ahead and study the science behind the hammer. But for Bitcoin, it's just a tool. Let them use it, and then if it's a scam after they used it, well, that person doesn't want to talk to you in the first place, right? So yeah.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, so Mr. Olam, how do you think we can improve the perspective of people for a more positive outcome?
I think he answered that question already. We need to build more reputable companies. I've said this for a long time, that every company has to have a corporate structure, right? You have to have records. You have to have, you have to set up a company in the traditional way, right? And if you can, by all means, put your company data on a chain somewhere. That's something we're looking to do. Be as transparent as you can, but set up your company so that there's traceability to who you are, right? So that's the first step. So your corporate structure has to be on point. If it isn't, people will think you're a scam. Second thing, your platform. When people land on your platform, it says a lot. If it's not ready for production, then keep it away from production. Take your time, get the right designers in, make it look good, make it functional, right? And try to build and speak to the community through what you've built, and keep on building, keep on innovating, and keep on speaking to people, right? However you do that, whether it's on Telegram or WhatsApp or any of the other channels, keep on reaching out. To use a hammer and nail analog again, I mean, keep on banging away at that nail, right? Keep on reaching out. Make sure people know you're there, right? Let them know that you're doing something, you're doing everything you can to change, to make things better for all of us, right? Not just Bitcoiners or Bitcoiners as a community. Bitcoin is for all, not just for us in this room. So the onus, again, is on us to sort of really get out there and make sure that what we're doing is understandable and known to all. Some people won't have any interest. That's a fact. But for those who have problems, and again, what we've found is a lot of companies have issues. Here in Africa, we're helping scores of companies move funds, across Africa on a daily basis. So we have deep liquidity, and I got to thank all the mosquitoes out there who help us with USDT liquidity. I love you guys. You guys, I only exist. Coin only exists on the basis of the help we get from what Ray called the mosquitoes. But what you need to know is a lot of the USDT typically and some Bitcoin that the companies buy from us comes from you guys. So as a company, we're only successful because of you guys, right? So we're already all connected. And some of these companies, they don't want anyone to know they're dealing in Bitcoin, or they use Bitcoin, or they're holding Bitcoin on their balance sheets. They don't want you to know, but they're doing it already anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, Bitcoin is here to stay. We just need to keep on talking to people and be as reputable as we can. Integrity is all. Whatever we build, we must stand by it. We must put our passion into our programs and stick with it.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. So looking at the time, I just want to wrap up quickly. Mr. Wale, what do you think? How do you think we can improve the perspective of people in Nigeria and in Africa?
I mean, I think the answers already speak to itself. I think at the end of the day, it's about how do we increase the use cases for this, right? The more you can see this thing in action, the more you believe, right? I think just in addition to what you've earlier said, that will probably be my point. We need to be able to ensure we increase the use cases for it. When you see it every day, when I can make a payment with it, when someone can send me money, yesterday we announced the Strike partnership. Someone from the US can send you money in Nigeria. You can receive it in your mobile money wallets or in your MTN money wallet or your bank account in Nigeria, all powered by Bitcoin. I think that's really when we begin to change those perspectives. So people see it beyond just something I have to trade, buy low, sell high, but something that actually has to do with my everyday life. And I think the more of that we have, the more we can continue to improve how people see this ultimately.
Awesome, beautiful. Thank you so much, Mr. Wale. So I'll just take your last thoughts, Mr. Ola, and as we wrap up. What are your last thoughts?
Well, I've really enjoyed this conference. I'm not known to come to a lot of Bitcoin type conferences, but what I want to say is Bitcoin is certainly changing my life. It's changed my life for the better. I was on the dark side before. I was in investment banking for 13 years, but I saw the light, and that light is here. And here in Africa, We're proud to say that we're solving so many problems for a variety of companies. And now we're trying to do more in the retail space. We say coin, borderless Africa, borderless world. Ultimately, we know there are problems with money here in Africa, but we're changing that, right?
Yeah.
And we're excited to be part of the community. Personally, really excited. I'm so excited to come to Ghana for this. I come to Ghana very often, but to be here for this conference, it's been very special. With shout out to Farida, who was kind to put me on this panel. So I'm still excited. Met so many beautiful people, and glad to be here, and look forward to connecting, and doing so much more work. And shout out to the mosquitoes, man.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, Katakso, any last words?
Oh, no. I enjoyed myself in Ghana. Weird enough, Ghana feels like South Africa, so even when I landed, I was like, oh, right at home. So later today at 6:30, I'll be at One Corner Garden. I think there's a restaurant owner who was around here who's using Machangura to accept Bitcoin payments. So that's where I'm going to have supper tonight. And if you want to join me for supper at 6:30, let's go. I'll be with Kumo and Lynn, and I think Marcel as well. So and I'm gonna pay in Bitcoin. So I'm taking recommendations for what I should eat while I'm there before I leave Ghana. So send me a tweet on what I should order. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Tommy Sowale from BitNob, what is your last words?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been fun being here. I belong to the Bitcoin class of 2017. And of course, when I heard about Bitcoin in 2017, it was from a place of how to make a quick buck, right? And I remember in December 2017, the price of Bitcoin hitting 19,000, and I was so excited because I was telling my wife and everybody that was willing to hear that in 2018 I was going to be a multi-millionaire, to the moon, like he used to say. And of course, 2018 came, and instead of going to the moon, we went to the sea. And for me, it was a redefining moment to see that the way to think about this is definitely not the price. And ultimately, I met with Bernard later on after that experience and starting BitNob. Now we've seen that the cost is beyond just making a quick buck. The cost is about freedom, freedom for humanity, freedom for Africa, and ensuring that we can build products, we can build services around this, powered by Bitcoin, powered by Lightning, that ensures that people can access this on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot of problems we face out here in Africa, receiving money from places in the world, making simple payments. All of these are issues. Just from the announcement yesterday, there's a tweet on Jack Muller's thread where someone said, oh, I sent money back home and the bank took 40% of it as fees. That's ridiculous, right? And those are the real problems. So at the end of the day, it's about the problem. It's about solving the problem. And I'm glad that we all here, like minds, solving these problems. I think we need definitely more of this, where we can rub our minds together and take this knowledge back home, share with our family and friends. Yesterday, I remember seeing a 10-year-old lady who is already learning about Bitcoin and in this room. I think we need to start from a young age, educating, sharing knowledge, bonding together as a community, and building products that makes this easily accessible to everyone. So thanks to everyone. Thanks to Farida for making this happen.
Thank you very much.
Let's do
Thank you
this.
very much, everyone.
Let's have another round of applause for them. How awesome is that? All right, so I'm calling the 5th panel for day 3 of the Africa Bitcoin Conference. And the 5th panel is about Bitcoin custody, safeguarding your coins. And I would like to call on stage. Everyone's looking at me. I wanted to add a little bit of suspense, but I'll be calling on stage Leon from FEDI. So let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, let's keep clapping as he's coming in.
Are you guys coming? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm really pleased to be here today, where we're going to discuss the topic of can your coins ever truly be secure? Before we begin, I just want to say two things really quickly. So first of all, this is a topic that's really important to me. The other day, 1 million people lost funds on FTX. I'll just say that again, 1 million people lost funds on FTX. So we're doing a great job of obviously onboarding people onto crypto and Bitcoin, but clearly we're doing something wrong if over 1 million people are losing money still in 2022. So hopefully in the years to come we can resolve that issue. The second thing I want to say is shout out to Farida. This is an amazing conference. And as someone that's organized a conference before, I can say that this is really, it's not a small task. So yeah, again, Farida, you've done an amazing job. Okay. So sorry, actually, I should do introductions first of all. So I'm Leon Johnson. I work at FEDI. And I'm from London. And what I'll do, I'll just briefly introduce the people here today. Actually, if you could give just a brief introduction on who you are and what you work on.
Hi everyone, my name is Colin Rukundo. I'm from Uganda. I was in the Color first cohort, the Genesis cohort, and I am currently a Spelna grantee working on a wallet called ETA. So, yeah.
Hello. Hello everyone, I'm Josef Četek from Prague, Czech Republic. I work for Trezor, the hardware wallets. It looks like this. And I'm a Bitcoin educator. I'm an Austrian economist by background, so I explain how self-custody works, why you should take self-custody, ideally non-KYC peer-to-peer Bitcoin. And yeah, let's talk about that.
Awesome.
Hello everyone, I'm Vladimir Fomene. So I'm a Bitcoin developer. I currently contribute to a wallet library called the Bitcoin Dev Kit. I was also part of the Genesis cohort at Color.
Hi everyone, this is Renata with a very rusty voice. I'm head of community and marketing from FEDI, and we are trying, and we're gonna do, bring 1 billion, more than 1 billion people into Bitcoin soon.
Okay, awesome. Let's get into it. So on the topic of keeping your coins secure, what can we learn from the collapse of FTX? Colin, if we start with you.
I think what happened with FTX was a disaster. I think they said they had people using them to buy Bitcoin and they weren't really buying the Bitcoin, and that's the challenge with exchanges that claim to be doing stuff for the people, but they really don't do what they claim to be doing. I think there was a lesson in knowing what you're actually doing and trying to learn as much as you can about custody and about whatever you're trying to invest in. If it's Bitcoin, if it's anything else, you need to figure out exactly what it is, who it is you're actually working with, and yeah, I think there are lessons to be learned there, and that was a really disastrous situation.
Totally.
Yeah, so Bitcoiners have been saying for years, not your keys, not your coins, and FTX has been a very expensive lesson for a lot of people, for, like you said, 1 million people, that this is actually still true. And we also learned that paper Bitcoin is definitely a thing. These exchanges are very likely, at least some of them, selling much more Bitcoin than they actually have. So if we talk about how there can be only 21 million Bitcoin, but if we only hold account balances at these exchanges, there can be billions of Bitcoin, because you don't actually know what's the ratio of liabilities to actual assets. And I believe FTX had the liabilities of maybe 1.5 billion of Bitcoin, but they didn't have a single Bitcoin on their balance sheet. So it was all fake paper Bitcoin. So if you hold a Bitcoin on an exchange, it's not a Bitcoin, it's a derivative contract that might be settled physically if you withdraw, but unless you do that, you don't know if the exchange actually holds any Bitcoin. So self-custody, holding your own keys, is very crucial to making sure that Bitcoin actually works. Because holding these derivative contracts, that's not Bitcoin. That's what we've learned.
From my perspective, I think one of the things that I see is that it's true that we have a slogan in the community that says, not your keys, not your coins. But then it doesn't appear like it's something that is easy for the average person. So I see this as an opportunity for us to really step up. It shouldn't be just us going on Twitter and saying, not your keys, not your coins. We really need to take this very seriously and educate people on how to do it. Because at the end of the day, even I as a developer, it's not as easy as you think. Yeah.
I totally agree with. Okay. I totally agree with you. I'm seeing this as an opportunity for us right now to take a look on how condescending we've been, right? With the system that we are trying to refuse. Because we kind of are mirroring the system of the banks. We are doing centralized scam with a decentralized currency, right? So this is a great opportunity for us to take a look on this. I'm Brazilian. In the 90s, the government of Brazil froze banking, saving accounts in the bank for all citizens during almost 1 year, 2. And a lot of people got super desperate, a lot of suicides in the country. On March last year, Binance blocked accounts in Colombia from users with local Bitcoin. I know we have a lot of traders here in the stage because I've been talking with you during the event. And can you imagine you staying 5 months without operating, without trading, which is something that you make money to live every single day, right? So this is a wake-up call for us as a community, but us as well as users, to think where you want to leave your money with, who you want to leave your money with. With Bitcoin developing, and we always say we don't trust, we verify. Now is the time also to check your trust. So you verify, but also you need to think about who you are trusting your money with as well.
Thank you for that. It's really useful. So let's get into the details of this. So what are the actual challenges of keeping your Bitcoin secure? Colin, if we start with you.
I think in terms of you have to think about the context of people themselves. I think self-custody is a really difficult topic if you think about it. If you're trying to build tools for the next billion people, it's going to be a challenge for everyone. I mean, you can't just help, like Vlad said, you can't just say not your keys, not your Bitcoin. It's not enough. We have to figure out a way to, I guess, to be kind and understand that people approach Bitcoin differently. Most of us here are developers, and I think you can say, or just get a seed word and just, put it in your mind and cram it, and that's easy for you to understand, but it's really not that simple. It's a bit more complicated than that. So I think being kind is really, really important in this scenario, and understanding that people are going to approach Bitcoin differently, but then the challenge with self-custody is that it's still very, very complicated. And that's why I'm really, I guess, bullish on things like Fediment, which are really trying to figure out a way to, I guess, pass on the bit about privacy and trust back to communities, and that you actually trust. And I think that's really, really important. So, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Right.
Joseph.
So, yeah, the main challenge probably is when you set up a mobile wallet or a hardware wallet, to understand that what actually matters is the recovery seed. So you write down your 12 or 24 words, and this is what matters, not the device itself, not the phone or the hardware wallet, because this is just a thing that will generate the seed for you, but if you lose that, you should still have the access to your Bitcoin, and you do that through keeping your recovery seed safe. And that's that's a new concept for people, that a lot of money might be put basically on a sheet of paper. So it's good to learn about what it actually means to hold Bitcoin, and it means to keeping the recovery seed safe. And of course, there are many good solutions for how to safeguard this recovery seed. Like you have seed plates, you have stuff like CryptoSteel, stuff like that. But don't be intimidated by that. I'm very much for Machankura, Wallet of Satoshi. These are great first touch points. You don't hold your keys there, but it's a good first touch point for people that just come into first contact with Bitcoin. It's much better than exchanges, because you actually get to use Bitcoin. And it's good to understand self-custody as a certain progression. So you start with Machankura or Wallet of Satoshi, then you set up like a Moon or a Blue wallet or Green wallet. Then maybe once you have, let's say, $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, the hardware wallet is a good choice. Then you start to think about how to keep your recovery seed secure. Maybe you go for a Shamir backup. And there's certain progression. So as you go on, as you go by, as you stack sets and huddle, you learn these concepts, and it's good to be open-minded and just make this progression.
Okay. So, Joseph, let me just follow up on you on that topic. Why do you think so many people still find it difficult to buy a hardware wallet and keep their Bitcoin secure that way? So we know, for example, that millions of people still have coins on Binance and previously FTX. So why do you think that is?
Yeah. Regarding that, I think we have pretty good numbers about how many people actually hold their coins on a hardware wallet. We know that Ledger sold about 6 million devices, Trezor, we sold more than 1 million devices, and Coinbase says they have about 100 million users. So these are like single digits of people who actually hold their coins at hardware wallets. So that's true.
Useful
a lot of people don't make that final step into self-custody. I think it's because it's a different mental model. If you're at an exchange, it's basically like a bank to you. They can reset your password. They can recover your access for you. If you hold your Bitcoin in a hardware wallet, it's all your responsibility. And if you misplace that recovery seed, if you forget the passphrase, nobody can reset for you. So a lot of people are intimidated by that. They are scared. But they should be scared about holding their coins at an exchange as well, because of what happened to FTX, and this can happen to Binance as well. So this is what Bitcoin is. It's your own money. It's individual responsibility and individual empowerment and self-sovereignty. But you need to make this mental leap to this model that you are responsible.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Vlad, what are your thoughts?
So just to add on to what you said, right? I think one of the challenges with hardware wallets is the price. Okay. I tried last time buying a hardware wallet. Last time I checked, Coldcard was like $150. Jade is like $50. I don't know how much Trezor. Trezor should be around the same price, right? Like $50 or something.
Model 1 is $69, and Model 3, that's over $200. That's why why I said there should be this like natural progression. It doesn't make sense for anyone who holds like $20 worth of Bitcoin to buy a Trezor.
Yeah.
You will just set up a Moon wallet or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, just to add on to that, the thing with custody is that there's no like one solution that fits everyone. And once you start using all these technologies, you suddenly realize that the more secure your setup is, the more technical it becomes. So it's more like you need to have like more technical knowledge to have a setup that is really secure for your coins and that the average person wouldn't have. So there comes like the need to have like good education and stuff like that. Yeah.
So more education is needed on this.
Yeah.
Okay. Renata.
Yes, I'm gonna like tie it up like some of you guys said. So I've been working in the peer-to-peer ecosystem for more than 3 years, talking with people on the streets. And one of the things that surprised me was bigger traders, they didn't know about custody. So they didn't know what a cold wallet was or what hot wallet, you know. They knew how to trade, basically, right? I'm telling Global South. And so this, whoa, okay.
But you can still hear us. That's good. Let's go.
Close your eyes. I'm going to continue talking.
Yeah. Let's give it one moment.
I can continue. Okay, love it.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, Renata, carry on.
Thank you for the light, guys. But yeah, so these guys, they didn't know, although they traded every single day. So first of all, education, for sure. You pointed out this. The other point is the average salary in some countries, like in Africa, South Africa, the minimum wage is $200. So it's really tough, right? To buy something that you don't know, how does it work, but you are willing to, but then that's the cost. So it's a lot of inversion, even for some, especially for someone that trade average $50 per day or, I don't know, 200 per month. So it's not that accessible as well in terms of cold wallet yet, right? Even 69 is still is a big amount, right? In another point, it's culture. We are not ready. We are not confident enough to keep it with ourselves, to trust on ourselves. And this is going to be a big change, not only about finance, it's about ourselves too. We need to start to trust more in ourselves, in the way we want to manage our money and keep our money with us. We say, it's beautiful to say, we hate the government, I want a freedom. But then when it comes to us, we get afraid. We say, oh my God, what are we gonna do now? If I lose the money, who am I gonna blame, right? So it's also a change of mindset as well. So we can do this, of course, but these blockers are still everywhere, I would say.
I love that. Yeah, please.
I just said, I think on the idea of custody, education, just education really, we have a challenge where people access Bitcoin for the first time by the internet, and that's not really always the case. So I really like things like Machankura and the Blue Wallet, which is like a really simple hot wallet that you can actually use to keep some Bitcoin. But the goal is that we need more education in the space because things like Bitcoin Dada and things like people like Mary and people like Nolan who are actually going out there on spaces and talking about Bitcoin, a Cassie that's actually going to the communities and talking about Bitcoin and helping people to understand what it's all about. That's very, very important. So the more we actually approach people down in the communities and talk to them about this idea of self-custody and what it means to actually hold Bitcoin, we can actually like at least allow them to make their own decisions that are a bit informed as opposed to just diving face first into something that you don't really understand and you lose some money, which again goes back to it being a scam, and it really complicates everything for everyone else in the community. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Okay, so the next question I've got is, how should the average person in the audience secure their Bitcoin? Like, what's your recommendation, and is it the same for everyone?
I think it depends on where you're at. It depends on your context, really. So if you're starting out as a noob, I guess you pretty much have to start with a wallet like Moon or like Phoenix or Blue Wallet. Machankura is actually a very good start as well. But beyond that, after you have a couple of stats, I imagine you've also learned a bit about Bitcoin to know why it's important that you must actually secure it in a very fashionable way. So Trezor is doing some work around that. But also the idea is always going to go back to who should you trust and how can I make sure that I safeguard my Bitcoin really, really well. And that goes back to things like Fedimint, which is like a community-based protocol that allows you to, again, give that trust back to people that you actually know and people that in the community that you actually know about and trust. So that's I think that's a really good model that we can work with.
Yeah. So my answer is pretty much similar. So there's this progression. So let's say up until $100 could be wallet of Satoshi. If you don't have the smartphone, Machankura is a great choice. If you have more than $100 worth of Bitcoin, Moon, Blue Wallet, Green Wallet, these are all great. It doesn't still make sense to buy a hardware wallet for that amount. If you have more than a couple hundred dollars worth of Bitcoin, it makes sense to start to look into hardware wallets. Above $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, definitely hardware wallets.
Okay. And Vlad?
I think they've kind of said it all. But then I'll say that wherever you are in this process of trying to custody, one thing that you have to know is that you need to have that responsibility to learn the next knowledge that you need to have the better custody compared to what you currently have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna just add to what you guys said. So there are publications dedicated to Bitcoin, such as Bitcoin Magazine, that they have tutorials that give you the step-by-step how to set up wallets, how to send from wallet, from your exchange to your wallet. So you can search in the internet for this. But also the most important thing, and I want to highlight this, we are not saying don't use exchange. You can buy, you can sell Bitcoin there. Just not keep your money there. It's just that.
Okay, that's an important distinction, right? That you can, or we recommend that perhaps you buy and sell, but you don't keep your coins there. Yeah, brilliant. I'm glad you did mention that. So, can you just say that again?
I was saying, or you can use P2P to buy Bitcoin. So things like Paxful, and just pretty much meeting someone for Bitcoin and earning it and things like that. That's really, really important as well.
Yeah. Okay. So would I be right in kind of summarizing that and saying that you think it should be progressive, i.e., people should start with very simple, potentially custodial wallets, and then over time, as the amount of Bitcoin increases, then they should go to things like hardware wallets and potentially multi-sig as well?
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, definitely. And multi-sig and hardware wallets are quite compatible because you still need to secure those individual keys in the multi-sig. So it's not like either or.
Okay.
But there are again, there are multiple approaches to multi-sig. You can set it up yourself through Sparrow or Nunchuck or tools like that, or you can use assisted custody services like Unchained Capital, Casa. Yeah, so there are so many solutions. You need to learn about that if it makes sense to you.
I agree, yeah. Education is key there. Yeah. There's some really good services, but people just need to know about them and understand the trade-offs as well. Okay. So the next question is, what does the future look like? And how will the next billion users be onboarded, take custody of their coins? If we start with you, Colin.
But then I think we also go ahead and make it really, really complicated. And I think we need to make some trade-offs in the sense that we find people where they're at, and again, approach this with kindness and try to understand what it is Bitcoin can do for someone, its utility, and then figure out how best to approach that. So that's why, I'm working on a wallet called Eta Wallet, and it's supposed to be like a really simple, best practice wallet that allows people to really, use Bitcoin in a way that also people who are actually disabled and people who are seeing for the very first time. It's really important how you actually approach this entire process of onboarding people onto Bitcoin. So yeah, I mean, like I said, meeting people where they're at, which is if you're beginner level, then you can use non-custodial wallets like Blue Wallet, and then you can go from there. And again, education plays a really big role in this. So yeah, the more we have more education, I think as you continue to progress through your level and you learn about Bitcoin, you can actually grow from there and get something else like third-party solutions like Casa or Unchained Capital.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So the future in general, I hope there's more self-custody and less relying on exchanges in terms of storing your coins there. In terms of hardware wallets, definitely what is needed is a better interaction with mobile phones, because up until now, the default design was for the hardware wallet to be connected to a laptop computer or personal computer, but that's a problem in places like Africa and Latin America, where people usually don't necessarily have laptops, but have only smartphones or phones. So better interoperability with mobile phones, definitely. And yeah, for us, that means our next models are going to come probably with Bluetooth. Also, I would like to see much more privacy in terms of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin by default isn't that private. So in a couple of months, we at Trezor are introducing or implementing coin joins. It's going to be the first first option to coin join straight from the hardware wallet. So we are very excited by that. And yeah, more education, more self-custody. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Okay. And Vlad, what are your thoughts?
I think like when phones first came on the continent, they used to be very expensive, and they were big and bulky, right? I think that's where hardware wallets are today, right? That's still at that point where it's only like the top people that can get it. But I would love to see like a future where the guy on the street selling can be able to have a hardware wallet. Yeah. So I hope the work that the people at Spiral are doing with their hardware wallet would help with some of this. Yeah.
Agreed, completely. And Renata, what are your thoughts on this?
So, in FEDI, we are trying to build our alternative future through communities. So you trust your custody you do your custody with the people that you know, you trust within your community. And we hope that this helps people to understand custody, leave the money with someone that they at least know and know themselves. And with that, they can transition to self-custody in an easier way. And in terms of self-custody, I would love to see a lot of products coming from Africa, from developers from Africa, teaching us how to do self-custody in Global South. So I'm going to leave to you devs here to show to us the way.
Love it. Thank you, Renata. Okay, so we've just got a few minutes left. Maybe if we just quickly get some final words of wisdom from you guys, just to the audience, if you have any kind of recommendations or thoughts on how they should be keeping their coins secure.
I just have to say that Bitcoin is still at a point where, and Lightning really, at a point where it's still a bit complicated for people that are seeing it for the very first time, who are not builders. And builders will build, but again, having these conversations from time to time is really, really important. And we need to do more of this because it's important to have like events where you talk about what it means to people, and also having them in the continent where it's like you can get the context of like, this is what Bitcoin means to me, and how I'll actually be able to like pay for utilities and maybe self-custody and all that. So that I like what I've seen so far in the community. We're actually building so many tools, and education is also really, really growing really, really fast. So I think maybe over time, I know you can hedge on the fact that maybe we will see more access, we will see more tools coming up that make it easy for people to actually like build, but also to like onboard onto Bitcoin and understand it in a way that they can self-custody on their own. But we're a long way off, and yeah, I think we have to make some trade-offs on the way to ensure that more people can actually use this tool for themselves. Yeah.
Thank you. Joseph?
Yes, so maybe one final remark. Trezor is fully open source, so even the hardware is open source. And I talked to some people in here who had trouble having Trezors shipped into their country because the customs basically hold these devices and refuse to release them and stuff like that. So you are basically free to build your own Trezor. If you have this capability, if you are like well versed in electronics, you can download the blueprints. You can buy the electronics, which are basically pretty much common. So just maybe try that, and you can be like the hardware wallet guy in your community, and that would be great. We would love to see that.
That would be awesome, right? Absolutely. Maybe we can have a workshop on something like that next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vlad?
So from my perspective, what I'll say is being your own bank takes a lot of responsibility. So that is something that we need to keep reminding people. Aside from that, I would say that I'm looking forward to seeing like some of the exciting things that will happen in hardware wallets too.
Brilliant. And Renata?
I just want to make sure that you guys understand that you can take care of your money. And Bitcoin is giving you the opportunity to do this fully. So you can, if you know how to do this, please teach as much as people as you can, because they're going to be so thankful for that, and they're going to teach as much as people they can as well. So let's spread this message to everyone that you can, okay? Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our panelists. You can. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we've made it to the final session of today's event. We are about to call it completely. Where is the other guy?
Oh, Abubakar, let's come. So over the last 2 months, Charlene, over the last 2 months and a bit, we've had makers from all across the world working on technology solutions that improve adoption of Bitcoin and Lightning. And we're pretty pleased that We also had the Africa track for people building solutions that solve problems for Africans or help improve adoption of Bitcoin in Africa. I'm very pleased to announce okay, I saw people fighting with this yesterday. Aha. So, about 3 months ago, while planning the conference, we thought it wasn't going to be enough for us to just be talking about Bitcoin usage in Africa, but that we actually show what is possible, and what is possible based on what people are building. And so we decided to have the Build for Africa track as a key part of the African Bitcoin conference. For the Build for Africa track, the focus was solutions that solve problems that Africans have, leveraging Bitcoin and Lightning, or that encourage adoption of Bitcoin in Africa. There are 4 prizes for this track, and the prizes are sponsored by the African Bitcoin Conference supported by Kala. The first prize is $5,000 in sats for the winning idea, $2,500 in sats for the second place, $1,500 in sats for the third place, and then a $1,000 prize for design, because we think it's very important to also focus on solutions that think about the end users in the building. I have these guys on stage because they've helped us over the period in both shortlisting the finalists, but also in determining the winner. So maybe we'll give the judges, at least those represented among judges, a hand, please. They'll be doing the announcing of the winners. Farida, can you join us as well, please? So, for the Africa track, just to point out, we had 12 ideas, 12 solutions submitted. And we're going to announce the winners now. The winners here will get those prizes, but then will be entered for the global prize, with the potential of winning 1 Bitcoin for the grand prize winner and half a Bitcoin for second place. Okay? Without further ado, so we had 12 projects, 8 finalists. Without further ado, you want to help us, Charlene? Best design. I'll click it for you if you want.
Okay, so the winner for Best Design, where they'll win $1,000 is Agreement. Come on up here. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the third place. You want to click it? Okay. And the third place winner is Bit Payroll. Can you come online? Great job. Great job.
And second place for the prize of $2,500 goes to LNVPN.
Okay, let's do this. So the winner of the first place The $5,000 award goes to Agreements. Well done. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate it once again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Okay.
Well, I'm really without words, so I really want to thank you very much for the appreciation. That gives us really a lot of motivation to continue serving these communities that we are working for. So really thank you. We believe this is the right track and the right future for Africa. So we'll keep going in this direction.
I'd like to say thank you. Thank you to the organizers and thank you to everyone. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Just the final word. And of course, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart to the team, because just we are here with me, but there are also 4 other members that have worked heavily for this project. Thank you.
And I guess a final word to all the teams that didn't make it. You guys put in the work, and I think we need to give you a big hand anyways. The thing about competitions like this is they are the winners, and then they are the winners in the marketplace. So it's not enough that you just started hacking. Please take those projects and bring them to life and go win. Go do the work that will bring more Africans into Bitcoin. Final words. Okay. So the announcement of the global winner will be done later, and if we can, we'll announce it before the end of the conference. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. It's really awesome, and I want to thank Bolton Fund and the Africa Bitcoin Conference for putting this together. Please take some time to go to the Bolt N Fund website to check out all the projects that were put in for this tournament, and support the projects, especially the ones that put in for all the tracks, African and global tracks. And let's just, lend our support as much as we can, use their products and help them take Bitcoin to the world. All right, so this is the part that hurts me so much, because I personally had so much fun, so I would like to call on Wolali to come and give the closing remarks. Round of applause for him.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for showing up. We have an amazing 3 days together. Anybody disagree with that? All right. Raise your hand if you had fun. I hope we made a lot of good contact, but I just want to start by thanking every single one of you. This would have not been possible without you. A conference is nothing without the people. So give yourself a round of applause for showing up. For the one watching us online, thank you for the support. I also want to acknowledge one more time all our sponsors from Paxful, BitTrust, the Human Rights Foundations, our earliest sponsor, Tether, Fedi, Block, Synonym, Kids, CoinCoin, Gridless, Noah, BitNob, Strike, all of you who put your heart, your energy, and it's not just your monetary sponsorship, it's also the expertise, it's also the support, it's also the technical assistance that we receive from you, the knowledge, and we became family through this. Bringing this to Africa was not an easy endeavor. It was a crazy dream that we made happen, and I want to share that credit with all of you. But especially, I want to acknowledge Farida's determination. Because without that resolve, that determination, none of this would have been possible. I also hope that you all made meaningful contact here that will carry the work forward through the next year to come. I hope that discussions, conversations that start here will turn into great projects, that it will not just stay at the level of idea, that everything that's been presented, dreamed about here, becomes reality, so we can say that it all started here in Accra, Africa, in Ghana. I would also like to say that one of the objectives of this conference, unlike many other conferences, is not just about economic opportunity. It's about social justice. It's about equality. It's about leveraging opportunity for people who have been traditionally ignored through legacy systems. And I do believe that by bringing together members of the for-profit world, activists, social justice advocates, we have achieved that and make it so unique that Bitcoin can be a tool for social good, Bitcoin can be a tool for social progress, and as we continue in this nascent technology, we continue to keep in mind that human welfare and greater good is at the heart of anything that we all try to accomplish, no matter where we take it from. We also wanted to show the world that things are possible in Africa, changing the narrative about Africa, that we are not just a place who takes from the world, but that contributes to the world as well. And I think we did accomplish that here by bringing the world to our door, by hearing from all the speakers and the panelists things that are possible, that our market being a big market and all the potential, but that it will not be built for us, it will be built with us. And we will build it with the world, and we will contribute solutions that will live here and go abroad, and we will take solutions and we will make it better, but we are members of this community, not just consumer of this product. So thank you all for making it happen, and I really, really, really look forward to seeing you all in Accra, Ghana next year at the same time. Who's with me? Now let me turn the mic over to Farida, who has special people she would like to acknowledge and thank. Farida, if you join me on stage. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You did it.
We all did it. Olali, thank you so much. I didn't want to do a long speech, but I really want to thank from the bottom of my heart some amazing people who made this all happen. I've just been feeling like I'm taking too much credit for this event. Everybody's saying, Farida, thank you. But this event was actually driven by amazing young people who are all in their 20s and early 30s. And we had a small team, but a very effective, responsible, and ethical team. And I'd like to start with thanking Prince here. Prince has been literally the one helping bringing everybody here. From those who didn't know Africa needed a visa, to realizing that actually Ghana is not Africa. Prince has been the one making sure everybody gets here. Late night calls, errands, he has been there for everyone. Then I'll go to Alfred. Alfred has been supporting the developers. Alfred has supported the hackathon project, the fellowship project as well. He has been very instrumental in the process. He's a very patient person. Thank you so much, Alfred. And we had Lopez, who also helped us in a long way with these beautiful designs. We have Farid. I actually have a younger cousin whose name is Farid. And whenever I send an email about Farid supporting with the workshop, people actually thought I was meaning myself, and I forgot the A. I'm like, no, it's Farid, not Farida. But Farid was also great. Thank you so much for joining. Now, it is my time to thank those people who are not on the small organizing team, but kept us going in this process. Some of the companies that work with us here, from Paxful to FEDI, to the Human Rights Foundation, to Blog, to BTrust, they were not just sponsors that dumped money, but they were sponsors that actually worked with us as a family. They were available at all times, providing advice, counsel, and even being there to say, Farida, cool down, it's gonna be okay. So I just wanna thank them for being part of this family, and I'm so grateful to them because they made this happen. And finally, I want to thank those of you who believed in this conference, because it's the first edition, and it all started like a dream, but you made it a reality. You left your homes, some of you thousands of miles away, some of you traveling for the first time to this continent. And our mission was to make people understand that this continent has value, and young people who are ready to demonstrate that we have this value. And we want to thank you for trusting us. Thank you for believing in us. And we hope to achieve far more things with you next year. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the end. A round of applause for Farida, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, don't tell me. Thank you so much. Okay. It's now time for my own goodbye speech. Because, what's happening? I don't want to take the light. Please bring that stuff here. We thank you all for being with us from the beginning of this. No, downstairs. Yes, yeah. You go show, no worry. So I want to thank you all for being with us from day 1 to day 0. I want to share a quick story. So, in Nigeria, we say something called shoot your shot. If you see a girl you like, you just walk up to her and say, how far? You call so you're shooting your shots. So when Farida came to Nigeria, we sort of hosted her in the Pax Nigeria office, and when she left, I shot my shot. Not to ask her out. I just told her, no, take that out of your mind. I was like, so I heard the conference is happening. Is it possible for me to be a part of the conference? Possibly moderate one panel session, just to see how I can help out. And she was like, no, the whole place is filled up. Thank you so much. When something opens up, I'll let you know. 2 weeks later, she messaged me and said, oh, there's actually an opening. We would love for you to come and moderate one of the sessions here in Accra, Ghana. And I was like, awesome. And I flew down. And that Sunday morning, they were like, something came up with the host of the show. Can you help us host the event? So they said something. They said something in the serendipitous find. You're looking for something good, and you ended up with something better. So Farida, thank you so much for trusting us. Same thing with my co-host here. Thank you so much for trusting us in handling this event, and we're glad that we're able to do it. We'll be bringing up our. You want
to? Do you see how he's like? He's so crazy. Anyways, I wanted to also say thank you. I had so much fun. I want to thank the Africa Bitcoin Conference team. It was amazing working with you guys. I have a similar story to Paul. I saw a tweet in June, and I, shot my shot. Like, would you be open to me giving suggestions on speakers? And they were very kind, and I never thought I would get a slot. But thank you so much for igniting the hope that it is possible to see your dreams come true. Honestly, this has been life-changing for me. I felt like it was on my bucket list, and you made my 2022 awesome. So thank you so much.
We did it.
So yeah, dreams come true, people. And I had so much fun with this crazy weirdo here.
You should stop insulting me back.
But yeah, I met new friends, and it was a really amazing time I had with you guys. Can't wait to do this again next year. Can we?
Yes, we should. We should. We should do it next year.
All right.
So we're calling Samara out?
Yeah, I want to call Samara to give the countdown to end this conference officially. So,
A round of applause for Samara, ladies and gentlemen. She's one of the talents we discovered in this conference. She has her own show, Summertime. Come on. Summer_time or the word 12. Summertime 12 on YouTube, Instagram, anywhere you want. Please follow her. We've sort of inducted her into the Bitcoin Hall of Fame. So she'll be channeling most of her contents and shows towards the growth of Bitcoin and her as she learns more about it. So Sammy, are you set? From 10 to 1. Is everybody set? From 10 to 1. Now listen.
Allow her to give her own closing speech.
Oh, give your own closing speech then.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for attending this conference. It has been my joy to learn more things, so thank you all. The conference will end in 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Congratulations, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite everybody on stage. We want to take one last picture so that we can have it in our memories. If you are not in this shot, you are missing. Ushers, cameramen, videographers, drone flyers, panelists, please come on stage. Please come on stage. Please come on stage. Let's do this. Renata, come on stage. Come up. Let's do this. Let's go. Hey. Okay. Paco.